Chapter 800. Morong Qingqing's guess was right. When Yi Chen broke through to the half-step king warrior level, he had indeed increased his green lotus sword spell to the heaven realm. Actually, a long time ago, Yi Chen had already felt that his green lotus sword spell had been restricted, as if there was an invisible barrier stopping him from making a breakthrough. Since Battle King's experience was different from Yi Chen's, he had created his own heaven realm martial art when he reached the life and death realm. Therefore, his experience could not explain this, and Yi Chen did not think too much about it at that time. Now that he thought about it, it should be because of the special nature of his green lotus sword spell. After all, when he first got his green lotus sword spell, it was written that both the green lotus sword spell and green lotus sword arts could make breakthroughs. Later on, the green lotus sword art had evolved into a heaven realm martial art, which was also a profound sense martial art, amaranth in nature. Heaven realm martial arts are profound sense martial arts. Although heaven realm martial arts do not have much to do with profound sense, they still contain an immeasurable power like the natural law. Battle King's heaven realm martial art was the platinum sword body, which had a natural advantage in defense. Normal king warriors would not be able to hurt him at all. I wonder what kind of special effect my green lotus sword spell has. Yi Chen's body was shining with a powerful blue qi flow. It was extremely sharp, and with just a little bit of combination, it could form an indestructible sword qi. That earth-shattering sword qi just now was a beam of sword qi formed by the blue qi flow. Scatter. Yi Chen groaned as he controlled the blue qi flow to scatter. Pop. As if a blue bubble had been formed, the blue qi flow spread out with Yi Chen as the center. Looking from afar, Yi Chen seemed to be inside a massive blue qi cover. Inside the qi cover, the blue qi flow was spinning without any pattern. Condense. Yi Chen could not be more familiar with the green lotus sword spell. Therefore, even though his green lotus sword spell had reached the heaven realm, Yi Chen still vaguely knew something about it. Ding. Ding. Countless sword sounds were heard as countless blue great swords appeared inside the blue qi cover. Is this the sword artist's domain? Sword domain. Yi Chen was surprised. No, it should be the embryonic form of a sword domain. A true sword domain would have its own unique laws, and these laws would be controlled by the person who released it. Big brother, that woman is on the island ahead. Thousands of miles away, 4 figures were galloping over. These 4 figures were a 4-eyed giant whale, a double-headed serpent, a flaming giant bird, and a hook-nosed man standing on the back of the giant bird. The man's bare arms were covered with fish scales, and he had a pair of gray wings on his back. The demonic energy fluctuations emanating from him seemed to contain the attributes of wind and water. The man nodded satisfyingly and said to the huge whale, "It's hard to see a human half-step king in the deep ocean, not to mention a beautiful woman. You've done well. Once I capture that woman, I'll give you a bit more of her wealth." "Thank you, big brother." The 4-eyed whale opened its pitch-black mouth. Sea beasts in the deep sea had always lacked spirit stones to cultivate, so human experts were one of their favorite prey. "We're here." Thousands of miles were only tens of blinks of an eye for sea beasts at half-step beast king level. Soon the 4 beasts arrived at the island. "You're here again." Morong Qingqing had already sensed their arrival. The 4-eyed whale laughed weirdly. "I said I would come back. I didn't expect you to be this arrogant, staying here and not leaving. With your power, why do you need to leave?" Purple-black electric currents moved around on the surface of her body. As Morong Qingqing spoke, her dark power field spread out, covering dozens of miles. "Big brother, this woman is too arrogant. Let me teach her a lesson." The 2-headed serpent volunteered. The hook-nosed man glanced at Morong Qingqing. In his memory, he had never seen a human woman who was even 60% as beautiful as her. All of a sudden, a perverted look flashed through his eyes as he held his chin and said to the serpent, "Don't hurt her. I know what I'm doing." The serpent was not much smaller than the 4-eyed whale, and in terms of length, it was even longer. It coiled its body and raised its 2 heads up high, looking down at Morong Qingqing. Its long red tongues flicked in and out like 2 10-meter-long spears. "Surrender now, and you will not have to suffer any pain. My patience is limited." The 2-headed serpent was more powerful than the 4-eyed whale. It had learned from the four-eyed whale that this woman wasn't necessarily stronger than the four-eyed whale, but her force field ability was slightly more powerful, which rendered its trump card useless. The two-headed serpent wasn't afraid of any force fields. Its ability was different from the four-eyed whale's. Kill. Murong Qingcheng didn't waste any more time with the serpent. She leaped into the air and threw dozens of hand blades at the serpent. Clang, 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 clang. Although the flying sky assassination cut was only a low-rank profound sense martial art, it was fast. Because of its carelessness, the serpent was hit by dozens of black blade lights, its scales flying everywhere. Feeling the pain, the serpent screamed. Its left head shot out a high-pressure water column toward Murong Qingcheng, while its right head shot out a black venom toward Murong Qingcheng. The high-pressure water column only relied on the impact to hurt people, but the black venom was different. Once a demonic beast reached rank 9 or 10, its venom would no longer be pure venom, but a powerful venom mixed with Zhen Yuan. Not to mention the venom from a half-step beast king. Once it touched the body, it would be very troublesome. Swoosh. The wings on her back spread out as Murong Qingcheng flashed once, avoiding the high-pressure water column and the black venom, appearing in the sky. Soul-extinguishing wave. Holding a black light ball in her hand, Murong Qingcheng suddenly clenched her fist. Boom. The black light ball was shattered, and an energy wave mixed with a soul attack shot out toward the serpent. The serpent made a weird sound as its body flipped over, rolling around in the ocean. Although the soul attack contained in the soul-extinguishing wave was not enough to kill it, it had shaken its soul quite a bit. Moreover, the soul of the sea beasts had always been weaker than that of humans. This was the horrifying thing about soul attacks. Sky Demon Finger. Murong Qingcheng seized the opportunity and performed another demon's martial art, Sky Demon Finger. The black finger power was like a small black sun, attacking toward the serpent. Boom. The black and red light spread out in all directions. In that critical moment, the flaming bird shot out a red fireball, which landed on the black sun. On the back of the flaming bird, the man clapped his hands and laughed. Not bad. Not bad. Number 4 and number 2's beast power are thousands of times more powerful than yours, but they still lost to you. Your power might even be at the top of the human demi-king warriors. The sea beasts were one of the beasts. Because of their huge bodies, their beast power was unstoppable. Normally, 10 human demi-king warriors would need to fight against one demi-king level sea beast. But it was also because of their power that it was extremely hard for the sea beasts to produce demi-king warriors. The deep ocean was so huge, and the demi-king level sea beasts might not be that much more than the humans. Cut the bullshit. Let's go. Murong Qingcheng frowned slightly. The sea beasts were indeed scarier than the beasts on the land. The main reason was that they were too huge, and their beast power was horrifying. Although their power and body might not be the same, the difference was still hundreds of times. Murong, let me do it. The cave on the island exploded, and Yichun in blue flew over, standing right next to Murong Qingcheng, looking at the 4 beasts in the distance. You are the one she is protecting, right? You have just reached demi-king warrior level. What can you do? The man observed Yichun carefully and realized that his Zhen Yuan vibration was a lot weaker than Murong Qingcheng's, which meant that he had just reached demi-king warrior level. Sword domain. Yichun did not say anything. He squinted his eyes slightly, and a blue light suddenly spread out from his body, covering hundreds of miles in a second. What is this? The man was already in the range of the blue light. He reached out his hand and made a grabbing gesture in the air, feeling that the blue chi flow was a bit piercing. Yichun smiled lightly and pushed his right hand toward the 4. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Without any sign, the blue chi flow condensed into countless blue great swords, each of which contained a rank 5 destruction sword intent. Perhaps their pure attacking power was not as powerful as Yichun's normal attacks, but with enough of them, it would still have a destructive power. Tens of thousands of blue greatswords shot out, and the 4 beasts were all within the attack range. Be careful. The man did not dare to be careless, so he pushed up a layer of protective beast power. The other 3 beasts also activated their beast power to block out the incoming attacks. There were just too many blue greatswords shooting out like a storm. This kind of effect was just like thousands of Sea of Souls realm warriors attacking at the same time. Without a doubt, they had suppressed the four beasts, and then started to weaken their defense. Too scary. Back out. The aquiline-nosed man was aghast. His protective demonic energy couldn't block so many green swords. How was this a one-on-one fight? It was clearly a group fight. Tens of thousands of people ganging up on four people. They weren't sea beast kings, so they couldn't ignore this kind of attack. The first one to be attacked was the four-eyed giant whale. Its body was the widest, so it was attacked the most. Almost a third of the attacks were directed at it. Pooh, pooh. Like a piece of rotten meat. The four-eyed giant whale was pierced by the blue great swords and turned into a pile of blood paste. The ocean water it was in had been cut into countless pieces, and it could not be healed right away. The next one to die was the double-headed snake, which was not much better than the whale. The flaming bird was rather fast. It carried the man and ran out of the sword realm. The red feathers on its body had almost all been cut off by the blue great swords. Luckily, it was at the edge of the sword realm and was able to run fast, so it was not killed right away. Do you think you can get away? Yi-Chen took out his evil-shattering sword and threw out a waning moon attack. That black crescent-shaped sword power made the full moon in the sky look even dimmer. It sliced through the flaming bird's body once. Swoosh! The flaming bird and the man were both dismembered within a second. Chapter 801. Morong Qingqing wasn't too surprised that Yi-Chen had instantly killed the two. Before entering half-step king realm, Yi-Chen already had the strength of a strongest half-step king. Now that his cultivation base had increased by several folds, his strength had naturally reached an unfathomable level. However, Yi-Chen's sword domain had broadened her horizons. She could tell that any of the blue swords within the sword domain didn't have much offensive power, only at late Sea of Soul realm. After all, the blue swords were merely sword chi, and didn't have the amplification of artifacts or profound martial skills. They only had pure killing power. However, when tens of thousands of blue swords shot out at the same time, their momentum wasn't inferior to the combined attack of thousands of late Sea of Soul realm experts. Is this the change brought about by the Green Lotus sword arts? Morong Qingqing asked. Yi-Chen nodded. After the Green Lotus sword arts became a heaven-grade cultivation technique, it has many more wondrous uses. So far, I've only discovered the sword domain. Of course, a heaven-grade cultivation technique is a heaven-grade cultivation technique after all. Its Zhen Yuan recovery speed is 10 times faster than before, and the circulation speed of Zhen Yuan is also extremely fast. Cultivation techniques normally wouldn't increase one's battle power by too much, but they were extremely important. Thinking about it, one couldn't always rely on pills in a prolonged battle. If one took too many pills, their Zhen Yuan would become impure, and they wouldn't be able to circulate it. Therefore, one's Zhen Yuan recovery speed had to be impressive. At this moment, the advantage of a high-grade cultivation technique would be obvious. Secondly, during a battle, both sides would become stiff, and those with high-grade cultivation techniques could rapidly circulate Zhen Yuan to expel the stiffness. This was an advantage that couldn't be ignored. Lastly, the higher the grade of the cultivation technique, the faster the cultivation would be. Without any exaggeration, an ordinary half-step king who cultivated bitterly for 100 years might not be able to reach the result of Yi-Chen's 10 years of bitter cultivation. The gap between a heaven-grade cultivation technique and a peak earth-grade cultivation technique couldn't be calculated with common sense. Moreover, heaven-grade cultivation techniques usually had special powers. For example, Yi-Chen's sword domain. If used well, it could allow Yi-Chen to ignore group attacks. If he encountered hundreds or thousands of late Sea of Soul realm experts, he would no longer need to run, as he could annihilate them all by himself. In the past, he could only retreat. Sword domain, no wonder. Morong Qingqing suddenly understood. Domain was an extremely special existence. Even among life and death kings, only a few possessed a domain. Although Yi-Chen's sword domain was not a true domain, and hadn't formed the power of rules, it was a great trump card in the same realm. Yi-Chen had just stepped into the half-step king warrior realm, but he still did not have the time to use Zhen Yuan crystals to increase his cultivation. After taking care of the four beasts, Yichen planned to spend some more time to increase his cultivation to the limit that he could control. Otherwise, all these Zhenyuan crystals would be a waste. When he was at Late Sea of Soul Realm, Yichen had spent less than 10 Zhenyuan crystals to raise his cultivation base to peak Late Sea of Soul Realm. However, after reaching Half-Step King Realm, this amount increased by 100-fold. It was not that the Zhenyuan of Half-Step Kings was several hundred times thicker than that of Late Sea of Soul Realm, which would be too exaggerated. The main reason was that the Zhenyuan of Half-Step Kings was even purer, to the point that it had reached a demanding level of purity. It was like gold. Even if the purity of gold was not high, it would still be valuable and no one would be willing to throw it away. However, at Half-Step King Realm, it was like picking bones in an egg. Even the slightest flaw would be discarded. However, at this moment, no one would complain about their Zhenyuan being too pure. In fact, the purer the Zhenyuan, the better, because it would increase their chances of breaking through to life and death realm. After consuming 800 Zhenyuan crystals, Yichen's cultivation base had finally reached the limit of what he could control. Anymore and he wouldn't be able to control it, and the gains would not make up for the losses. At this moment, Yichen's cultivation base had actually caught up to Morongqingqing's. The gap between the two's soul power and martial arts was too huge, and it couldn't be helped. At peak Late Sea of Soul Realm, I couldn't use the Evil Vanquishing Sword's might at all, not to mention the Sky Scorpio Sword. The Evil Vanquishing Sword is a pseudo-extreme grade artifact, and it requires too much Zhenyuan. Right now, if I use it with all my strength, I should be able to use it 5 times. In the mysterious Yin Pagoda, Yichen wielded the Evil Vanquishing Sword, which was only a bit more powerful than the Thunder Disaster Sword. Of course, at that time, the Evil Vanquishing Sword's power was more important than its might. The reason why Yichen was able to kill the aquiline-nosed man and the giant flame bird from 100 li away was precisely because he had unleashed the full might of the Evil Vanquishing Sword. Otherwise, at such a distance, its might would have been weakened by a lot. After all, this was different from Sword Domain, in which attacks would not be weakened. Raising his cultivation base to the limit of his control, it was time to leave. Instead of going to Quadrant Island, the two spent 5 days and 5 nights before arriving at another bustling island in rich light ocean span, Gemstone Archipelago. Gemstone Archipelago alone couldn't compare to Quadrant Island. Added together, their total area was more than 10 times that of Quadrant Island. Gazing into the distance, the ocean seemed to be embedded with dozens of different colored gems, emitting a beautiful radiance under the sunlight. Gemstone Archipelago was named after the colors of the islands, such as Azure Island, Fiery Island, and Orange Island. The two weren't too familiar with this place, so they landed on the edge of Azure Island. As soon as the two landed, a young woman ran over. Her cultivation base was neither high nor low. At early astral reaching realm. It's your first time at Gemstone Archipelago. My name is Wang Lan, and I can be your guide. If there's anything you don't know, you can ask me. The price is very cheap, only 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The young woman looked at Yichen and Morongqingqing with some expectation. Yichen said, "How do you exchange mid-grade spirit stones and upper-grade spirit stones in Gemstone Archipelago?" Wang Lan honestly said, "There are many treasures in the deep sea, but few spirit stones. In Gemstone Archipelago, 1 upper-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 80 mid-grade spirit stones. Oh, a very high exchange rate. Generally speaking, 1 upper-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for at least 50 mid-grade spirit stones. 1 to 60 to 70 was the most common, and exceeding 70 was already very high. As for 1 to 100, it would only appear in auctions. The exchange rate in the market wasn't that high. Here are 40 upper-grade spirit stones, half of the price. When we don't need you anymore, we'll give you the other half. For now, take us to a high-grade artifact exchange site. The higher the better." Morongqingqing handed over 10 upper-grade spirit stones to Wang Lan. "Many thanks." Wang Lan accepted the upper-grade spirit stones with a joyful expression. "All right, take us there," Yichen said indifferently. "This way." Wang Lan soared into the sky and brought the two toward the center of Gemstone Archipelago. Gemstone Archipelago, red islands are generally used for the trading of artifacts. Light red islands are the lowest, and generally only mid and upper grade artifacts are traded. Fiery red islands are for upper grade artifacts and peak upper grade artifacts. Above the fiery red islands is the deep red islands, where you can occasionally see pseudo-extreme grade artifacts. It's the highest grade island in Gemstone Archipelago. On the way, Wang Lan explained to the two. Murong Qingqing asked, "You're saying that pseudo-extreme grade artifacts have appeared on the deep red islands?" Wang Lan nodded. "Depending on the mountain, depending on the river. There are many treasures in rich light ocean span, and people often obtain some extreme grade artifacts. They can't use them themselves and they don't feel safe keeping them on them. Therefore they sell them and buy things that they can use for themselves. If you two are lucky, you might be able to buy a suitable artifact. However, the price here is very high, so you two better be prepared." Yi Chen faintly smiled but didn't say anything. After some conversation, Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing learned that Wang Lan was born and raised in Gemstone Archipelago. Apart from cultivating, she was a guide for others. Although astral reaching experts didn't look good, they earned a lot of spirit stones. After all, those who could come to Gemstone Archipelago were basically Sea of Soul Realm experts, and they would have tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of upper-grade spirit stones. They wouldn't haggle with you. An ordinary astral reaching expert would have a net worth of 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones at most, which would be close to 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Leading the way once would allow one to cultivate for a long time in peace. Of course, this kind of business wasn't easy to do. There were too many people competing with one another, so one had to rely on luck and discernment. In a short while, the three arrived at the Deep Red Island. The largest artifact trading place on the island is the Splendid Exchange at the center of the island. The minimum requirement to enter is Sea of Soul Realm, Wang Lan said from the front. Arriving outside the Splendid Exchange, Murong Qingqing stopped and gave Wang Lan 40 upper-grade spirit stones. "You wait here. When we come out later, we'll need you to be our guide." 80 upper-grade spirit stones were nothing to Murong Qingqing. She had obtained more than 100 million upper-grade spirit stones in the ruins of the mysterious Yin King, which was hard to imagine for ordinary people. All right. Wang Lan obediently waited outside. This time, she had encountered a big customer. Although she couldn't see through their cultivation bases, judging from their actions, they were at least rich late Sea of Soul Realm experts. Entering the Splendid Exchange, the two were startled by the flow of people inside. There were too many Sea of Soul Realm experts inside, numbering in the thousands. As far as the eye could see, the Splendid Exchange seemed to be packed with people. Heated discussions could be heard from far away. Wind Thunderstaff, upper-grade artifact, 300,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Smelting Fire Sword, upper-grade artifact, 320,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Dazzling Armor, upper-grade artifact, 520,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Divine Wind Boots, upper-grade artifact, 480,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Among the treasures being sold in the Glorious Bazaar, even the worst ones were top high-rank treasures. Of course, as Wang Lan had said, the treasures here were indeed expensive. Ordinary high-rank treasures would not exceed 100,000 high-rank spirit stones. Although the lowest grade of the treasures here were top high-rank treasures, it was still more than 100,000 high-rank spirit stones. Fortunately, one could bargain here. You could also compare the price. The higher the price was, the better it would be for bargaining. Walking through the entire Splendid Exchange, the two found a staircase leading to the second floor. There were 4 Sea of Soul Realm experts guarding there. "Sorry, you can't go up without late Sea of Soul Realm cultivation base." The 4 obstructed a middle-aged man with mid-Sea of Soul Realm cultivation base. "I have spirit stones." The middle-aged man was unwilling. "Sorry, there are rules." The guard's expression didn't change. Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing were baffled. Low cultivation base didn't mean low wealth. The rules of the Splendid Exchange were indeed strange. The two didn't stop and proceeded to the second floor. The 4 guards carefully sized up Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing and were astonished. They couldn't see through the two's cultivation base at all. There was only one explanation. The two were half-step kings. Rich Light Ocean Span had numerous half-step kings, and they were the true kings of this place. Please. The four opened the way. Upon arriving at the second floor, the two didn't see many people. It was quite spacious and empty. Based on a rough estimation, there were only a few hundred people here. However, the artifacts sold here were of high grade, all of them being semi-extreme grade artifacts. Moreover, the stalls were quite far apart, so there wouldn't be a crowd. Chapter 802. Although semi-extreme grade artifacts and peak upper grade artifacts didn't differ much in terms of grade, the price difference was more than 10 times, and some even reached 20 times. Even among semi-extreme grade artifacts, there was a huge difference in quality. Some rare semi-extreme grade artifacts weren't any weaker than pseudo-extreme grade artifacts, and their imitation targets were also famous extreme grade artifacts from ancient times. Morong Qingqing's goal in coming here was to find a pair of gloves that suited her. After all, compared to her cultivation and strength, her original gloves were a bit outdated. It would be fine if she fought against ordinary half-step kings, but if she encountered strongest half-step kings, it would be hard to avoid suffering some losses. Along the way, the two saw many semi-extreme grade artifacts. Blowing Snow Glove, price 3 million upper grade spirit stones. Silver Snake Blade, price 3,200,000 upper grade spirit stones. Blood Flame Spear, price 3,500,000 upper grade spirit stones. Water Moon Sky Armor, price 5 million upper grade spirit stones. In ancient times, there were many semi-extreme grade artifacts, and some of them might not even be an imitation of an extreme grade artifact. The main reason was that the grade of the materials was somewhat low, making it impossible to make an extreme grade artifact. Even inferior artifacts couldn't be made, so they became semi-extreme grade artifacts. Bone Eroding Evil Shadow, price 6 million upper grade spirit stones. After walking for a long time, the two finally found a pair of gloves that looked good. Excuse me, can I have a look at this pair of gloves? Morong Qingqing and Yi Chen walked over. Sure. The seller was a robust middle-aged man. His cultivation base was not low, being at the peak of Late Sea of Soul Realm. However, facing Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing, who were both half-step kings, his cultivation base was not worth mentioning. He hurriedly took out the gloves and handed them over to Morong Qingqing. Taking the gloves, Morong Qingqing sensed the soul imprint inside. It wasn't that someone had used it before, but rather a basic precaution in the marketplace. It was to prevent some customers from saying that the items belonged to them, which would not be a pleasant thing. Imprinting a soul imprint on an artifact for sale. This way, as long as one wasn't a life and death king, they wouldn't be able to erase the soul imprint in a short period of time. Without one's own soul imprint, one wouldn't be able to bring out the artifact's full power. However, this was not a battle, but a test of the quality of the gloves. Putting on the Bone Eroding Evil Shadow Glove, Morong Qingqing clenched her fist slightly. All of a sudden, a huge amount of black chi poured out, twisting the space slightly. The surrounding environment was reflected inside, becoming blurry. Shoo! Reaching out her hand, Morong Qingqing's right hand was like a steel blade, leaving a light claw mark in the air. The middle-aged man held his breath. Without a doubt, Morong Qingqing was a half-step king, and not an ordinary one at that. Although that attack just now wasn't aimed at him, he felt as if his soul was about to be pierced through. It was swift and tyrannical. Not good, it's only 2 to 3 grades higher than normal semi-extreme rank gloves. Morong Qingqing shook her head and took off the gloves. Yi Chen laughed. No rush, I haven't finished the second floor yet. The Bone Eroding Evil Shadow was a rare treasure for normal half-step king warriors. Unfortunately, Morong Qingqing needed better gloves. Even if they weren't pseudo-extreme rank, they couldn't be too bad. You two don't want it? The middle-aged man took over the gloves and asked carefully. Yi Chen waved his hand. No need. Hearing him, the middle-aged man sat back down. He didn't dare to throw a tantrum in front of two half-step king warriors. The second floor was finished. All in all, there were a lot of good items, but none of them could enter Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing's eyes. The two also didn't splurge to buy something they didn't need. Third floor entrance. 4 Peak Late Sea of Soul Realm guards stood there, with a sign on the side that said, "Only half-step king warriors are allowed to enter." Without any obstruction, the two went up to the third floor. Slightly squinting his eyes, Yichen encountered so many half-step king warriors at the same place. There were at least 40 to 50 half-step king warriors on the third floor. Most of them were elders, followed by middle-aged warriors. There were only a few young warriors. There were very few treasures for sale on the third floor. In total, there were only 10 of them. Beside each treasure, there were 4 or 5 people surrounding it. There were 2 places with the most people. It seemed that the treasures for sale should be of the very high quality. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted so many people. After a brief glance, the 2 of them flew past the first 8 artifacts and arrived at the last 2 artifacts. One of them was a semi-extreme grade saber. Judging from its intense saber chi, it didn't seem any weaker than a pseudo-extreme grade artifact. Moreover, its price was also very high, reaching 13 million upper-grade spirit stones. How could most half-step king warriors afford it? It was no wonder that everyone was looking at it without making up their minds to buy it. Can you make it a bit cheaper? I only have 8 million upper-grade spirit stones. A burly man with a sturdy figure asked. The owner was an old man. He shook his head. You know this saber's might. I won't sell it for less than 13 million. If you take it to the auction, the starting price will be at least 5 million. You might not be able to buy it for 13 million upper-grade spirit stones. The tall and sturdy man became anxious. Half-step king warriors who use sabers might not have 13 million upper-grade spirit stones. If you take this saber to the auction, don't tell me you can sell it for 13 million upper-grade spirit stones? Moreover, don't forget that you have to pay 5% to the auction house. Then count it as my bad luck. The old man was calm and collected. If you don't want to sell it, then forget it. I'll come back to buy it after the auction. The tall and sturdy man studied the semi-extreme grade saber a couple of times before turning to leave. On the side, Yichen smiled. Although this saber is a semi-extreme grade artifact, its saber chi is too intense. I'm afraid it's the best among the semi-extreme grade artifacts. No wonder the owner offered 13 million upper-grade spirit stones for it. The artifacts here seem to be several times better than the semi-extreme grade saber. Morong Qingqing looked in another direction. What is it? Yichen also looked over. Inside the crystal counter, a gloomy shining armor floated in the air. Next to the armor was a sign, Shadow Armor, Pseudo-Extreme Grade Artifact. Price, 33 million upper-grade spirit stones. Wow. It's actually a pseudo-extreme grade armor. Among the treasures, defensive treasures were usually twice as expensive as offensive treasures. The shadow armor was sold for 33 million high-grade spirit stones. Although it was expensive, it was not too outrageous. Boss, the shadow armor is way too expensive, isn't it? A defensive artifact is twice as expensive as an offensive artifact. If it were an offensive artifact, wouldn't it be 16,500,000 upper-grade spirit stones? It's a few million more than a normal pseudo-extreme grade artifact. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes said with a frown. The owner was also an old man in his 70s. He raised his head and said slowly, "This shadow armor of mine is different from normal pseudo-extreme grade artifacts. You can't compare it to them." "How is it different?" The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes felt an itch in his heart. As a half-step king, who wouldn't want a pseudo-extreme grade defensive artifact? With a pseudo-extreme grade defensive artifact, even those who were much more powerful than him would be exhausted to death. Even if he encountered a powerful enemy, he would still be able to escape. This shadow armor is fused with a small amount of Heavenly Star Stone. Heavenly Star Stone is a top grade, or that can only be found in the starry sky. It has a powerful force field. After fusing with Heavenly Star Stone and pouring Zhenyuan into it, you can activate the Heavenly Star Force Field, which will increase your strength by a lot. It can save your life in many situations. Sky Star Stone. The crowd was shocked. The Star Stone was an extremely rare treasure among the best quality materials. Normally, it could only be found in those fallen stars. If one could obtain a piece the size of a dragon's eye, it could be sold for a sky-high price, not to mention the armor made from a small portion of the Star Stone. But 33 million upper-grade spirit stones. It's too expensive. The middle-aged man's eyes turned red. The elder said slowly, This shadow armor was supposed to be one of the most important items in this auction, but I have something urgent to do. That's why I'm selling it at a low price. Actually, my price is more than 35 million upper-grade spirit stones, which you can't afford. The middle-aged man was rendered speechless by the old man's words. That's right. A pseudo-extreme-grade artifact fused with star stones. Even some life and death kings would be moved by it, not to mention them. Selling it for 33 million upper-grade spirit stones is definitely worth it. Morong Qingcheng, besides the glove, you're also lacking a pseudo-extreme-grade armor. Why don't you buy it? I think this Sky Star Force Field matches your Dark Force Field quite well. It might even have an amplifying effect. Yi Chen transmitted his voice to Morong Qingcheng. Morong Qingcheng nodded. She pushed through the crowd and walked over saying, "Boss, I want this shadow armor. Let me have a look." "You want it?" The elder looked at Morong Qingcheng in astonishment. Seeing that the other party was a very young and beautiful girl, his astonishment became even greater. Although 33 million upper-grade spirit stones were not his price, he also knew that if the price was set too high, he wouldn't be able to sell it in a short period of time. He had something urgent to do and couldn't afford to delay. Even so, 33 million was not a small number, but a huge number. Gemstone Island's auction house originally wanted to buy this shadow armor, but they were only willing to pay 30 million upper-grade spirit stones. Not bad. Morong Qingcheng's expression was calm. All right. The elder opened the crystal counter and took out the shadow armor, handing it over to Morong Qingcheng. Receiving the armor, Morong Qingcheng held it with her left hand and placed her right hand on it. A faint purple-black electric current flickered in her palm. Yi Chen's eyes turned sharp. He could clearly sense that there were two different force fields fusing together. However, because the time was too short, it was hard to notice without careful observation. "I'll take it." The corner of Morong Qingcheng's mouth curved. The star force field could indeed fuse with the dark force field and amplify it. For her, this shadow armor's value would increase by a few times. After all, her warrior force was not weak in the first place. With further amplification, it would be able to greatly affect the same level half-step kings, greatly increasing her strength. "Hee, it's a pleasure working with you." The elder revealed a smile. Finally, he could leave. 33 million was a bit of a loss, but if he took it to the auction house, it would be around 35 to 40 million at most. After deducting the 5% auction fee, it would not be a big loss. Wait! Right at this moment, a black skinny elder walked out of the third floor. His footsteps were like lightning as he quickly walked over and reached out his hand to take the shadow armor from Morong Qingcheng's hand. Humph! Yi Chen coldly snorted and blocked in front of Morong Qingcheng, slapping away the elder's hand. "How dare you!" the black skinny elder roared at Yi Chen. Chapter 803. This is the glorious exchanges. Don't tell me you plan on robbing others' treasures? Yi Chen stood there and released a frightening aura. Although his cultivation base was only mid-half-step king, he didn't fear anyone under life and death realm in terms of aura. Huff. Upon reaching half-step king realm, one's aura had already solidified and possessed a considerable destructive power. With Yi Chen at the center, the void suddenly shook and a transparent aura shockwave spread out. Even though everyone present was a half-step king, their faces couldn't help but change color. Some of the weaker ones couldn't help but take half a step back. Fortunately, the glorious exchanges were covered in restrictions and wouldn't collapse so easily. What a powerful aura. Among the crowd, a few young men and women were attracted by Yi Chen. They didn't expect Yi Chen's aura to be this powerful. Hee, you dare to offend me in Gemstone Islands? The old man squinted his eyes and sent out an aura not inferior to Yi Chen's, clashing with Yi Chen's aura shockwave. Creaking sounds echoed in the void, as if the void couldn't bear the collision of the two's auras. There are only two strongest half-step kings in Gemstone Islands, and Darklight King is one of them. Rumor has it that even strongest half-step kings don't dare to face his Darklight Palm Arts head-on. Now that I've seen it, it's indeed powerful. Just his aura alone is enough to make people despair. Darklight King is a genuine strongest half-step king. I wonder where this kid comes from. He doesn't seem to know Darklight King, or else he wouldn't have clashed with him. Youngsters are all prideful. However, this kid's cultivation base isn't at the peak, probably mid-half-step king. But his aura is so powerful. There are many reasons why one's aura is powerful. This kid's aura contains a peerlessly sharp sword intent. He should have an advantage in sword intent that ordinary people can't reach. Yeah, makes sense. But he's still too impulsive. Clashing with a veteran strongest, half-step king is simply asking for trouble. Everybody discussed in low voices. So you are a strongest half-step king warrior. No wonder you are so arrogant. Cultivation wasn't everything. Although Darkbright King's cultivation base was a high-level half-step king, it didn't mean that he was a strongest half-step king. However, Yichen could sense his strength from his aura. Hearing the crowd's discussion, he immediately understood that this was yet another strongest half-step king. It's not too late to regret now. Otherwise, the Gemstone Islands will be your burial ground. The Darklight King sneered. His reputation in the Gemstone Islands was great. Coupled with his ruthless methods, there were not many who dared to oppose him. If this wasn't the glorious exchanges, he wouldn't be polite and would have directly killed Yi Chun, throwing him into the sea to feed the fishes. We don't know whose grave it will be, but for now you better shut up. Yi Chen's eyes shone brightly like two peerless gems emitting sword light. Creak. The void trembled, and a boundless and frightening sword intent rushed toward the Darklight King. The Darklight King didn't expect that Yi Chen would still have strength to spare. He had no choice but to admit that the latter's sword will was higher than his martial will. In terms of aura, he couldn't gain the upper hand. With a muffled snort, the martial will in his sea of soul also rushed out, forming an invisible membrane in front of him. Pa! There was no soul-shaking explosion. The Darklight King's body swayed, and his left foot retreated half a step. On the other hand, Yi Chen didn't move an inch. The Darklight King's skinny face was a bit embarrassed. Although his aura and martial will weren't top-notch among the strongest half-step kings, they weren't weak either. Yet, he had lost to Yi Chen by half a step. This made his old face unsightly, as if he had been slapped in the face. You're courting death. The Darklight King squeezed out a few words with a cold expression. A layer of black radiance appeared on his right hand, and the temperature gradually rose. This was a sign that he was about to use Darklight Palm Arts. The Darklight King is about to take action. This is the glorious exchanges. Everybody was startled. I'll accompany you to the end. Yi Chen's figure didn't move, but the evil vanquishing sword at his waist began to ring. A sharp sword chi seeped out of the scabbard like a bone-scraping steel blade. What are you doing? Just as the two were about to take action, the manager of the glorious exchanges finally appeared. An embroidered-robed old man walked up the stairs, followed by two middle-aged men. All three were half-step kings, and the embroidered-robed old man had the highest cultivation base, a high-level half-step king. The one who spoke was precisely the embroidered-robed old man. Quickly walking over, the old man's face turned gloomy as he said, "This is the glorious exchanges, not a place for you to fight." So its manager he. The black radiance on Darklight King's right hand dimmed. With his hand behind his back, he forced an unsightly smile. Are you still not going to stop? The embroidered-robed old man's sharp gaze glared at Yi Chun. Which eye of yours saw that he was about to take action? Murong Qingqing felt that the embroidered-robed old man was too overbearing. Yi Chun hadn't even unsheathed his sword, so how could he take action? Instead, he seemed to be siding with the Darklight King. Clang! Yi Chun coldly glanced at the Darklight King, then glanced at the embroidered-robed old man. The evil vanquishing sword unsheathed by an inch on its own, then fiercely stabbed in. The sword cry was incomparably ear-piercing, as if someone was cutting glass with a sharp blade. The embroidered-robed old man's face turned ashen. Although Yi Chen didn't say anything, this action was undoubtedly a provocation, not taking him seriously at all. What's going on? The embroidered-robed old man turned his head and asked Darklight King. The Darklight King sneered. This kid has no eyes, daring to compete with me over the treasure. Where would I put my old face? That's why I spoke out to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect him to be so extreme, wanting to take action against me. If it weren't for me having misgivings about your glorious exchanges, I would have killed him long ago. You're really lying through your teeth. I've already bought this shadow armor, but you wanted to snatch it. Does the glorious exchanges allow others to snatch other people's goods? Murong Qingqing's face turned frosty. Yi Chen indifferently said, everyone here can testify. Testify? Who can testify for you? The Dark Light King sneered as his gaze swept over the crowd. Seeing the Dark Light King's gaze sweeping over them, everyone shifted their gazes. Although some of them weren't cowards, they didn't want to offend the Dark Light King for no reason. If they wanted to live long and well, some things were better left unattended if possible. Finally, the Dark Light King's gaze fell on the old man selling the shadow armor. The old man didn't shift his gaze, and his expression didn't change as he said, this old man is only selling artifacts. It belongs to whoever paid the spirit stones. It belongs to whoever paid the spirit stones? She hasn't paid yet. The Dark Light King revealed a confident smile. Indeed, but I've already agreed to sell it to her. The old man was in a hurry and didn't want to cause more trouble. Of course, he wouldn't lie to his conscience, so he could only tell the truth. Don't worry, I'll pay however much she paid, plus 500,000 upper-grade spirit stones for you. The Dark Light King had seen the shadow armor yesterday, but he didn't have that many upper-grade spirit stones on him at that time. He was short by 10 million. In order to obtain the armor, he had used his connections and borrowed a lot of upper-grade spirit stones. 2 hours ago, he had finally gathered 34 million upper-grade spirit stones. But what made him angry was that someone had beaten him to it and almost bought it. This was also the reason why he was so angry. This doesn't seem appropriate. The old man was a bit embarrassed. What's inappropriate? You haven't sold the armor yet. This doesn't violate the rules of glorious exchanges, does it? The Dark Light King looked at the old man. The old man glanced at Yi Chen and faintly nodded. The exchange has its rules. As long as you don't violate them, it's fine. Since the Dark Light King is willing to pay 500,000 upper-grade spirit stones, sell it to him. The old man was the chief steward of glorious exchanges, and his strength was close to a strongest half-step king. The Dark Light King was famous in Gemstone Islands. Whether it was for public or private reasons, the old man didn't wish to have a conflict with the Dark Light King. Moreover, Yi Chen's arrogant and unruly attitude from a moment ago had greatly dissatisfied him. Yi Chen sucked in a deep breath and said to Murong Qingqing, Murong, give him 34 million upper-grade spirit stones. Let's go. Hearing these words, Murong Qingqing directly ignored the Dark Light King and the rest and stored the armor. She then took out 3 low-grade storage rings and handed them over to the old man. Inside were 34 million upper-grade spirit stones, no more no less. You. The Dark Light King's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The old man checked the spirit stones in the 3 storage rings and nodded, just right. At the same time, he secretly transmitted to Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing. I'm sorry, but this old man has an urgent matter and doesn't wish to provoke the Dark Light King. I'll return the extra 1 million to you privately. Yi Chen replied, I understand your difficulties. Don't return the 1 million upper-grade spirit stones. In any case, the armor is worth it. Then many thanks. The old man was somewhat grateful. A treasure is a hot potato. Do you think you can leave? The Dark Light King had expended a great deal of effort to obtain the armor. Now that it had flown away, no matter how good his temperament was, he couldn't help but turn furious. Glorious exchanges is really bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Yi Chen looked at the elder in brocade robes mockingly. The old man's complexion turned increasingly unsightly as he shouted at the Dark Light King. Dark Light King, don't be rash. This is not the outside world. Huff 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 huff. The Dark Light King took a few deep breaths, but didn't make a move. He didn't have to give face to Steward He, but he had to give face to glorious exchanges. Killing people here was the same as breaking the rules. Don't worry, as long as they're still in Gemstone Islands, the armor will be yours sooner or later. At that time, you won't even need to pay spirit stones. The old man transmitted a message to the Dark Light King, then turned around and left with his people. We're leaving as well. Yi Chen pulled Murong Qingqing and left. When they reached the stairs, Yi Chen turned his head and said to the Dark Light King, I believe you won't give up on the armor. We'll be waiting for you. Words were useless. Some things required strength. If the Darklight King didn't come looking for them, it would be fine. If he did, he would be courting death. Chapter 804. Blaze. Darklight King's left hand tightly clenched into a fist, emitting a frightening heat wave. He rigidly stared at Yi Chun and Murong Qingqing's backs and inwardly said, "Gemstone Islands is not suitable for fighting. Once we're outside, I'll make you beg for death." Strongest, half-step kings were revered existences wherever they went. They were even fewer in number than life and death kings. As a veteran strongest half-step king, even experts of the same level were apprehensive of him. After all, the longer one lived, the more ruthless one would become. This was something that newcomers lacked. Yi Chun and Murong Qingqing taking away the shadow armor in front of Darklight King was undoubtedly challenging his bottom line. Only heaven knew how important the armor was to him. A strongest half-step king paired with a pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact was practically invincible under life and death realm. After Darklight King left, the crowd began to discuss in low voices. Thoroughly offending a strongest half-step king is too unwise. I'm afraid that not only will they not be able to keep the shadow armor, they will also suffer a calamity. The shadow armor is no small matter. Perhaps after equipping it, they can escape from Darklight King's hands. The speaker was a young man. He felt that it would be too much of a pity for a stunning woman like Murong Qingqing to die at Darklight King's hands. A robust man beside him turned his head and said, "You've just arrived at Gemstone Islands, haven't you? If you've been here for a long time, you'll know that this is impossible. As a veteran strongest half-step king, Darklight King's strength is unfathomable. His Darklight palm arts contain fire and earth profounds, and moreover, they have been fused to a high degree. In terms of breaking through defenses, it's extremely frightening. Although one or two palms can't kill them, a few more palms can jolt them to death even with the shadow armor's protection, unless their Zhen Yuan can operate the armor for a long time. Using a pseudo-supreme grade artifact required a large amount of Zhen Yuan. Ordinary half-step kings simply couldn't use it more than a few times. Although pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifacts didn't have the same effect as offensive artifacts and could last longer, it could only delay death. After all, the offensive power of a strongest half-step king was incomparably powerful, and Darklight King's Darklight palm arts excelled at breaking through defenses. There will always be accidents. How could there be so many accidents? After leaving the glorious exchange, the two of them saw Wang Lan in a corner. Wang Lan came up to them and said, "Do you have any other orders?" After buying the shadow armor, Murong Qingqing was in a good mood. She tossed 100 upper-grade spirit stones to the other party and said, "You should know which island is quieter and more suitable for living. Bring us there. Blue islands are usually quieter, and the deep blue island is the best. There are all kinds of architectural styles there, including luxurious courtyards, gardens, ancient castles, and even underground buildings. But only half-step kings have the right to enter the island." Wang Lan was very familiar with the affairs of the Gemstone Islands. "All right, bring us there." Yi Chun nodded. Wang Lan froze for a second, then said hurriedly, "Oh, over here." Yi Chun's words told her without a doubt that they were indeed half-step king warriors. Orchid Island did not allow people below half-step king realm to enter, but it would not be a problem if they brought someone in. After all, some half-step kings like to be served, so they could not forbid their servants from entering, right? Therefore, Wang Lan acted as a guide and followed the two to Orchid Island. There were almost no commercial buildings on Orchid Island, only residential areas. Yi Chun and Murong Qingqing chose a huge garden and settled in. The garden's fee was not high, only 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones per month. It seemed that they did not want to earn spirit stones from half-step kings, and only wanted them to stay in the Gemstone Islands and enjoy honorable treatment. With the shadow armor in hand, Murong Qingqing returned to her room and prepared to erase the soul imprint on it. Yi Chun, on the other hand, enjoyed the scenery in the pavilion above the lake. As for Wang Lan, Yi Chun gave her an independent small courtyard which was next door. Faintly, one could hear the sound of qi tearing through the air. She should be cultivating a martial art. The green lake was covered with water lilies, each of them with different colors swaying in the wind, looking elegant and beautiful. Besides a couple of pavilions connected to each other, There was also a stone bridge made of gray rocks. From Yi Chen's perspective, the afternoon sun and the stone bridge seemed to be on top of each other, looking very picturesque. Yi Chen was a person who did as he pleased, so he laid down in the pavilion and took a nap. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, a yellow light streaked across the sky, as if a faintly discernible meteor was streaking across the sky. Eh! A soft exclamation sounded out as the yellow light curved in the direction of Yi Chen's garden, ultimately landing in the pavilion. Yi Chen opened his eyes and said with a smile, "You also live in the Gemstone Islands." It was none other than the yellow-robed woman who had parted ways in the mysterious Yin King's ruins. "Huang Mei, I still don't know your name." The yellow-robed woman sat on a stone chair with a smile and poured herself a cup of tea. Yi Chen sat in front of her and said, "Yi Chen. Good name. I heard that a man and a woman offended the Darklight King in Scarlet Island's glorious exchanges. Don't tell me it's the two of you?" Huang Mei looked pensive. Yi Chen smiled, tacitly agreeing. "The Darklight King is very powerful. You'd better not be careless. If possible, it's best not to clash head-on. His Darklight palm arts are extremely powerful, and even my innate ability is somewhat unable to bear it. After so many years, his Darklight palm art should have improved by another level." Yi Chen said, "So you've exchanged blows with him?" Yi Chen wasn't too clear on how powerful a strongest half-step king was, but he was certain that they couldn't do anything to him. You've entered half-step king realm?" Huang Mei faintly nodded and suddenly exclaimed. She hadn't paid much attention to Yi Chen's cultivation base. Just a moment ago, she unintentionally sized him up and discovered that Yi Chen was already a half-step king. Yi Chen was already unfathomable when he was at the peak of Late Sea of Soul Realm. How strong would he be after entering half-step king realm? Hee. Chuckling, Huang Mei said, "Seems like I was worrying for nothing." In truth, although Huang Mei felt that Yi Chen wasn't someone to be trifled with, if she went all out, she still had the confidence to defeat Yi Chen. After all, strongest half-step kings were not just for show. Moreover, she also had a pseudo-supreme grade artifact. A strongest half-step king combined with a pseudo-supreme grade artifact could erupt with an unimaginable battle strength. It should be known that pseudo-supreme grade artifacts were too high-end for half-step kings. Ordinary half-step kings couldn't use them more than a few times. On the other hand, the Zhenyuan of strongest half-step kings was incomparably deep, allowing them to bring out the might of pseudo-supreme grade artifacts to a whole new level. However, now that Yi Chen was a half-step king, his strength was bound to increase by several folds. Darklight King would most likely be at a disadvantage. Of course, she didn't know that Yi Chen was different from others. Others only had more Zhenyuan and purer Zhenyuan, but Yi Chen had upgraded his Green Lotus sword arts to heaven grade. Moreover, he had unearthed a half-baked sword domain. Be it in group battles or one-on-one battles, he was a frightening existence. After chatting for a cup of tea's worth of time, Huang Mei left. A few days later, not only did Murong Qingqing erase the soul imprint on the shadow armor, she also imprinted her own soul imprint on it. As a pseudo-supreme grade artifact, the shadow armor could be adjusted to a certain degree. For example, since Murong Qingqing was a female, the shadow armor had become a lot slimmer, and her chest area had 2 protrusions. Wearing it on the body wouldn't cause any discomfort. In the courtyard, Yi Chen smiled. "How about testing the heavenly star force field first?" Alright. Murong Qingqing didn't use the dark force field. Instead, she poured her demonic power into the shadow armor and activated its heavenly star force field. Pop! A transparent ripple spread out. Standing in front of Murong Qingqing, Yi Chen felt that the surreal space had become much more viscous, and any movement he made would be more strenuous. He couldn't do as he pleased. Along with Murong Qingqing's manipulation of the heaven star force field, a repulsive force acted on Yi Chen's body like the power of heaven and earth. Dang! Dang! Yi Chen retreated several steps. Not bad. Just as Yi Chen finished his words, the repulsive force suddenly turned into a gravitational force, pulling him over. Without a choice, he had to increase his Zhenyuan circulation to counteract this gravitational force. Now, let's try the effect of combining the heavenly star force field and the dark force field. The heavenly star force field strength was quite impressive. Yichen estimated that even if he circulated his Zhen Yuan with all his might, he would still be affected. The closer he was to Morong Qingcheng, the greater the effect. It was no wonder that Dark Light King would pay so much attention to it. After all, in a battle between experts, even a tiny gap was a gap. The surface of Morong Qingcheng's body flickered with purple-black electric currents. With a sizzling sound, the space suddenly shook, and the whole courtyard became blurry. Caught off guard, Yichen was repelled by an extremely powerful repulsive force. Even if he circulated his Zhen Yuan with all his might, it would be useless. He was too close to Morong Qingcheng, and the density of his Zhen Yuan was almost the same as Morong Qingcheng's. Moreover, the latter's demonic power was purer than his. Too powerful. Yichen was directly pressed against the courtyard's wall. If not for Morong Qingcheng restraining the repulsive force, he would have been repelled even further. Moreover, he would have suffered some injuries, and wouldn't have been able to get close. After restraining the repulsive force, Morong Qingcheng suddenly changed the force field into gravity. Under the amplification of the heavenly star force field, the gravity of the dark force field was like a black hole. Yichen was directly sucked in, so fast that Yichen seemed to be passing through the void. Sword domain. At the crucial moment, Yichen released his sword domain, which interweaved with Morong Qingcheng's dark force field. Although the sword domain was not a force field, it possessed extremely powerful defensive and offensive abilities. After layers of weakening, the dark force field no longer had much effect on Yichen. Pop! The purple-black electric currents on Morong Qingcheng's body dissipated, and the force field retracted. Retracting his sword domain as well, Yichen praised, simply inconceivably powerful. Even a strongest half-step king can't get close to you, and can only attack from a distance. Force field had a huge effect on a whole object, but it would be much weaker against energy attacks, because the energy was only temporarily gathered together, and not a whole. Of course, it would still be somewhat weakened and couldn't be ignored. Morong Qingcheng said, "This shadow armor has another use." "What use?" Whoosh. A dim light flickered, and Morong Qingcheng suddenly appeared in front of Yichen. Speed amplification. Yichen's eyes lit up. Morong Qingcheng's speed was already very fast, and combined with the shadow armor, her speed was probably the fastest among half-step kings. Chapter 805. With the shadow armor, Morong Qingcheng's strength had increased imperceptibly, and her survivability had also increased. With Morong Qingcheng's demonic power cultivation base, she could probably maintain the shadow armor for a quarter of an hour. During this time, even strongest half-step kings wouldn't be able to do anything to her. However, defense and survivability were only a last resort. To truly increase her strength, she still needed an extremely sharp offensive artifact. As the two's guide, Wang Lan naturally gave them advice and suggestions. Gemstone Archipelago holds a large-scale auction every year. The location is the Golden Island in the middle of Gemstone Archipelago. Everything that can be auctioned is the best of the best. Although I've never been there, I've heard that even the lowest grade items are peak upper grade, with the majority being half supreme grade items. The finale items can even make half-step kings go crazy. Sometimes, even life and death kings would come and participate in the bidding. How much time is left until the auction? Yichen's heart shook as he asked. Wang Lan said, "About a month and a half. During this time, you two should prepare a lot of spirit stones." A month and a half, not bad. Yichen faintly nodded. As for spirit stones, they didn't lack them at all. Although Morong Qingcheng had used 34 million upper-grade spirit stones, she still had 70 million left. As for Yichen, after obtaining Lin Yushuan's storage ring, he had 180 million upper-grade spirit stones. If not for mysterious Yin King being so powerful that he didn't have the time to obtain other people's storage rings, his spirit stones would be in the hundreds of millions. The higher the level of a martial artist, the less they would feel the flow of time. Often a month would pass without them noticing. For ordinary people, a month was a very long time. They could do many things, become rich overnight, or go bankrupt overnight. In this month, apart from raising his cultivation base, Yichen spent the rest of his time cultivating Waning Moon and Bewitching Mirror Shattering. Of course, the foundation of space profound was even more important. Waning Moon was a fusion profound martial skill, containing 80% metal profound and 60% water profound. Although it had been surpassed by the bewitching mirror shattering, it still had a lot of potential to be unearthed. Moreover, the bewitching mirror shattering consumed a lot of Zhen Yuan, while Waning Moon consumed a lot less. If he wanted to improve the metal profound and water profound, it would naturally be extremely difficult. After all, the state of being one with the world could only be obtained when breaking through realms. Although it was said to be a realm breakthrough, it was actually just a transition period. Since he couldn't improve his profoundness in a short time, Yichen didn't want to waste his time. Instead, he focused his research on fusing the metal and water profoundness. This month's time had not been wasted. As the degree of fusion increased, Yichen felt that Waning Moon's power had increased. His execution speed had also increased. Bewitching mirror shattering contained the space profound. 40% space profound, in terms of pure power amplification, was already equivalent to 120% ordinary profound. It was 2 levels higher than ordinary perfection profound. This was Yi Chen's ace in the hole, and also a super killing move that he wouldn't casually use. After witnessing the might of a demonic king, Yi Chen felt that he had to cultivate bewitching mirror shattering to perfection as soon as possible. Although he would still be killed by the demonic human king after cultivating it to perfection, at least he had something to look forward to, which was better than no progress at all. Pop! With a wave of his sword, the fake mountain in the courtyard warped and folded, disappearing all of a sudden. Wang Lan, who happened to see this scene from the yard next door, was shocked. She could also destroy the fake mountain completely, and any condensing reality realm warrior could do it. It would be too easy. But Yi Chen, who did not release any chi power and made the fake mountain disappear without a trace, it was something she had never seen before. Of course, the fake mountain didn't disappear, but was devoured by the space power. Such a fragile thing could be directly skipped out on the process of disappearing. Another half a month passed, and the Golden Islands auction was about to begin. On this day, under Wang Lan's guidance, the 3 flew toward the Golden Island in the center of the Gemstone Islands. The island was already filled with people. Under the illumination of the sunlight, the island was suffused with a faint golden color. The people on the island were all Sea of Soul Realm experts or half-step kings. There was not a single person below the Sea of Soul Realm. Wang Lan said, "I can't go to Golden Island, so I'll send you here. You return to the garden first. Perhaps you'll be of use later." Wang Lan was, after all, a native of the Gemstone Islands. She couldn't be more familiar with this place. Before leaving the islands, she was the best choice as a guide, saving them a lot of time. On the island, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing walked toward the only huge building on the island. The Golden Island auction house was entirely made of gold. Under the illumination of the sunlight, it flickered with a dazzling golden light. It was 100 times more magnificent than any building in Yi Chen's world. If the whole thing was moved there, it would definitely be called a miracle. Xiao. There were already enough people on the island, but groups of people still landed on the island. Among them, there was no lack of half-step kings with astonishing auras. Let's go in. At the entrance of the auction house, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing strode in. The Golden Island auction house didn't have any VIP rooms. The front row was filled with a large number of spectators, while the back row was filled with empty areas. Each area was separated by a golden fence. Inside, there was a table, a few soft leather chairs, and beautiful maids standing to the side. Yi Chen naturally didn't want to be squeezed with others, so he and Morong Qingqing sat in the back row. In fact, the place Yi Chen had chosen was precisely prepared for half-step kings. Sitting on the leather chairs, beautiful maids poured tea for the two. There were also fresh fruits and pastries on the table. Quite a lot of people. Leaning against the back of the chair, Yi Chen took a sip of tea. Darklight King is also here. Morong Qingqing saw the Darklight King in the third area. Darklight King clearly saw the two as well. The killing intent in his eyes wasn't concealed at all, causing the surrounding people to retreat, not daring to sit too close. Yi Chen faintly smiled and didn't look at the other party. As time passed, the spectators' seats in the auction house gradually filled up, and the empty area in the back was filled with many half-step kings. Among these half-step kings, there were many worthy of attention. For example, Shi Xiaobao, who had arrived at Gemstone Islands at some unknown time, the eccentric old man in raincoat, and Huang Mei, who had already met Yi Chun. Apart from them, there were also a few people who attracted Yi Chun's attention. For example, 2 women in white robes. One was a bit older, in her 30s, with a dignified appearance. The other was in her 20s, with exquisite facial features. She was Yu Bingxin of the Silver Moon White Fox clan. Both had a silver crescent moon tattoo on their foreheads. Yu Bingxin sensed Yi Chun's gaze and looked over. When she saw Yi Chun and Morong Qingcheng, a pleasantly surprised smile blossomed on her face. "Young Master Yi, I didn't expect to see you here." Yu Bingxin transmitted her voice. Yi Chun said, "A coincidence indeed. Seems like the Moonlight Island of your Silver Moon White Fox clan isn't too far from Gemstone Islands." "It's not too far," Yu Bingxin said. "Bingxin, who are you talking to?" The dignified woman beside Yu Bingxin revealed a strange expression when she saw Yu Bingxin looking at Yi Chun. "Auntie, he's the young master Yi Chun I've been talking about. In chaotic demonic ocean, he killed the experts of the demonic humans and saved my life." "Oh, it's him. Then you should properly thank them." The dignified woman revealed a faint smile toward Yi Chun, her expression carrying a trace of gratitude. If not for Yi Chun, Yu Bingxin would have already been captured by the demonic humans. With the strength of the Silver Moon White Fox clan, they simply wouldn't have been able to rush over to the demonic humans and rescue her. "You too, I'm Yu Bingxin's auntie Yu Lingshuang. Many thanks for saving my life. If there's any trouble, I won't shirk my duty." Yi Chun said, "It's nothing." After chatting for a while, both sides stopped. During this time, Yu Lingshuang noticed that the Darklight King was occasionally staring at Yi Chun and Morong Qingcheng with overflowing killing intent. She creased her brows and said, "Bingxin, I'm afraid your benefactor's situation isn't good. I can see that the Darklight King has a big grudge with him. What should we do?" Yu Bingxin didn't notice this and immediately became anxious. She had also heard of the Darklight King's name. Under Life and Death Realm, very few were his opponents. Yi Chun and Morong Qingcheng had offended him, and their fate was grim. It would be difficult for them to leave Gemstone Islands. "Auntie, save them." Yu Bingxin pulled Yu Lingshuang's sleeve. "Even if you don't say it, I won't watch them die. It's just that, with the Darklight King's strength, I'm not sure if I can repel him. I can't protect them forever, unless he's willing to come with us to Moonlight Island as a guest. I believe he won't dare to linger around Moonlight Island for a while. Once he leaves, he can leave without a trace." Yu Lingshuang was a rare genius of Moonlight Island. Since she dared to protect Yi Chun, she was naturally a strongest half-step king. Hearing her auntie's words, Yu Bingxin heaved a sigh of relief. Once the auction was over, she would certainly persuade Yi Chun to go to Moonlight Island. After a cup of tea's worth of time, the auction house was nearly full. The auctioneer stood on the stage and said a few words. Then he waved his hand, and 2 beautiful maids walked up with a round plate. The auction had begun. Just as Wang Lan had said, the lowest grade items were peak upper grade treasures. The first item was a dagger radiating a cold light. Its color was bright red, as if it had been soaked in blood. The starting bid was 150,000 upper-grade spirit stones. After a round of bidding, the dagger was bought by one person for 350,000 upper-grade spirit stones. With dozens of items sold, the auction entered its climax. The following items were all half-step extreme-grade treasures, incomparably precious spirit herbs, rare materials whose names had never been heard of, or artifacts that everyone was going crazy over. The 37th item, a heart-protecting flower. On the stage, the auctioneer's face was glowing as he called out the next item. Heart-protecting flower. Yi Chun smiled bitterly. Before breaking through to half-step king realm, he had always wanted to find a heart-protecting flower. However, his wish had never been fulfilled. Who would have thought that he would see one after breaking through to half-step king realm? It was simply a freak accident. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Of course, although the heart-protecting flower was useless to him, it was extremely useful to those who had yet to break through to half-step king realm. Therefore, Yi Chun decided to buy it, and leave it for Yi family as a treasure. However, Yi Chen had clearly underestimated the crowd's desire for the heart-protecting flower. Those Sea of Soul Realm experts could naturally be ignored. Some half-step kings started bidding. Many of them had sects behind them, and this was a contribution to their sections. In the future, their sects would reward them with even more wealth. Chapter 806. 700,000. 750,000. 780,000. The starting price of the heart-protecting flower was 500,000 upper-grade spirit stones. The first bidder did not even think before adding 200,000, as if he wanted to intimidate the others. Unfortunately, no one bought it. What a joke! The market price of a single heart-nourishing flower was close to 300,000 spirit stones. As an essential spirit flower for entering half-step king realm, how could anyone be intimidated by a mere 200,000 spirit stones? 1 million. Yu Bingxin's Aunt Yu Lingshuang raised her hand. 1,100,000. The next bidder was the Golden Lion clan's young lord, Shi Xiaobao. 1,200,000. Huang Mei also bid. Yi Chen originally wanted to bid, but seeing Huang Mei's interest, he hesitated and put down his hand. Huang Mei had helped him once in the mysterious Yin Tower. If she was determined to get the heart-protecting flower, Yi Chen decided to give it up. Of course, if the opposite party gave up on her own initiative, he would still bid. 1,400,000. This time, the bidder was none other than the brocade-robed old man from Glorious Exchanges, Manager He. 2 million. Yu Lingshuang was a millennium genius of the Silver Moon White Fox clan, so her wealth was definitely not small. 3 million. Shi Xiaobao sneered and added 1 million. Murong Qingqing didn't intend to bid and said with a smile, "It seems like this heart-protecting flower is going to reach a sky-high price. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. Although the heart-protecting flower is only a semi-extreme grade spirit stone, its value is definitely not limited to that." Yi Chen said. 5 million. With a smile on her face, Huang Mei ruthlessly increased the bid by 2 million, shocking everyone in one fell swoop. 5 million high-grade spirit stones was already not an ordinary number. The majority of half-step kings didn't have that much wealth. Although the heart-protecting flower was very important to the sect, and could increase the number of half-step kings, sometimes one couldn't be so one-sided. 5 million high-grade spirit stones might be able to create more half-step kings. After all, not everyone needed the heart-protecting flower to enter the half-step king realm. For example, if Yi Chen didn't want to enter the half-step king realm as soon as possible, he could wait for several months or even a year and a half. A year and a half was nothing to a Sea of Soul realm expert. Therefore, even the arrogant Shi Xiaobao gave up on bidding, as it wasn't worth it. 5 million? Forget it. Yu Lingshuang also stopped bidding and looked at Huang Mei with interest. 1 million. The brocade-robed old man, Steward He, didn't want to give up yet. 5,500,000. Huang Mei's expression was calm. Humph. Exhaling, Steward He leaned back in his leather chair and stopped bidding. 5 million going once. 5 million going twice. 5 million going thrice sold. The auctioneer slammed his gavel, his face full of excitement. The heart-protecting flower was not something that could be found all the time. It was definitely out of his expectations that it could be sold for 5 million. None of the following items were sold for more than 5 million, far less than the heart-protecting flower. The atmosphere in the auction hall also dropped slightly. The 42nd auction item is a set of top-notch high-grade artifacts. It consists of armor, greaves, boots, bracers, and gloves. The starting price is 5 million high-grade spirit stones. After the heart-protecting flower, another heavyweight auction item appeared on the stage. A single top-notch high-grade artifact wasn't enough for half-step kings. However, a full set was a different story. In terms of defense, it surpassed the majority of half-step extreme-grade artifacts. Apart from that, wearing a full set of artifacts would increase one's speed, attack speed, and offensive power. 3 million. Sure enough, many half-step kings were moved. They didn't have a pseudo-extreme grade artifact, so a full set of top-notch high-grade artifacts was naturally the best choice. 3 5 million. 4 million. In the end, this set of artifacts was bought by a half-step king for 6 million. The 48th auction item is a pair of purple flame demonic light gloves, a half-step extreme grade replica of the 3 most famous extreme grade gloves of the past 100,000 years. The blazing divine light gloves contains the power of fire and darkness. Among all the half-step extreme grade artifacts, it is definitely a top-notch artifact, not inferior to the majority of pseudo-extreme grade artifacts. The starting price is 8 million high-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be at least 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. The bidding starts now. If a full set of top-notch high-grade artifacts was considered heavyweight, then the purple flame demonic light gloves was super heavyweight. Just the fact that it was not inferior to the majority of pseudo-extreme grade artifacts was enough to make half-step kings go crazy. Not to mention, this pair of gloves contain the power of fire and darkness. Just as the auctioneer's voice faded, Darklight King loudly said, 10 million. What? Darklight King is also bidding? Doesn't he have a pair of pseudo-extreme grade gloves? Everyone was shocked. You guys don't know, but Darklight King only has one glove, and it's not complete. Moreover, the purple flame demonic light gloves contains the power of fire and darkness. Darklight King's Zhenyuan happens to be of the fire attribute, and he also comprehended fire profound. How could he not bid? So that's how it is. It seems like this pair of gloves belongs to Darklight King. More or less. Be it in terms of wealth or strength, Darklight King was not someone ordinary could compare to. Even if he didn't threaten you, you wouldn't be able to compete with him. Moreover, if you provoked him, he might find an opportunity to kill you and seize your gloves. Seeing Darklight King's bid, those who originally had some thoughts turned silent. Murong, it seems like we're going to have to contend with Darklight King again. Yichen laughed. Murong Qingqing also laughed and raised her hand. 12 million. You again. Darklight King fiercely looked at Murong Qingqing, his gaze cold and emotionless. What? Can't afford to play? Yichen flicked his fingers. Humph. 15 million. Darklight King turned his head. He currently had 34 million upper-grade spirit stones, and the other party had already spent more than 30 million. He didn't believe that he couldn't compete with Murong Qingqing. 16 million. This time, the bidder was not Murong Qingqing, but a tall and sturdy square-faced man. This person had extremely long arms and thick palms. With a single glance, one could tell that his martial arts were extremely powerful. It's Crimson Fire King. This is going to be interesting. This square-faced man was extremely famous in Gemstone Islands. He was one of the few experts under strongest half-step kings. He was equivalent to Jin Wanshuang, who had teamed up with Yichen a few months ago, or perhaps even stronger. Since Crimson Fire King dared to compete with Darklight King, he had to make a great decision. After all, the gloves were something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Once he obtained them, his strength would definitely increase rapidly. 18 million. Murong Qingqing didn't raise the price to an outrageous level. She felt that 20 million was more or less the bottom line of these people. 19 million. Darklight King hesitated for a moment before adding another million. 19,500,000. Crimson Fire King only added 500,000. 20 million. Murong Qingqing made another bid. Damn it. Darklight King glanced at Murong Qingqing, and his eyes flickered. He actually stopped bidding, seemingly giving up. Yichen observed his expression, and naturally knew that Darklight King hadn't given up. Perhaps, this person planned to kill both of them. That way he wouldn't have to pay any spirit stones. 20,500,000. Red Flame King fiercely gritted his teeth. His entire fortune was only 18 million spirit stones, and some of his treasures could only be exchanged for 3 million spirit stones at most. This was already his limit. Any more and he would have nothing left. After bidding, he stared at Murong Qingqing. 21 million. Murong Qingqing indifferently said. Huff. Heavily spitting out a mouthful of turbid qi, Crimson Fire King's face flickered with anger, but he didn't say anything else. 21 million going once, 21 million going twice, 21 million going thrice sold. Congratulations to this young lady. The auctioneer suddenly slammed his gavel. Soon, Someone delivered the purple flame demonic light gloves, and Morong Qingqing also paid 21 million upper-grade spirit stones. I'll help you refine the soul imprint in these gloves. If Morong Qingqing were to refine it, it would take several days. If Yi Chen were to refine it, it would take at most a cup of tea's time. It should be known that when he was at Late Sea of Soul Realm, he could refine the soul imprint of a half-step king in a short period of time. Now that he was at half-step king realm, although his soul power hadn't made any progress, its strength had increased several times. To avoid any unexpected problems, Yi Chen decided to let Morong Qingqing equip the gloves as soon as possible. Then, he would use the remaining time to familiarize himself with them. The purple flame demonic light gloves were a pair of black gloves with purple gold veined patterns. It was soft and smooth to the touch, and didn't have much weight. On the back of the gloves was a purple flame pattern. Under the flowing luster, it seemed to be burning. Receiving the purple flame demonic light gloves, Yi Chen's soul power invaded, and easily erased the soul imprint inside. In less than a cup of tea's time he succeeded. Putting on the purple flame demonic light gloves, Morong Qingqing gradually branded her own soul mark on them. Only with a soul mark could the power of this pair of gloves be maximized. While the two were busy, several items had already been auctioned off on the auction stage. The 52nd item is a sword forging art jade strip. The auctioneer paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and loudly announced, "Sword forging art." Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, flickering with a bright light. The auctioneer continued, "This sword forging art jade strip contains everything from low to semi-extreme grade sword forging knowledge. It even contains a small portion of extreme grade sword forging knowledge. If one can master it thoroughly, it is not impossible to forge an extreme grade sword." What? It even contains the knowledge of forging extreme grade sword forging? Everyone in the auction house was shocked. In the ancient era, forging artifacts was very developed. However, as time passed, a lot of knowledge was lost. In the modern era, the highest grade artifacts that could be forged were semi-extreme grade artifacts. Moreover, only some super forces had the knowledge of forging extreme grade artifacts. Although it wasn't impossible for them to have knowledge of forging extreme grade artifacts, very few people had heard of it. Of course, to prevent people from thinking that my Golden Island auction house is deceiving everyone, I will once again declare that this jade strip contains only a small portion of extreme grade sword forging knowledge. Moreover, it is very incomplete. The auctioneer didn't dare to speak too confidently. What a joke! Some of the people in the auction house had very deep backgrounds. If he spoke too confidently, the forces behind them would definitely come to the auction house. Chapter 807. Even without supreme grade sword forging knowledge, this sword forging art jade strip will be of great use to the sect. Yi Chen said solemnly. Morong Qingqing faintly nodded. Mastering the knowledge in the sword forging art jade strip will allow one to continuously forge great swords. With enough time, a sect that has mastered the sword forging art would be able to raise a large number of sword forging masters and mass produce great swords. This is something that cannot be measured with money. Sword forging art jade strip starting price is 15 million upper grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 500,000. Let the bidding begin. After explaining the situation, the auctioneer announced loudly, 16 million. Glorious Exchange's steward was the first to bid. 17 million. Shi Xiaobao didn't decline. 18 million. Yu Lingshuang extended her right hand, her voice firm and powerful. This sword forging art jade strip needs at least 30 million before anyone will back out. Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry. He raised his teacup and took a sip. As Yi Chen had expected, the price of the sword forging art's jade strip continued to rise like a rocket. Those interested in the sword control art were not limited to the first three. Huang Mei, Scarlet Fire King, and some other half-step kings with powerful backgrounds also joined in, causing the price of the sword forging art to never stop. 35 million. The steward's voice was resounding. 38 million. Yu Lingshuang seemed to have made up her mind to bring the sword forging art jade strip back to the Silver Moon White Fox clan. After all, it was too important to the clan. 40 million. Shi Xiaobao had already backed out of the bidding. His wealth was far from enough, and the auction house didn't accept credit. As the strongest half-step king, Huang Mei's wealth was unimaginable. Adding what she had obtained from mysterious Yin King's ruins, her wealth was probably nearing 100 million or even more. 40 million was like a feather to her. Yu Lingshuang smiled bitterly at Yu Bingxin. If I had known earlier, I would have spent a bit more upper-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so helpless. Auntie, our Silver Moon White Fox clan doesn't have many sword users. Let's forget about it, Yu Bingxin suggested. All right, let them compete. With her hands clasped together, Yu Lingshuang leaned against the leather chair and relaxed. The bidding continued. Apart from manager He and Huang Mei, who were determined to get the sword forging art jade strip, there was another half-step king who was not that famous. There are 3 people left. It's about time for us to participate. Yi Chen had many concerns. He was afraid that Huang Mei would be the only one left in the end. It wouldn't be good for him to bid, but it also wouldn't be good if he didn't bid. After all, although he was indebted to Huang Mei, he had to obtain the sword forging technique Jade Scroll. 50 million. Putting down the teacup, Yi Chen stretched out his right hand. Him again. Steward, he was furious. So young Master Yi is also interested in the sword forging art. Huang Mei looked at Yi Chen and transmitted her voice to him. Yi Chen said, I'm sorry, it's rare for me to be interested in this sword forging technique Jade Strip. How about this? After I win it, I'll share everything apart from supreme grade sword forging knowledge with you. I don't think you have too much hope for the supreme grade sword forging knowledge inside. Right, the knowledge of a damaged supreme grade sword forging is of little use. Since that's the case, I'll help you achieve your dream. Immediately, Huang Mei gave up. 51 million. While bidding, steward, he transmitted his voice to Yi Chen. Little brother, I'm Glorious Exchange's steward he. Previously, there seemed to be some conflict between us, but as the steward of Glorious Exchanges, I have no choice in some matters. If little brother gives up, I can overstep my authority and give you a Glorious Exchanges token. In the future, as long as you set up a stall in my Glorious Exchanges, your fees will be waived. The fees charged by Glorious Exchanges were not low. The first floor was 5%, the second floor was 4%, and the third floor was 3%. In other words, selling a treasure worth 10 million could save 300,000. Once or twice didn't seem like much, but after a long time, it could save a lot of spiritual stones. Yi Chen sneered. This steward, he was really insincere if he wanted to send him away with a Glorious Exchanges token. Moreover, his tone was more or less threatening, as if he was saying, don't be so shameless. Of course, if it was someone else, they might agree, but Yi Chen didn't need to think about it. He wouldn't be staying in Gemstone Islands for long anyway, so the Glorious Exchanges token was useless to him. 52 million. Yi Chen continued bidding. It seems like little brother doesn't want to give face to Glorious Exchanges. Steward, his face darkened, a hint of killing intent appearing at the corner of his mouth. Of course I have to give face to Glorious Exchanges, but you don't have the qualifications to represent Glorious Exchanges, Yi Chen said sarcastically. I hope you won't regret it. Steward, he gritted his teeth and said. He didn't try to persuade Yi Chen anymore. When the price rose to 56 million, Steward, he gave up. He could only mobilize 50 to 60 million spiritual stones. In fact, the price he had in mind was not more than 60 million. After all, he had no idea how useful the knowledge in the swordsmithing art was. If he didn't buy it, it would be a great loss if it wasn't worth the price. 58 million. In the end, there was only one person left to compete with Yi Chen. The sword chi on this person's body was very sharp. He was a half-step sword king. The sect he belonged to was the Thousand Swords sect, which was not far from the Gemstone Islands. Basically, everyone in the sect used swords. Therefore, this jade slip of the Imperial Sword technique would play an important role in the Thousand Swords sect. 60 million. Yi Chen's expression turned solemn. It seemed like this person had prepared for this. The two continued bidding. Soon, the price rose to 70 million. The huge number made everyone in the auction hall suck in a cold breath. 70 million upper-grade spiritual stones. They wouldn't be able to get this price even if they sold themselves. If they had so many spiritual stones, they could arm themselves to the teeth. 71 million. Yi Chen's expression was solemn, but his opponent's expression was 10 times more solemn. Gemstone Islands had a branch of the Thousand Swords sect, which was why he had so many spiritual stones. However, Yi Chen didn't seem to have a limit. No matter how much he bid, Yi Chen would increase without any hesitation. This made him lose all confidence. 75 million. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen increased the price by 4 million. He was determined to get the sword forging technique. This was not for the present, but for the future. When he became a life and death king, he would have the ability to roam the starry sky. If he could find some supreme-grade materials, he would be able to forge supreme-grade swords. How fast would that be? Although the knowledge in the sword forging technique wasn't much, it should be enough to build a foundation. The other party turned silent. 75 million, he couldn't afford it. The auctioneer waited for a while. Seeing that no one else was bidding, he knew that the price had reached 75 million. Holding the hammer in his hand, he walked to the front of the auction stage and said loudly, 75 million. Is there anyone else? If not, this sword forging technique belongs to this little brother. Nobody spoke. Alright, 75 million going once, 75 million going twice, 75 million going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this little brother. With a clang, the auctioneer slammed the hammer. Soon, someone delivered the sword forging technique. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen handed over 75 million upper-grade spirit stones. The swordsmithing technique was the finale item of this auction. Thus the auction came to an end. Someone had calculated that the total price of this auction was 420 million. Compared to the previous auctions, it was 30 to 40% higher. This was definitely a large-scale auction that was rarely seen in 10 years. Before leaving, Darklight King and manager he coldly glanced at Yi Chen. The half-step Sword King from Thousand Swords sect also stared at Yi Chen for a long time. Seems like I can't stay here for long. Yi Chen sighed inwardly. He wasn't afraid of Darklight King, but the glorious exchanges in Thousand Swords sect behind manager, he made him apprehensive. Who knew if the sword forging technique would provoke a life and death king? Let's go back to the garden. Gemstone Islands didn't have any life and death kings, so Yi Chen needed to do something useful in this short period of time. Leaving the Golden Island auction house, the two hurried back to the garden. At this moment, the sky was already dark. In the bedroom, Yi Chen took out the sword forging technique and poured his soul power inside. Buzz. A cool and refreshing feeling suddenly rushed into Yi Chen's mind, turning into countless chaotic tiny symbols. The symbols then rearranged themselves, ultimately turning into a complete knowledge of sword forging technique. Low grade, mid grade, upper grade, and semi-supreme grade were clearly separated. After the semi-supreme grade, there was a short and incomplete section on forging supreme grade swords. Sure enough, it's real. Yi Chen simulated it in his mind and felt that the content was real. Although he had never studied sword forging technique, as a sword artist, he always had some inexplicable intuition. However, the initial stage of forging a sword requires a large amount of materials. Even a genius in forging swords would not be able to succeed on his first try. Even if he succeeds, it does not mean anything. The art of forging swords is broad and profound, and it is not something that can be mastered in a day or two. It is also not something that can be deepened with just 1 or 2 tries. The sky turned dark, and the night passed peacefully. Early the next morning, Yi Chen had Wang Lan bring them to the Yellow Islands. Yellow Islands sold all kinds of materials, spirit grasses, precious ores, gems of various attributes, and basically anything one could wish for. According to the grade of the materials, they were divided into light yellow islands, bright yellow islands, and orange islands. Light yellow islands sold low-grade to mid-grade materials, bright yellow islands sold mid-grade to upper-grade materials, and orange islands sold upper-grade to semi-supreme grade materials. As for whether one could find a supreme grade material, it depended on luck. Instead of going straight to the orange island, Yi Chen's trio went to the light yellow island. Without a change in expression, Yi Chen bought over 10,000 sets of low-grade materials, and several thousand mid-grade materials. For a moment, the light yellow island was in short supply of materials for forging artifacts. Following the same pattern, Yi Chen looted the bright yellow and orange islands, buying a total of 12,000 sets of different low-grade materials, 5,000 sets of different mid-grade materials, and 2,000 upper-grade and semi-supreme grade materials. He even got 3 sets of supreme-grade materials. If not for an upper-grade storage ring and many mid-grade and low-grade storage rings, Yi Chen wouldn't have been able to store so many materials. After buying the materials, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing prepared to leave. There were too many powers in Gemstone Islands, and staying here wouldn't bring them any good. Lord Darklight King, they've left. In the tea house, a person walked to Darklight King's side and reported, "Well done." Darklight King put down the teacup in his hand and abruptly stood up, his face overflowing with killing intent. Chapter 808. After leaving the Gemstone Islands, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing headed south. Hundreds of millions of li away was a place Battle King had once visited. The reason Yi Chen had come to the southern deep sea was precisely because of this. He wanted to see if that place was like the one in Battle King's memories. In one night, Morong Qingqing had already branded her soul imprint on the inside of the purple flame demonic glove. At this moment, she was fiddling with the purple flames, which were the inherent power of the glove and possessed extremely powerful corrosive properties. As the purple flames receded, a faint black light pattern appeared on the surface of the glove. This was the dark halo formed by the dark energy. It had a tremendous amplification effect on warriors with dark energy. As for how much amplification it was, it could only be determined through a battle. 1,000 li behind the two, a flickering black radiance streaked across the sky and chased after them with astonishing speed. Its speed was so fast that it couldn't even be described as lightning. What belongs to me will belong to me. Enveloped in the black radiance, Darklight King's eyes were ice-cold and emotionless. With a swish, his speed increased once again, and the black radiance flickered faintly. Coming! Yi Chen sensed a powerful fluctuation rapidly approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing standing side by side. Swish! With a flicker of black radiance, Darklight King appeared 10 li away from the two. You two are truly daring. You actually didn't increase your speed to the maximum. Darklight King was somewhat surprised. The speed of a half-step king wouldn't be too far off. Although he was confident in catching up to Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing, he didn't expect them to be this fast. Why would we hide from you? In fact, we were waiting for you. Fortunately, you didn't disappoint us. Yi Chen said indifferently. Arrogant. Darklight King was infuriated by Yi Chen's attitude. A black radiance burst out from his body, making him look like a shining black sun. His powerful aura caused the ocean to surge violently. Yi Chen, let me. Morong Qingqing took a step forward. That's good. You can test out how strong the shadow armor and purple flame magic glove are. Yi Chen nodded. With the shadow armor, even if Morong Qingqing faced a veteran strongest, half-step king like the Darklight King, she would be invincible. Moreover, with the purple flame demonic glove, Morong Qingqing's offensive power had already surpassed the majority of half-step kings, allowing her to clash head-on with the strongest half-step king. As for how powerful Morong Qingqing would be, Yi Chen couldn't make a precise guess, because he himself had never exchanged blows with the strongest half-step king. You are sending your woman to her death. Don't think that just because she has the shadow armor and the purple flame demonic light gloves, I can't do anything to her. The power of a strongest half-step king is something you will never understand. The dark bright king was so angry that he started laughing. The black radiance on his body became even more dazzling. The piercing black radiance illuminated everything within several hundred li. There's going to be a war over there. Several thousand li away, many people were rushing over. They were Huang Mei, Yuling Shuang, Yu Bingxin, Scarlet Fire King, Steward He, as well as some well-informed half-step kings. Huang Mei's speed was the fastest. As she moved, she was like a flickering yellow light. With each flicker, she covered a distance of 100 li. Scarlet Fire King was second only to Huang Mei. With his entire body covered in flames, he was like a blazing meteor, emitting a dazzling fiery radiance. Steward, he had brought a total of 4 half-step kings. Nobody knew what their intentions were, but their speed was very fast. They were clearly first-rate half-step kings. Yu Lingshuang probably hadn't raised her speed to the limit. Together with Yu Bingxin, 2 streaks of silver light streaked toward the dazzling black sun ahead. Auntie, faster. Yu Bingxin mustered her strength and continuously accelerated. I'll bring you along. Yu Lingshuang smiled bitterly and grabbed Yu Bingxin's arm. The silver moon white fox phantom suddenly appeared behind her. With a swish, its speed doubled. At a glance, it seemed as if it was leaping in the void. Swish, 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 swish. Nearly 20 people flew toward the three's location at the same time. Yi Chen and the other 2 had also sensed their arrival, so they exchanged glances. I forgot to say goodbye to Yu Bingxin. Yi Chen had left in a hurry. Although he had coincidentally met Yu Bingxin in the Golden Island auction house, he hadn't seen her again. Young Master Yi, this person is extremely powerful. You should let my auntie help you. From afar, Yu Bingxin's voice wrapped in Zhenyuan transmitted to Yi Chen's ears. Many thanks for your kindness, but there's no need. Yi Chen tactfully declined. Yu Bingxin anxiously said, strongest half-step kings are not as simple as you think. They are different from ordinary half-step kings. They have already refined Zhenyuan into their bone marrow. Refining Zhenyuan into blood vessels could allow one to reach half-step king realm. When all 3 blood vessels were filled with Zhenyuan, one would have to refine Zhenyuan into the bone marrow. Once one reached this step, not only would their Zhenyuan be incomparably robust, but its purity would also be incomparable to before. At this point, as long as one's profound martial skills and martial spirit reached the standard, one could be considered a strongest half-step king. I know. How could Yi Chen not know the strength of strongest half-step kings? Just the disparity in Zhenyuan alone was not something ordinary methods could make up for. Since you know, why are you still? Yu Bingxin was puzzled. Bingxin, let me talk to him. Yu Lingshuang stopped Yu Bingxin and said to Yi Chen, Young Master Yi, perhaps you have some understanding of strongest half-step kings, but you definitely don't know as much as I do. After all, I'm a strongest half-step king himself. To become a strongest half-step king, refining Zhenyuan into the bone marrow is only the most basic. My martial spirit might not necessarily be that much more powerful than the majority of half-step kings, only a slight increase in strength. As for profound martial skills, I've heard Bingxin say that your profound martial skills are not the least bit inferior to strongest half-step kings, and might even surpass them. However, Yu Lingshuang's tone changed as she continued. Strongest half-step king is only a general term. In fact, at this realm, one has already entered the first layer of Life and Death Challenge. The so-called Life and Death Challenge is a bridge leading to Life and Death realm. There are 3 layers in total. Once one breaks through the 3rd layer, one will officially become a Life and Death realm king. However, the first layer is easy, but the second layer is extremely difficult. Precisely because of this difficulty, the gap between each layer is not small. According to my guess, Darklight King had already reached the second layer a year ago, and his strength is much higher than the first layer of strongest half-step kings. Then what layer is Senior Yu at? Yi Chen asked. Yu Lingshuang said, I'm currently at the peak of the first layer. However, with the bloodline power of the Silver Moon White Fox clan, it won't be difficult for me to fight the second layer. Although I'm grateful for Senior Yu's good intentions, Yi Chen and Morong Qingqing have the confidence to fight the Darklight King. Senior Yu, just wait and see. With Battle King's memories, there was nothing Yi Chen didn't know regarding cultivation. However, Morong Qingqing possessed demonic power and dark force field, as well as the shadow armor and purple flame demonic gloves. She might not necessarily have the strength to fight the Darklight King. As for Yi Chen himself, there was no need to even mention it. Sigh, forget it. I know that youngsters are arrogant. Perhaps you two will indeed give me a big shock. Yu Lingshuang shook her head. Since she couldn't convince Yi Chen, she might as well let them suffer a bit. In any case, she would be watching from the side, ready to lend a helping hand at the crucial moment. Young Master Yi, Miss Morong, you must be careful. Seeing that the other party was still full of confidence even after her aunt had said this much, Yu Bingxin no longer tried to persuade them. She had a faint feeling that Yichen might really give them a big shock. Yichen, Miss Morong, I believe the two of you will make the Dark Light King eat a big loss. Unlike Yuling Shuang, Huang Mei knew Yichen and Morong Qingqing very well. As far as she was concerned, the two belonged to the inhuman category. Of course, Morong Qingqing was indeed inhuman, and possessing superhuman strength was understandable. On the other hand, Yichen belonged to the inhuman category. Yichen chuckled. After a while, those who had rushed over to watch the battle stopped and watched from afar. The Dark Light King might not have 100% chance of winning 1 against 2, but he should have a 70 to 80% chance. I wonder what their real strength is. None of the spectators were ordinary characters. Each of them had keen eyesight. Although the Dark Light King was a veteran strongest half-step king, he also had a pseudo-supreme grade artifact, and perhaps more than 1 or 2. The reason they had come was partly to watch the show, and partly to fish in troubled waters. Licking his lips, the Dark Light King sneered. It's been a long time since I've slaughtered. Today, I'll let you two experience my strength. The fact that he had reached the second layer of life and death chamber was only known by a few people. Only strongest half-step kings could sense it. Morong, be careful. Yichen signaled Morong Qingqing with his eyes. I know, I won't be careless. Morong Qingqing flew out and stopped 5 li away from the Dark Light King. What? 1 against the Dark Light King? I thought that kid had some ability. Who would have thought that he's relying on a woman? But this woman's strength alone doesn't even have a 10% chance against the Dark Light King. Even if they're confident, they're too arrogant. Do they think the words of strongest half-step kings are spoken casually? Everyone's faces were filled with puzzlement, and soon after, they revealed expressions of pity. The two of them were probably going to die. The Dark Light King wasn't in the mood to talk with the two. His body flickered with a black light, and as if teleporting, he flew toward Morong Qingqing at an extreme speed. Spreading open his right hand, a flickering black light faintly appeared. Retreat! Morong Qingqing roared, and a purple-black electric current surged out of her body. The dark shadow armor was immediately activated, and a formless and powerful force field fiercely radiated out with her as the center. Due to the force field being too powerful, the magnetic field of the heaven and earth was distorted, and wind, fire, thunder, and lightning flickered simultaneously. Pop! A shocking scene occurred. How did the Dark Light King arrive? How did he fly back? The frightening recoil caused his face to turn pale, and his eyeballs to almost pop out. This time was different from the previous exchange with Yichen. Morong Qingqing had pushed the dark force field to the limit, fusing it with the heavenly star force field. Even a strongest half-step king wouldn't be able to get close to her. The might of the dark shadow armor was fully displayed on Morong Qingqing's body. Chapter 809. What a powerful force field. Yu Lingshuang sucked in a breath of cold air. As a strongest half-step king, she knew better than anyone how much power was required to repel them with a force field. After all, the Zhen Yuan of a strongest half-step king had already reached the peak of half-step king realm. Sure enough. Huang Mei revealed a faint smile. She had already witnessed Morong Qingqing's dark force field. However, back then she didn't put it in her eyes at all. However, the current dark force field was something that even she had to sigh in admiration. Thinking about it, it should be thanks to the shadow armor. Dark Light King was actually repelled by the force field? This is too exaggerated. Dark shadow armor, it's definitely the dark shadow armor. No wonder she didn't hesitate to fall out with Dark Light King and buy it. If my guess is correct, she cultivated some kind of force field. Combined with the heavenly star force field of the dark shadow armor, it's not as simple as 1 + 1. I was wondering why she dared to fight Dark Light King alone. Turns out she had a trump card. Everyone discussed spiritedly, feeling shocked. The dark shadow armor is a pseudo-supreme grade artifact. Activating it requires a large amount of Zhen Yuan. Let's see how long you can last. The head steward's eyes flickered as he inwardly sneered. Young Lady Morong has such a powerful force field that even Dark Light King can't approach her. Is she undefeatable? Yu Bingxin said happily. Yu Lingshuang shook her head. A pseudo-supreme grade artifact is no small matter. But it's still too early to say she's undefeatable. Unless she can activate her defensive artifact, the outcome won't change. At most, she'll only be able to buy some time. After flying back dozens of li, Darklight King finally managed to stabilize his body. At this moment, his breathing was ragged, and his chest was heaving up and down. Although the sudden repulsive force didn't injure him too much, it wasn't pleasant either. Just a moment ago, his heart had almost reached its limit due to inertia. After all, being pushed back dozens of li while moving at full speed would not feel good. If one's cultivation base was a bit weaker, they might even be killed by the repulsive force. Good. Darklight King said good twice in a row. He really didn't expect the other party to have such a trick up their sleeves. No wonder they didn't put him in their eyes for the sake of this shadow armor. It turned out that they were after the heavenly star force field of the shadow armor. But do you think I can't do anything to you just because you have a force field protecting you? The Darklight King stared at Murong Qingcheng, taking the opportunity to recover. Murong Qingcheng said lightly, "You said it yourself, I didn't." The Darklight King grinned. "The further you are from the force field, the smaller the effect. I wonder if you can block my long-range attack." In most situations, close-range attacks were the most powerful. However, with the Darklight King's strength, his attack wouldn't be weakened by much if the distance was a little further, and it would still have terrifying destructive power. Murong Qingcheng's dark force field made him give up on the idea of ending the battle in an instant, because he knew that it wasn't realistic. Bring it on. The surface of Murong Qingcheng's body flickered with purplish-black electricity, but her expression did not change. "I'll let you know the difference between us." The Darklight King's discomfort had been completely dispelled. He approached Murong Qingcheng neither too fast nor too slow, as if trying to estimate the safest distance between him and Murong Qingcheng. Dark Devour. Since the Darklight King didn't attack, Murong Qingcheng took the initiative. Her hands rapidly formed seals, and in the next instant, a revolving black sphere appeared beside the Darklight King. A powerful suction force burst out, wanting to devour the Darklight King. Break. The Darklight King reacted as soon as there was movement beside him. With a loud roar, he slapped the black sphere with his palm. The black sphere didn't accomplish anything and immediately exploded. Worthy of being a strongest half-step king. Seeing the Darklight King shatter the black light sphere so easily, Yichen couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This black light sphere was no ordinary energy. Shattering it required a frightening destructive power. Flying Assassinate Chop. Murong Qingcheng naturally didn't think that a single Dark Devour would be enough to deal with the Darklight King. She only did so to shorten the distance between them, and use the Dark Force Field to influence the Darklight King's movements and reduce his strength. With this, the gap between them would not be that big. Swish. With a flicker of light, Murong Qingcheng instantly approached the Darklight King. Both of her palms turned into blades and chopped repeatedly, creating a black blade light in the void. Damn it. Just as Murong Qingcheng had expected, the Darklight King was unable to attend to anything under the dark force field. Sometimes he wanted to retreat, but he was pulled forward. Sometimes he wanted to advance, but he was forced back by the repulsive force. He couldn't even bring out 40 to 50% of his strength, and was being suppressed by Murong Qingcheng. If not for his high foundation and astonishing strength, he would have been killed by Murong Qingcheng. This dark force field is too monstrous. The Darklight King is a veteran strongest half-step king, but he's actually being suppressed to such a state. I thought the Darklight King would be able to deal with her effortlessly, but it seems like it won't be that easy. Let's just wait and see. Demonic Finger. Murong Qingcheng's figure flickered as she slightly increased the distance between them, and thrust out her strongest finger. Puff. Under the amplification of the purple flame demonic glove, the might of the sky demon finger was extremely terrifying. Not only was the power of darkness even more powerful, there was also a layer of purple flames on the surface of the sky demon finger. The scorching heat caused the surrounding space to distort, as if it would burn into nothingness at any moment. You really think I can't deal with you? Darklight Palm Art's first style, Darklight Palm Imprint. The Darklight King's face turned red as he forcefully circulated his Zhen Yuan to counteract the dark force field on his body. Then he clenched his right hand and pressed his thumb against the edge of his palm, pushing it toward Murong Qingqing with a majestic aura. The dark force field distorted, and a shining black palm imprint shot upward, colliding with Murong Qingqing's demonic finger. Rumble. The violent energy ripples were like the eruption of a volcano or the arrival of a tsunami, sweeping across the sky. Under the impact of such a vast energy, the ocean within a radius of several thousand miles trembled, creating huge waves that roared endlessly. At the same time, two figures were sent flying back, unable to stop their bodies. Fire-earth fusion profound skill? Murong Qingqing's face was slightly pale. Even with the dark light force field and the shadow armor protecting her, the blood qi and Zhen Yuan within her body were still boiling. This palm contained a powerful piercing attribute. If she didn't have the shadow armor, even if she didn't die, she would be crippled. The Dark Light King wasn't having a good time either. Under the dark force field, he couldn't bring out his full strength. Moreover, Murong Qingqing had the purple flame demonic glove, which could raise her offense to a whole new level. Under such circumstances, he couldn't gain any advantage. A quarter of an hour has passed. You should have consumed more than half of your Zhen Yuan, but I haven't even used 10%. A strongest half-step king was, after all, a strongest half-step king. Darklight King quickly adjusted his condition and sent another palm strike at Murong Qingqing. This time he didn't wait to get too close, fearing that Murong Qingqing would rapidly approach and use the dark force field to affect him. Pung. Murong Qingqing didn't say anything and used the demonic finger once more, clashing with the Darklight King from a distance. Ripples of energy rippled in the sky. Murong, display your speed advantage. There's no need to hide your perfect demonic bloodline anymore. At this moment, Yichen transmitted his Zhen Yuan to Murong Qingqing. Biting her lips, Murong Qingqing faintly nodded. Speed was her innate talent from the demons. If she didn't display her speed advantage, her demonic power would be exhausted sooner or later. Voila! A large black qi burst out, and a pair of huge black bat wings unfolded behind Murong Qingqing. With a slight flap, Murong Qingqing's figure instantly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already above the Dark Light King. Soul extinguishing wave. Holding a black light sphere in her hand, Murong Qingqing suddenly crushed it. Huff! A black light containing a soul attack fanned out, enveloping the Dark Light King within. The Dark Light King was blasted away. The pure offensive power of the soul extinguishing wave wasn't that powerful, so he didn't suffer any injuries. However, the soul attack contained within it made him somewhat dazed. He couldn't react in time and was immediately put at a disadvantage. Black bat wings. She has the perfect demonic bloodline of the demonic human race. Someone cried out in alarm. The previous battle had made everyone aware of Murong Qingqing's identity as a demonic human. However, they didn't think that she had the perfect demonic human bloodline. After all, the perfect demonic human bloodline was extremely rare. Even in the formidable chaotic demon ocean, there were only 2 of them. However, as soon as the black bat wings appeared, it was hard for them not to know Murong Qingqing's identity. After all, it was too similar to the appearance of the demons in the ancient records. This. Bingxin, what's going on? Yu Lingshuang looked at Yu Bingxin. Yu Bingxin replied, I only know that she's a demonic human, not a perfect demonic human. However, she killed many people in chaotic demon ocean, so she shouldn't be from there. Not from chaotic demon ocean? Yu Lingshuang's face turned pensive, then she slowly said, seems like I'm overthinking things. Apart from chaotic demon ocean, there are also demonic humans in other places. True Spirit Continent is millions and millions of li away from here. They should be from there. Very good. You actually forced me to this extent. You should be proud of yourself. However, this is still not enough. Now I'll let you witness my true strength. Darklight King's figure shot back, increasing the distance between them. As he spoke, the black light on his body grew increasingly denser and more dazzling. Different from Murong Qingqing's demonic power, Darklight King's Zhen Yuan gave off a scorching sensation that could scorch the earth. Buzz. Darklight King's Zhen Yuan undulations suddenly rose to a whole new level, and a frightening heat wave spread out in all directions with him as the center. Life and Death Chamber Second Layer. Yu Lingshuang's eyes shone brightly. Before this, Dark Light King had been contending against Morong Qingqing with the strength of the first layer. But now he finally revealed his true strength. Chapter 8:10. Seems like I've still underestimated Dark Light King's strength. Yi Chen had no idea how powerful the second layer of Life and Death Chamber was. However, Dark Light King had suppressed his strength to the first layer, yet he was able to fight evenly with Morong Qingqing. One could easily imagine how powerful the second layer would be. Moreover, the reason why Morong Qingqing was able to contend against Dark Light King was because the latter didn't dare to engage in close combat. Now that Dark Light King had revealed his true strength, even if the dark force field was effective, it would be greatly reduced. Sure enough, no strongest half-step king can be underestimated. Becoming a life and death king didn't necessarily require one to become a strongest half-step king. In fact, the majority of people skipped this process and directly broke through from peak half-step king to life and death realm. However, their foundation would undoubtedly be a bit lacking. After becoming a life and death king, the undying body could only reach the realm of broken limb regrowth, which was a common path in life and death realm. However, if one became a strongest half-step king and then broke through to life and death realm, they could directly reach the second realm of undying body, flesh derivation, which would greatly increase their survivability and foundation. The reason for these two situations was actually related to one's potential and foundation. As for other factors, nobody could say for sure. Therefore, such a situation appeared in Elysium. Some people stopped at peak half-step king realm, unable to advance even an inch in their life. However, once their luck broke out, they would directly become life and death kings. On the other hand, after reaching peak half-step king realm, due to their solid foundation and high potential, they would enter the strongest half-step king realm. And then step by step, they would reach life and death realm. Although the former occupied the majority, it was only because of the large number. After all, peak half-step kings were many times more numerous than strongest half-step kings. Thus, the number of life and death kings was naturally higher. The latter might not necessarily become life and death kings, but the probability was extremely high, reaching 1 in 3 to 4. Generally speaking, 10% of newly ascended life and death kings within 100 years were strongest half-step kings, and 90% were peak half-step kings. Therefore, strongest half-step kings could be said to be a dividing line of potential. Those who could become strongest half-step kings had extremely high potential. After becoming life and death kings, they would be much more powerful than ordinary life and death kings. If they couldn't become strongest half-step kings, their potential would be one level lower. As a strongest half-step king, Dark Light King's potential was naturally not weak. Of course, Yi Chen didn't dare confirm that he had relied on his own potential to become a strongest half-step king. Elysium was boundless, and there might be some heavenly treasures that could increase one's potential. Obsidian Palm. With his strength rising to the second layer, Dark Bright King roared and slammed his palm toward Morong Qingqing. The enormous palm imprint blotted out the sun, and a fiery chi wave swept out in all directions, evaporating the ocean waves. Swish. Not wanting to face Dark Bright King head-on, Morong Qingqing flapped her black bat wings and instantly disappeared. With her natural advantage in speed and the speed amplification of the shadow armor, Dark Bright King would have a hard time locking onto her. Where are you going? Dark Bright King thrust out dozens of palms in a row, sending out fiery palm energies. Swish. 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 Morong Qingqing's figure flickered unceasingly in the void, dodging palm energies one after another. Her extreme speed left everyone dumbfounded. Demonic finger. Suddenly, Morong Qingqing attacked Dark Bright King with her finger. Who could have expected that after reaching the second layer of Life and Death Chamber, Dark Bright King's battle strength would be no small matter. With a single palm, he slapped away the black sun-like demonic finger. The power of the sky demon finger brushed against the surface of the ocean and left a terrifying mark. Finally, with a loud bang, it exploded and created a huge crater with a diameter of tens of miles. Soul-extinguishing wave. Morong Qingqing felt that her demonic power was about to be exhausted. Up until now, she had barely used any of her trump cards. Most of the time, She was using ordinary attacks to contend against Dark Bright King. It was not intentional, but the shadow armor and purple flame demonic gloves consumed too much demonic power. If not for the fact that she had activated the shadow armor in the middle of the battle, her demonic power would have been exhausted long ago. Even so, after using the soul extinguishing wave, she didn't even have 10% of her demonic power left. The soul extinguishing wave's range was too wide, and its speed was too fast. Dark Bright King knew that he couldn't dodge, so he circulated his martial will and arranged a will barrier in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The will barrier blocked the soul attack, and the protective Zhen Yuan blocked the soul extinguishing wave's energy attack. Dark Bright King wasn't injured in the slightest. Demonic fist. Suddenly, Murong Qingqing's speed soared, and she instantly appeared before Dark Bright King. Not good. Dark Bright King pushed his Zhen Yuan to the limit, and a flickering black light burst out. His whole body was like a black sun, burning fiercely. Large patches of black flame surged out, containing a terrifying power capable of scorching the earth. Just as he finished all of this, Murong Qingqing's attack arrived. Murong Qingqing's right hand clenched into a fist, and the black demonic power vortex on her fist became tighter and tighter before fiercely bombarding Dark Bright King's protective Zhen Yuan. Pung. This fist contained immense power, and a tyrannical demonic power burst out. With a swish, Dark Bright King was sent flying. Before that, he clenched his teeth and slammed his palm on Murong Qingqing's protective Zhen Yuan. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to exert his full power and was sent flying, leaving behind a black streak in the void. Puff! Murong Qingqing spurted out a huge mouthful of blood. Demonic Fist was the second martial art she had inherited from demons after Demonic Finger. Compared to Demonic Finger, Demonic Fist consumed a lot more demonic power, compressing a large amount of demonic power into the fist to deal several times more damage to the enemy. Unfortunately, Murong Qingqing didn't have much demonic power left. As soon as she used Demonic Fist, she didn't have much demonic power left in her body, causing the shadow armor to dim. Fortunately, Dark Bright King was also sent flying, and the palm didn't connect. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as just vomiting blood. Compared to Murong Qingqing, Dark Bright King wasn't having a good time. He didn't have a pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact, and could only rely on his protective Zhen Yuan to resist Murong Qingqing's Demonic Fist. However, how could Demonic Fist be so easy to defend against? Therefore, he was injured for the first time by Murong Qingqing. With blood dripping down from the corner of his mouth, Dark Bright King stood dozens of li away with bloodshot eyes, as if he couldn't believe that he had been injured by Murong Qingqing. What kind of profound martial art is this? So powerful. Its offensive power increased several times, even injuring Dark Bright King, who is at the second layer of Life and Death Chamber. It shouldn't be a profound martial art. Perhaps a secret art? Someone raised a doubt. Indeed, it's not a profound martial art, nor is it a secret art. If I'm not mistaken, this is a martial art inherited from the demons, which belongs to the demons. Demons have all kinds of martial arts, and this should be a martial art that compresses demonic power to the extreme. Everybody was shocked. Even if Dark Bright King didn't have a pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact, he had at least a powerful half-step supreme grade 1. Moreover, his cultivation base far surpassed Murong Qingqing's, having reached the second layer of Life and Death Chamber. One could easily imagine how powerful his defense was. However, he was still injured by Murong Qingqing's hand. This demonic fist was simply too tyrannical. Murong, I'll go next. Yi Chen was quite supportive of Murong Qingqing and Dark Bright King's duel. After all, it would be hard to avoid encountering strongest half-step kings in the future. This duel would allow them to clearly witness the strength of a strongest half-step king, as well as the strength of Murong Qingqing. Now that Murong Qingqing's demonic power was exhausted and she was injured, Yi Chen naturally had to step forward. Murong Qingqing faintly nodded and retreated to Yi Chen's side. What's going on? Don't tell me she's giving up? What else can she do? Can't you see that her demonic power is exhausted? Without demonic power, anyone can kill her. You're right. Demonic power is different from Zhen Yuan, and there's basically no pill that can replenish it. This is also one of the shortcomings of the perfect demonic human bloodline. Seeing Morong Qingqing retreat, the crowd sighed inwardly. Dark Bright King was Dark Bright King after all, not someone ordinary people could deal with. Even after exhausting all means, he could only delay for a short period of time. At this moment, who among the two could stop him? That kid was probably even worse. Dark Bright King had only suffered a minor injury. He quickly flew over and coldly said, "Not bad, you actually managed to injure me at the last moment. Unfortunately, your endurance is a bit lacking. That was merely a warm-up for me." "Then let's start now." Treading on the void, Yichen walked out step by step, stopping 10 li away from Dark Bright King. "Start? With just you?" Dark Bright King laughed heartily as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "No way. Don't tell me he's even stronger than that woman? His cultivation base is only mid-half-step king realm, not even as high as mine. He probably thinks that Dark Bright King has consumed a lot of Zhenyuan and is injured, so he wants to take turns to defeat him." Fart. This kind of injury is nothing to Dark Bright King. Although this kid's cultivation base is similar to that woman's, one has Zhenyuan while the other has demonic power. They are simply incomparable. In terms of martial skills, demonic power fist is incomparably tyrannical. His profound martial skills are already not bad at all. Only his sword intent is a bit more powerful. Unfortunately, in a situation where the difference in willpower isn't too great, it won't be able to play a decisive role. Everybody's mouths were wide open, unable to understand where Yi Chen's confidence came from. "Auntie." Yu Bingxin was a bit worried. Dark Bright King was frighteningly powerful. Morong Qingqing had exhausted all her means, yet she couldn't do anything to him. In the end, she would exhaust her demonic power and retreat. Yi Chen would be in danger. "Let's watch first." Yu Lingshuang's expression was grave. If Yi Chen couldn't defeat Dark Bright King, she would have to lend a hand. Therefore, she had to grasp the perfect timing. "Let me see your true strength." Among the crowd, only Huang Mei had complete confidence in Yi Chen and said inwardly. Stopping laughing, Dark Bright King licked his lips and said, "Don't think that my strength has fallen after the battle. I'm not afraid to tell you that my blood is boiling. I hope you can take one move from me. If you can't, then you can die." Bang! Black light erupted as Dark Bright King charged at Yi Chen with extreme speed, slapping out with his palm. Black Kiln Giant Palm attack. Clang! Unsheathing the evil vanquishing sword, Yi Chen's figure leaned forward. With a swish, he attacked at an unimaginable timing, brushing past Dark Bright King's body. Immediately, a black crescent-shaped sword energy appeared and streaked across Dark Bright King's body. What happened next shocked everyone. In a single exchange, Dark Bright King's entire body was sent flying. The clothes on his chest were torn, and a clear sword mark was left on his semi-supreme grade armor. He spurted out a huge mouthful of blood, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A single sword strike had sent Dark Bright King flying. Chapter 8:11. How is this possible? Yu Lingshuang and Yu Bingxin were not the only ones shocked. Apart from Huang Mei and Morong Qingqing, everyone else was astonished to the extreme. They even wondered if they were seeing things, or if they were hallucinating. Otherwise, how could such a scene happen? Dark Light King was sent flying by Yi Chen's sword. Dark Bright King's cultivation base was 3 levels higher than Yi Chen's. Yi Chen was a mid-half-step king, and above him was the high level. Then there was the first layer of Life and Death Chamber, and the second layer of Life and Death Chamber. Just the difference in cultivation base alone was enough to widen the gap between the two. Dark Light King might not be able to injure Yi Chen with a single palm strike, but he should at least be evenly matched. Who could have imagined that Yi Chen would be so frightening, gaining the upper hand in a single exchange? Yi Chen indifferently smiled, but didn't pursue his opponent. When he was at peak latency of Soul Realm, he had the strength of a strongest half-step king with the Thunder Disaster sword in hand. Now that he had reached mid-half-step king realm, even without the evil shattering sword, he was confident that he could contend against the Dark Light King, who was at the second layer of Life and Death Chamber. Adding the evil shattering sword, the result could be easily imagined. As for the advantage in terms of cultivation base, Yi Chen was indeed much weaker than Dark Light King. However, one shouldn't forget that Yi Chen's profound martial skill, Waning Moon, was his trump card. No matter how powerful Darklight King's Darklight palm arts were, they were still much weaker. In terms of will, Yi Chen's destruction sword intent had long since reached the 5th step, which was equivalent to an ordinary 6th step sword intent. On the other hand, Darklight King's martial will was merely at the peak of the 4th step. A gap of 1.5 step in will was even harder to make up than cultivation base. In a situation where both sides had similar fighting strength, the one with the higher will would usually have the last laugh. As for the reason, it was very simple. Humans were made of flesh and blood, and after a long battle, their condition would inevitably decline. For example, their zhenyuan would decrease, and as long as they didn't die, their will would not fluctuate too much. It could be said that the strength of one's will determined one's potential. As expected, I've really met someone who has the chance to become a legend. Huang Mei smiled faintly. Since ancient times, there would be many unparalleled experts born in every era. However, there would only be 1 or 2 legendary figures in every era. Currently, there were no legendary figures in this era. Although those titled monarchs were strong, they were only considered as unparalleled masters and not legendary figures. However, the situation had started to change a few years ago, or even 10 years ago. Countless geniuses were competing to be born, each more abnormal than the previous one, each more monstrous than the previous one. Everyone was guessing that in the next few decades, the whole of Elysium would undergo a huge change. When the geniuses gathered from the stars grew up, perhaps Elysium would reach a golden age that would not lose to the early modern age. It might even catch up to the medieval age. Huang Mei had been roaming the deep sea for many years, but Yi Chen was the first person that made her have this kind of thought. There was no other reason than that Yi Chen was too abnormal and had somewhat broken the balance. Stop! The Darklight King's zhenyuan erupted to the limit, and his entire body came to a halt. The void twisted under his feet. Raising his head, the Darklight King fixed his gaze on Yi Chen. In that split second, Yi Chen had only made 2 movements, advancing and attacking. However, these 2 movements had left him helpless. It was as if his every move had already been calculated by the opponent. No matter what he did, the outcome would not change. What shocked him even more was that Yi Chen's instantaneous burst of speed was even greater than Murong Qingqing's. What kind of explosive power was this? Murong Qingqing was healing her injuries while watching the battle. Yi Chen sending the Darklight King flying with a single sword strike was not out of her expectations. No one was clearer than her about how fast Yi Chen's attacking speed would be once he entered a battle state. He was like a peerless sword that would not be unsheathed, but once it was unsheathed, it would definitely injure the enemy. Very well, you're worthy of me revealing my trump card. In the battle against Murong Qingqing, the Darklight King had many trump cards that he hadn't used. Admittedly, part of this was due to the dark force field, which prevented him from engaging in close combat. However, the main reason was that he didn't want to do so. For him, although Murong Qingqing was difficult to deal with, it was not enough for him to use his trump card. Then let me experience the foundation of a strongest half-step king. Holding the evil vanquishing sword, Yi Chen stood in the void. His blue robes fluttered in the wind like a blue banner. The Darklight King is getting serious. The spectators who had some understanding of the Darklight King discussed in low voices. Before this, the Darklight King hadn't used any trump card. From start to finish, he had only used the first style of the Darklight palm arts. It should be known that trump cards were extremely useful. In situations where the difference in strength wasn't too great, trump cards were often the deciding factor. As one's realm increased, the requirements for a trump card to be considered more and more stringent. This was especially true for some heaven-grade secret arts, which were strange and frightening existences. It was not like the spectators hadn't seen some people instantly killing others with secret arts. As the spectators discussed, the Darklight King made his move. His first move was a killing move. He soared into the sky like a great rock spreading its wings, yet also like the pressure of Mt. Tai. A boundless aura covered the sun and moon, throwing yin and yang into disorder. Watching the soaring Darklight King, everyone's heart sank. In their perception, the world had turned hazy and chaotic, as if doomsday had arrived. This is the true Darklight palm imprint. Take this. In the sky, the Darklight King's thunderous roar reverberated as his palm pressed down. The palm grew larger and larger until it finally flew out, transforming into a huge palm of scorched earth. It fiercely slammed toward Yi Chen, its surface covered in cracks and boiling magma, emitting black light smoke. His schemes are truly deep. Yi Chen sneered. If the previous Darklight palm imprint was 60 to 70% complete, then the current one was 80 to 90% complete. Looking at the scorched black palm covered in magma, it seemed no different from a real object. All of its power was contained within. However, this was still not enough. The evil shattering sword created a bright white sword flower in the air. Yi Chen waved his arm, and the sword sliced through the air. In the next second, 7 hair-thin sword chi shot out, heading toward the scorched palm at an extremely high speed without making a sound. Puff 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 puff. A shocking scene occurred. The seemingly harmless slender sword chi immediately gained the upper hand as soon as it came into contact with the scorched black palm. The 5 fingers of the scorched black palm were the first to be chopped off, leaving the palm and disappearing into dust. Then, the 6th sword chi sliced through the center of the scorched black palm, and the 7th sword chi pierced through it in one go. It was like the sun and moon had broken through, and dawn had broken through. The Darklight palm imprint had been broken. What? Before the sword chi arrived, the chilling sword intent had already assaulted Darklight King's face, causing his scalp to go numb. The sword chi was simply too fast. Because of its speed, it was unstoppable and unstoppable. At this moment, the Darklight King couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. He was sure that if he tried to dodge, he would be struck by the sword chi for sure. Seal. At this critical moment, the veins on Darklight King's forehead bulged. Vigorous Zhenyuan erupted like a volcano, frantically strengthening his protective Zhenyuan to resist the sword chi. Clang. In the next moment, the sword chi slashed on Darklight King's protective Zhenyuan, creating a metallic clanging sound. A sword mark was left on the latter's protective Zhenyuan. If the sword chi hadn't cut through the scorched black palm first, it wouldn't have been hard for it to break through the protective Zhenyuan. Darklight King, if this is all you've got, then I'm truly disappointed. Unknowingly, Yi Chen had already arrived in front of the Darklight King. The two faced each other, one panic-stricken and the other ice-cold. Chi. Yi Chen raised his sword and stabbed at the Darklight King's protective Zhenyuan. No! The Darklight King roared. His body spun, and one Darklight King after another appeared. Each of them was vivid and lifelike, and it was impossible to tell which one was the real one. It's the Darklight King's cicada shedding secret art. Many people exclaimed inwardly. The cicada shedding secret art was a heaven-grade high-grade secret art that was extremely difficult to cultivate. Once it was cultivated to great completion, as long as the difference in strength wasn't too great, it would be impossible for the opponent to even injure them. It was said that the Darklight King had already cultivated the cicada shedding secret art to minor completion. Experts of the same realm shouldn't even think of touching him. Once this secret art was used, Yi Chen would most likely return empty-handed. Unexpectedly, the result was completely different from what they had imagined. Yi Chen's evil vanquishing sword was like maggots on a bone. Following an unimaginable trajectory, it pierced through one Darklight King after another. In the end, the sword light flickered and disappeared. Dozens of li away, the Darklight King reappeared in a sorry state. He lowered his head, his expression extremely unsightly. There was a sword hole on his thigh, from which dark red blood seeped out and dyed his clothes red. He had already used the cicada shedding secret art, but he still couldn't escape from Yi Chen's attacks. One could imagine what realm Yi Chen's eyesight, technique, and sword speed had reached. Such a terrifying swordsman didn't only make the Darklight King feel uneasy. Everyone else was in disbelief, especially Steward He and Yu Lingshuang. One had a gloomy expression, while the other was flabbergasted. As for Yu Bingxin, she was dumbfounded. How could she know that Yi Chen's strength had reached such a terrifying level in just a few months? Shaking off the blood on the evil vanquishing sword, Yi Chen was somewhat astonished. The sword art he had used to break the Darklight palm and attack the Darklight King was the spiritual sword. As his strength increased, the spiritual sword had become more and more refined. Although its destructive power wasn't as great as Waning Moon's, it was still extremely powerful. Of course, not everyone could perform the spiritual sword to its limit. Only Yi Chen, who had the soul power, could do it. Because when the speed was too fast, the soul power would not be able to keep up, and the situation of losing control would occur. Unknowingly, the potential of the spiritual sword would be suppressed, and it would not be able to attack with its full power. The Dark Light King being able to dodge the spiritual sword was undoubtedly due to this secret art. It was most likely an extremely powerful one. Go! Pointing out with his left hand, Yi Chen's expression turned cold. Clang! At Yi Chen's waist, the Thunder Calamity sword unsheathed itself and pierced toward the Dark Light King like a bolt of lightning shuttling through the void. Defensive sword art. Clang! The Dark Light King's fist blasted away the Thunder Tribulation sword. But how could the defensive sword art be so easily broken? Although Yi Chen's soul power hadn't increased much after entering the half-step king realm, it had already formed a soul membrane, greatly increasing the strength of his soul. His body swaying, the Dark Light King retreated repeatedly, unable to stop his body. 15 swords. Controlling the Thunder Disaster sword from a distance, Yi Chen pressed down with his sword finger, and the Thunder Disaster sword suddenly split into 14 Zhenyuan flying swords. Together with the Thunder Disaster sword, they attacked the Dark Light King at the same time. The blood and qi in the Dark Light King's body boiled, and he simply couldn't find the time to adjust his condition. He could only passively defend against the flying swords, his protective Zhenyuan becoming increasingly thinner. He's even proficient in the lost defensive sword art. Who the hell is he? The Dark Light King is actually being suppressed. Moreover, it's an absolute suppression. Yi Chen's strength piqued everyone's interest. Young Master Yi is going to win, Yu Bingxin happily said. I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Yu Lingshuang's brows slightly creased. Dark Light King, what are you waiting for? Don't tell me you can't kill him. Right at this moment, the head steward sent a Zhenyuan transmission to the Dark Light King. Chapter 8:12. You think this kid is easy to deal with? Dark Light King frantically defended against the flying swords while furiously sending a Zhenyuan transmission back. It had to be said that the second layer of Life and Death Challenge was indeed the second layer of Life and Death Challenge. His protective Zhenyuan was exceptionally strong. Even if he missed 1 or 2 Zhenyuan flying swords, they wouldn't be able to injure him for the time being, unless the real body of the Thunder Disaster sword arrived. However, Dark Light King was no fool. How could he allow the Thunder Disaster sword to approach him? You Dark Light King have shaken Gemstone Islands for decades. You must have a lot of trump cards. Otherwise you would have been replaced long ago. The head steward seemed confident that Dark Light King could make a comeback. Seems like you've studied me quite well. Dark Light King coldly snorted, not bothering to explain. Ding 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 ding. 15 flying swords crazily attacked Dark Light King, especially the true body of the Thunder Disaster sword. Each strike was like a thunderbolt, splashing sparks everywhere. Black Star Explosion. Defending for a long time would lead to a loss. Dark Light King naturally understood this principle. After knocking away the true body of the Thunder Disaster sword, he roared and suddenly curled up his body. As his body curled up, a blazing black radiance erupted and condensed outside his body in 1/100th of a second. In the next moment, the Dark Light King was enveloped by a 2-meter-wide scorched earth ball. The surface of the earth ball was shockingly hot, and its hardness was unimaginable. The Zhenyuan flying swords could only create sparks and shallow scratches on its surface. Explode! A deep roar came from inside the earthen ball. Rumble! The scorched earth ball was like a small star as it exploded with a loud rumble. A powerful impact swept out in all directions, not only destroying Yi Chen's defensive sword art, but also breaking the tip of the Thunder Disaster sword. As for the other Zhenyuan flying swords, they had long since been annihilated, no longer existing. Rip! A beam of blue cold light shot towards him. Yi Chen reached out 2 fingers and caught it. It was the tip of the Thunder Disaster sword. Fusion of fire and earth profound. Yi Chen's eyesight was extremely sharp, and he could tell that Dark Light King's Black Star Explosion was a move created from the explosion of stars. In Elysium, life and death realm experts could roam the starry sky and descend upon beautiful stars. Some of these stars were very small, and life and death kings could easily destroy them. However, when a small star exploded, ordinary life and death kings would retreat 3 feet, fearing that they would be caught in the center of the explosion. Although Darklight King's black star explosion was crude, it was undoubtedly frightening to experts of the same level. After breaking Yi Chen's imperial sword art, the Darklight King's aura rose again and again. A flickering black radiance surged around his body, like a black flame. You are the first and last person to force me to this extent. The Darklight King's voice rumbled like thunder. The violent sound waves raised towering waves with a shocking momentum. Really? Yi Chen's complexion didn't change as he flung the Thunder Disaster sword's tip. I didn't intend to reveal too many of my trump cards, but you've made me make an exception. So die. Darklight Palm Art's second style, Blazing Earth. His whole body soared into the sky, and his right hand was scorched black as he pushed it toward Yi Chen. Rumble. Black light and scarlet flame light interweaved together like a volcanic eruption, as if the Earth's crust had cracked open. The space Yi Chen was in was completely submerged. From the outside, it was impossible to see Yi Chen's figure. What was going on? Look. The Yuan Qi there is exploding. A person pointed at the submerged sky and said with a dumbstruck expression. Everyone looked over and sucked in a breath of cold air. Black and red intertwined in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Wind and rain intertwined. Waves of fire soared into the sky. They were accompanied by beams of intense light. Purple, white, green, black, everything was there. It was unknown how many colors and how many kinds of Yuan Qi they contained. How can he survive like this? Nobody could imagine that the Darklight King's strength had reached such a level. A single palm strike had detonated a large area. I'm afraid this kid is done for. Someone sighed. Yeah, he's already strong enough. If the Darklight King doesn't reveal his trump cards, he won't be able to beat him. But he's still young and doesn't have a deep foundation. How can he compare to a 100-year-old strongest, half-step king like the Darklight King? Any one of his trump cards would be enough to dissolve his advantage and turn the tables. Auntie. Yu Bingxin became anxious upon seeing the situation. Yu Lingshuang squinted her eyes and said solemnly, I can feel that his aura hasn't disappeared. Moreover, it's getting stronger. Aura getting stronger? Could it be that young Master Yi is preparing for a counterattack? Yu Lingshuang's words made Yu Bingxin sigh in relief. Perhaps. Yu Lingshuang didn't know either. Break. Yi Chen's voice was like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens. Nothing could isolate or weaken it. Following this shout, the sky that had been submerged started to churn violently, and the 5-colored radiants clapped against each other. It was as if the sky had truly turned into an ocean wave, a wave made of countless energies. Rip. In the next moment, a black sword light shot out, tearing apart the energy waves and tearing open a huge gap. Yi Chen's figure shot out from the gap and launched 49 sword strikes at the Darklight King. Each sword strike was fast to the extreme. Golden cicada shedding. The Darklight King's expression turned gloomy. His body repeatedly turned, leaving behind vivid images. After 49 images, he suddenly pounced at Yi Chen. Along the way, he launched dozens of Darklight Palm imprints. At this moment, he was prepared to go all out. Yi Chen's strength had far surpassed his expectations. He could actually break through his blazing earth and instantly counterattack. Because the distance was too far, Yi Chen's spiritual sword couldn't injure the Darklight King. However, it cleanly destroyed the latter's images. After 49 strikes, Yi Chen's aura turned sluggish. This was a sign that he had exhausted all his strength. Right at this moment, the Darklight King pounced at him. Even if his timing wasn't as good as Yi Chen's, it was still extremely frightening. He was worthy of being a veteran strongest half-step king. Unfortunately, his opponent was Yi Chen, who had never been defeated in a battle of the same level as Yi Chen. Sword steps. Like a sword light, Yi Chen shuttled back and forth among the countless scorched palm imprints. His speed was like a flickering shadow, like a ray of sunlight. The Darklight King only saw a blur before Yi Chen arrived before him. As for his palm imprints, they were completely ineffective. How can he be so fast? The Dark Light King's face turned pale with fright. In their first exchange, he had already sensed that Yi Chen's explosive power was very powerful. However, this time, the latter was much faster and craftier. Rather than calling it a movement art, it would be better to call it a sword art that used one's body as a sword. What the Dark Light King didn't know was that Yi Chen's sword steps was a sword art intent. Sword arts were naturally extremely fast, and their trajectories were ever-changing. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even Morong Qingcheng, with her innate speed, was inferior to Yi Chen in short-range bursts. In fact, Yi Chen could be even faster. His Green Lotus sword arts had already been upgraded to a heaven-grade cultivation technique, which provided an inconceivable boost to his sword steps. After all, one was a sword artist's cultivation technique, while the other was a sword artist's sword steps. The two naturally complemented each other. As soon as he arrived, Yi Chen waved his sword at the Dark Light King. This sword emitted a black sword chi that slashed at the Dark Light King. The Dark Light King's reaction was half a beat slower, but in this life and death crisis, he subconsciously used cicada shedding carapace, using his image to block Yi Chen's sword while his real body darted to the right. As a wily old fox, he didn't forget to turn around and launch an attack to prevent Yi Chen from approaching. Truly a wily old fox. Yi Chen didn't show any mercy. Up until now, apart from bewitching mirror shattering and sword domain, he had used almost all of his strength. If it were another strongest half-step king who had just stepped into the second layer of life and death chamber, they would have long since been defeated or even killed. However, the Dark Light King was different. Not only was his cultivation base profound, but he also had countless trump cards, especially the cicada shedding carapace, which allowed him to evade Yi Chen's sure kill attacks several times. Therefore, even if Yi Chen held the upper hand, he couldn't deal any substantial damage to the Dark Light King. As for why he didn't use bewitching mirror shattering and sword domain, Yi Chen had the same thought as the Dark Light King. With so many people present, revealing his trump cards was an extremely unwise choice. Bewitching mirror shattering contained space profound, while sword domain was a sword artist's domain. Neither could be casually used, unless no one was present or there was no other choice. However, I've already seen through the secret of cicada shedding carapace. After tangling for so long, Yi Chen had finally seen through the weakness of cicada shedding carapace, or rather, the weakness of Dark Light King's Golden Dynasty shedding carapace. This time, the Dark Light King couldn't escape this calamity. Damn it! Do I have to use the third style of Dark Light palm arts? Pulling open the distance, the Dark Light King revealed a hesitant expression. Although he could summon the wind and summon the rain in Gemstone Islands, this was because he had never revealed his strongest trump cards. Others couldn't see through him, but once he did, he would lose all his secrets. This was an extremely dangerous situation. In a confrontation between experts, strength was not the most important factor, but the element of surprise. In Gemstone Islands, there were two strongest half-step kings. One was him, and the other was Huang Mei. He was sure that once he used the third style of Darklight palm arts, Huang Mei would study it for a long time. The next time he fought with her, he would undoubtedly suffer a great loss. Forget it, if I don't use the third style, I can't take down this kid today. Future matters can be left for later. His mind turning at lightning speed, the Darklight King quickly made up his mind. With this palm, you'll die without a doubt. Coldly looking at Yi Chen, the Darklight King seemed as if he was looking at a dead man. He had no doubt that Yi Chen would die under this palm without any suspense. This was because even he himself hadn't fully grasped this palm. Once he used it, he couldn't control it and could only allow it to continue. Bring it on. Yi Chen was somewhat flabbergasted. Darklight King's expression told him that the opponent's next move would be no small matter. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, he was somewhat expectant. He wanted to see just how profound Darklight King's ultimate trump card was. One had to know that apart from bewitching mirror shattering and sword domain, he hadn't used Waning Moon to its full power. This was because the evil shattering sword consumed too much Shen Yuan. Apart from spiritual sword, all of his other moves would consume at least 10 to 20% of his Zhen Yuan. He couldn't use them more than a few times. Letting out a breath, the steward revealed a smile and said in a relaxed tone, "It's over." "Steward, how did you know?" a half-step king of glorious exchanges asked. The steward said mysteriously, "Just wait and see. This kid's chance of survival is 0. Buzz. The silver moon Arctic fox phantom appeared behind Yuling Shuang. She could sense that Yichen was truly in danger this time. His life might be in danger, and if she didn't make preparations, she wouldn't be able to save him in time. That old geezer even created the third style. Huang Mei's brows creased. The last time she exchanged blows with the Darklight King was 10 years ago. At that time, he had only created 2 styles, and the third was Distant Shadow. Chapter 8:13. Unknowingly, the wind had calmed down, and the clouds in the sky had stopped moving as if frozen, turning into a landscape painting. As for the ocean waves below, when they reached several hundred meters in the air, they also froze, leaving little sprays floating on their tips. The heaven and earth were silent, and all creations were still. The Darklight King's eyes shot out a black beam, devoid of any emotion. The space distorted as he leaped up. As he rose, his aura also soared, filling the air with a world-destroying aura. Burning sky annihilation. The aura eventually reached its limit. When it reached its limit, the Darklight King made his move. Placing his left hand on his right arm, he spread open his right palm and fiercely slapped toward Yichen, who was dozens of li away. This palm directly locked onto the sky where Yichen was. Yichen shockingly discovered that the surrounding space was rapidly warping. Not to mention dodging, he couldn't even move forward. The Darklight King's burning sky annihilation had already reached the point of shattering the void. Although it didn't contain the space profound, its destructive power was frightening. Pung 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 pung. Something even more frightening happened. Countless fireballs of different sizes appeared in the space. The smallest was only the size of a fist and had a deep red color, while the biggest was the size of a house. Hundreds upon thousands of fireballs revolved around Yichen and exploded. Being at the center of the explosion, Yichen could feel that even the smallest fireball had the destructive power to heavily injure ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts. The largest fireball could even force a half-step king to retreat. Hundreds upon thousands of fireballs exploded simultaneously, their power stacking together. Perhaps no one under life and death realm would be able to withstand it, not even Yichen. It was hard to imagine how the Darklight King had created such a powerful move. Unfortunately, great might didn't mean great moves. Burning Sky Annihilation's accumulation time was too long. No one would foolishly stay where they were and let it hit them. Using the sword steps, Yichen flickered out just before the fireball exploded. Pung pung pung. Some of the fire waves struck Yichen's body, but they were easily deflected by Yichen. When the fire waves overlapped with each other and couldn't be deflected, Yichen casually slashed out a path. The Darklight King's mouth curved into a cruel smile as he clenched his right hand and shouted, "Destroy!" Roar. A dragon's roar resounded. The waves of fire formed by the explosion of the fireballs rapidly gathered together, forming a black-red fire dragon that could burn the heavens and earth. The fire dragon raised its head to the sky and roared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The scorching heat caused the surrounding several miles to turn into a vacuum. Hoo! With a flash of red light, the fire dragon quickly swam towards Yichen. In the eyes of the crowd, the fire dragon didn't seem to be very fast, but it caught up in a few breaths. Break. Up until now, Yichen had only used the evil vanquishing sword with his full strength once, and that was when he broke Darklight King's ultimate move, Blazing Earth. Other times, Yichen could only use 50% of the sword's power. It wasn't that he didn't want to go all out, but the sword consumed too much Zhenyuan. With the amount of Zhenyuan he had, he could only use it 5 times. It was precisely because the evil shattering sword consumed a lot of Zhenyuan that it was exceptionally powerful. This time, Yichen did not use any of his ultimate attacks. Instead, he used the gold pattern that he had long since retreated to the second line. Buzz. The dark gold pattern spread out, cutting off the head of the fire dragon directly, causing sparks to fly everywhere. You think it's over just like that? Darklight King sneered. Boundless Zhenyuan rushed out and gathered on the fire dragon. With a pop, the fire dragon grew a new head and opened its mouth, biting towards Yi Chen's body. Waning moon. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged as he waved the evil vanquishing sword in the air. Immediately, a black crescent-shaped sword energy swept through the fire dragon's body, like a waning moon descending upon the world. Crack. Crackle. No matter how powerful the fire dragon was, it still couldn't escape its fate of being crushed. The evil vanquishing sword's full power combined with the waning moon, which was second only to bewitching mirror shattering, had a destructive power that even Yi Chen couldn't estimate. Impossible. Darklight King's eyes were wide open. He was the clearest about the burning sky annihilation's might. And yet, Yi Chen had broken it so easily. This was a devastating blow to him. At this moment, his battle intent was rapidly declining. There was only one thought in his mind. Where there's life, there's hope. Run. Darklight King's figure flickered as he shot out. With a light snort, Yi Chen's left finger moved, and the broken blood sword came out of its sheath. It chased after Darklight King at an extreme speed and fiercely slashed at his protective Zhen Yuan. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere as a clear sword mark was left on the Darklight King's protective Zhen Yuan. At the same time, he himself was sent flying by the enormous power of the broken blood sword. Unable to control his body, sword light streaked across the sky as Yi Chen instantly appeared near Darklight King, thrusting his sword at the air. You want to kill me? Dream on. Darklight King roared and once again used the heaven-grade high-grade secret art, cicada shedding. This secret art had helped him escape death countless times, and this time was no exception. However, Yi Chen was already waiting for him. Flipping the evil vanquishing sword, Yi Chen's wrist shook. With a speed that even soul power couldn't capture, the sword pierced through the Darklight King's protective Zhen Yuan and landed on his throat. Shortly after, it came out from the back of his neck, bringing with it a wisp of dark red blood. Beside him was a lifelike image. Following the blazing world and burning sky annihilation, Darklight King's cicada shedding carapace was also broken. However, unlike the previous two times, he had lost his life this time. One slash to the throat. Everyone's eyes froze, including Yu Lingshuang. They didn't expect the Darklight King's death to come so quickly. In the previous times, Yi Chen was clearly helpless against the Darklight King's cicada shedding carapace. But this time, the Darklight King didn't even have the chance to escape, and was instantly killed by Yi Chen. The Darklight King was still alive. His gaze fell on the evil vanquishing sword that had pierced through his throat. He wanted to say something, but nothing came out. His voice was muffled by the evil vanquishing carapace, just like how his throat had been pierced by the sword. Blood spurting out unceasingly, the Darklight King used the last of his strength to send a spiritual message to Yi Chen. Why? How could you break my cicada shedding carapace? Since the person was already dead, Yi Chen didn't need to let him die with grievances. He replied, cicada shedding carapace has an extremely powerful confusion property, but it's not worth mentioning to me. You were able to escape the previous times because cicada shedding carapace was fast enough to surpass my sword art. As long as my first attack landed, none of the following attacks would be able to kill you. Therefore, the first attack was merely a feint. The real killing move is the second one, which is this one. So that's how it is. The Darklight King understood. His gloomy eyes were filled with regret and unwillingness. All sorts of emotions gathered at this moment. The Darklight King understood, but the others might not. What the hell happened? How did this kid break Darklight King's cicada shedding carapace? That sword wasn't that much faster than the previous ones. Could it be that the Darklight King was gravely injured and his condition has deteriorated? That's why cicada shedding carapace has a weakness? Although I don't know what happened, I can be sure that the problem lies with this kid and not the Darklight King. How frightening. First he broke Darklight King's blazing earth and burning sky annihilation, and now he broke cicada shedding carapace. There's nothing more despairing than this. Having one's life-saving trump card destroyed was a cruel blow to anyone. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this happen? The one who couldn't accept it the most was none other than the steward of the glorious exchanges. He was one of the few who had witnessed the might of burning sky annihilation. Thus, he was certain that the Darklight King would be able to kill Yi Chen. Apart from him, Cicada shedding carapace had never been broken before. Knowing the Darklight King's background, he couldn't accept the fact that Yi Chen had killed the Darklight King in one strike. He couldn't understand how Yi Chen would emerge victorious with such a huge disparity in cultivation base. Nothing could be more absurd and subversive than this. He had brought 4 half-step kings this time to prevent others from interfering. As long as the Darklight King killed Yi Chen, he could entice the latter with generous conditions and obtain the sword forging art jade strip originally belonging to Yi Chen. As long as he brought it back, he would certainly receive a reward. However, the result was completely different from what he had imagined. He actually broke Cicada shedding carapace. I'm afraid only he can do so. Huang Mei was one of the few who knew how Yi Chen had broken Cicada shedding carapace. However, one had to be fast enough in order to break Cicada shedding carapace. A sword artist's sword arts had always been fast, and Yi Chen was a peak sword artist. Therefore, even if he could break it, others might not necessarily be able to. There's still one more year before the decennial event. He should be participating. Huang Mei said inwardly. Huff. Slowly letting out a breath, the Silver Moon Arctic Fox phantom behind Yu Lingshuang gradually dimmed and retracted. She sighed. Indeed, there's always someone better. Although I'm a rare genius of the Silver Moon Arctic Fox clan, Elysium has too many peerless geniuses. This one before me is enough to shock the world. Yu Lingshuang was not very old, only in her 30s. With his throat pierced, the Darklight King slowly closed his eyes. His life aura also became faintly discernible. Abruptly, the Darklight King opened his eyes, which were brimming with boundless hatred and madness. If I die, let's all die together. Forcefully speaking caused a hole to appear in the Darklight King's throat. His voice, under the vibrations of Zhen Yuan, was distorted and malicious. In almost an instant, the Darklight King's body swelled up. A flickering black radiance illuminated his skin, revealing his internal organs. Looking down, one could see a lump of black radiance revolving and expanding in his dantian. At the same time, a crack had appeared on the Darklight King's forehead, and his martial will was dispersing. In the face of death, the Darklight King activated a secret art, intending to self-detonate his body in Sea of Soul. The self-detonation of a strongest half-step king at the second layer of life and death chamber. Moreover, it was a double detonation. One could easily imagine how powerful it would be. Even a strongest half-step king would be doomed if caught in it. Damn it! Everyone was indescribably horrified and frantically fled. They were only a few dozen li away from the two. This distance was not enough to resist the double detonation of a strongest half-step king. Perhaps even 100 li was not safe. The further they fled, the better. Self-detonation. Yi Chen's brows creased. He was the closest to the Darklight King. If the latter self-detonated, he wouldn't be able to escape. Haha, so what if you beat me? You'll still die. The Darklight King was incomparably happy, and his smile was distorted. You'll have to ask me first if you want to self-detonate. Yi Chen's expression turned solemn. His forehead suddenly split open, and a silver radiance surged out. Chapter 8:14. What is this? A third eye? Darklight King had a bad premonition. The crack on Yi Chen's forehead was like a silver vertical eye. It didn't have a pupil, but he could feel that the power of the vertical eye had already penetrated through his forehead and into his Sea of Soul. A majestic soul pressure was firmly locking onto him. Puff! A silver beam shot out from Yi Chen's vertical eye and drilled into Darklight King's Sea of Soul. Darklight King's Sea of Soul was on the verge of collapse, but as soon as the silver beam entered, his Sea of Soul was pierced through, and his remnant consciousness was annihilated. With the crisis of Sea of Soul self-destruction resolved, Darklight King's remnant consciousness disappeared. The Zhen Yuan within his body hadn't been brewed to the most crucial point before self-destruction. With a bang, Darklight King's body turned into ashes, and a black radiance burst out, turning into a black fireball several li in size. Yi Chen's figure was instantly devoured by the black fireball. Yi Chen. Morong Qingqing was anxious. She was the only one who hadn't left the area. Don't worry, I'm fine. Suddenly, Yi Chen's voice entered Morong Qingqing's ears. At the center of the black fireball was a bronze protective Zhen Yuan, firmly protecting Yi Chen's body. The black radiance could only create ripples on its surface, unable to shake it in the slightest. As the energy dissipated, Yi Chen's figure gradually became clear. Fortunately, he didn't succeed in double self-destruction. Otherwise, even if I wore bronze armor, I would have been blown into meat paste. Yi Chen's spirit was somewhat dispirited, and his face was filled with exhaustion. Double self-detonation was an extremely frightening indiscriminate destruction art. If Darklight King succeeded, his Berserk Shen Yuan and martial will would explode. Not to mention Yi Chen. Anyone under life and death realm wouldn't be able to withstand it. They would lose control of their own life and death. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Yi Chen used his special ability, the Soul Eye. In the early stages, the Soul Eye could only be used to observe things in a large area. But as his cultivation increased, and he was now a half-step king warrior, the Soul Eye had evolved into the Soul Light. Soul Light was, in fact, the manifestation of a highly concentrated soul power, possessing an extremely powerful soul attack effect. Under the attack of Yi Chen's Soul Light, the Darklight King's Sea of Soul was pierced, and his consciousness dissipated along with it. Not only that, the Zhen Yuan within his body went berserk without the Darklight King's control. It didn't reach its peak, and was merely equivalent to the most ordinary Zhen Yuan explosion of a half-step king. It couldn't do anything to Yi Chen, who was clad in bronze armor. Otherwise, the Darklight King's self-destruction would have been enough to cripple Yi Chen even if he didn't die. It was extremely dangerous. However, after using the Soul Light for the first time, Yi Chen was not completely unscathed. His soul power had been reduced by more than half. If he wanted to recover to his peak, he would need at least a couple of months. During this period of time, although his battling power would not be affected, it would be impossible for him to use the Soul Light again. Otherwise, his soul power would be completely used up, and that would be very dangerous. This was also the reason why Yi Chen's spirit was somewhat dispirited. The self-destruction is so weak. The fleeing crowd stopped one after another. The Darklight King's double self-destruction was too weak, and the shockwaves couldn't have reached this far. It should have been several dozen li at most. No, it doesn't contain any martial will. Someone reacted. Now that you mention it, it's true. Could this kid have used some method to stop Darklight King's Sea of Soul explosion? Because everyone was busy fleeing, they didn't notice what had happened. Therefore, none of them saw Yi Chen use Soul Light, and could only guess. To be able to stop even the double self-destruction. Bingxin, you don't need to worry about your benefactor anymore. With his strength, those under life and death realm that can threaten him are few and far between. Although Yu Lingshuang didn't flee, she still retreated several dozen li. She couldn't stop the Darklight King's double self-destruction, nor did she have the time to save Yi Chen. The only thing she could do was retreat. Yu Bingxin asked, Auntie, do you think young Master Yi has the qualifications to enter the life and death substitute list? Yu Lingshuang stared blankly for a moment before replying. It's very difficult. The life and death substitute list only records geniuses under the age of 50, and there are only 36 of them. One can well imagine the difficulty of entering it. After all, Elysium is too big, and there are too many geniuses. Moreover, this life and death substitute list doesn't only include humans, but also demonic beasts, sea beasts, half-beasts, demonic humans, and other races. Choosing 36 life and death substitute list from all these races, one can well imagine the difficulty. But I feel that young Master Yi is very strong. Who knows, this might not be his strongest strength. Yu Bingxin had a new understanding of Yi Chen. Therefore, she was certain that he was unfathomable. The Darklight King is not a world-shaking genius. Therefore, even though he has reached the second layer of life and death chamber, he still lost to your benefactor. As for the life and death substitute list, each and every one of them is a peerless genius. They are all experts who can battle above their realm. I've seen a mid-half-step king who defeated a life and death substitute list second layer life and death chamber. He was only ranked in the 20s. As for the top 10, their cultivation bases are all at the first layer or higher. After several years, there might even be some at the peak of the third layer. Yu Lingshuang didn't deny Yi Chen. If the scene just now had happened a few years ago, She would have also felt that Yi Chen could enter the life and death substitute list. But now it was a bit uncertain. After all, they were all world-shaking geniuses. If one could battle above their realm, so could she. At this moment, what mattered was cultivation base. Is that so? Yu Bingxin didn't expect that entering the life and death substitute list would be so difficult. Let's go. Seeing Yi Chen kill the Darklight King, Manager He's eyes flickered several times. In the end, he still left with his people. With their strength, they simply couldn't defeat Yi Chen. As the 5 left, the others also left, leaving only Huang Mei, Yu Lingshuang, and Yu Bingxin. Hehe, after defeating the Darklight King, you're now a strongest half-step king. Huang Mei walked over and said with a beaming smile. Shaking off the bloodstains on the evil vanquishing sword, Yi Chen indifferently smiled. It's just an empty title. After killing the Darklight King, he indeed had the qualifications to be called a strongest half-step king. However, it was only in Gemstone Islands that he could be considered a strongest half-step king. After all, who knew how many realms one could battle above one's realm? Therefore, a strongest half-step king's cultivation base was at least at the first layer of life and death chamber. Young Master Yi. Yu Bingxin and Yu Lingshuang also walked over. Yi Chen said apologetically, I'm sorry. I left in a hurry and forgot to greet you. It's fine. Yu Bingxin smiled. Is young Master Yi really not going to Moonlight Island as a guest? She then looked at Yi Chen with a hopeful gaze. Let's talk about it later. Moonlight Island was overseen by a life and death king, and Yi Chen wasn't used to visiting someone else's headquarters. Chapter 8:15. All good things must come to an end. After parting ways with Huang Meiyue, Yu Bingxin, and Yu Lingshuang, Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing flew southward, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Richlight Ocean Span was incomparably vast. The two flew on the flying puppet for 5 days, but they still couldn't leave this ocean span. Eventually, the two landed on a volcanic island. The island was rhomboid in shape, with a total of 11 volcanoes, 2 big and 9 small. The volcanoes were as tall as cones, and their craters flickered with red light as if they could erupt at any time. We're still hundreds of millions of miles away from our destination. There's no rush. We can cultivate here for a period of time. I also want to learn the art of forging swords. If a swordsman knew how to forge swords, he would have a deeper understanding of the sword Tao. And my comprehension of martial arts is a bit low. Murong Qingqing nodded. Her foundation was much higher than Yi Chen's, but her martial arts couldn't keep up with her cultivation base. If her martial arts could reach a higher realm, even the Darklight King might not be her opponent. After all, demonic power was a higher energy than Zhen Yuan. Just like that, the two settled down on the volcanic island, one cultivating martial arts and the other learning sword forging. The process of sword forging wasn't very complicated, but it required a lot of patience. This was something Yi Chen didn't lack. On the contrary, he was quite outstanding. Time flew, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, Yi Chen had finally mastered the technique of low-rank sword forging, and had successfully created a real low-rank great sword. This low-grade sword was very ordinary, even a bit crude. In terms of quality, it could only be considered as a low-grade sword. However, this had a great significance for Yi Chen, because he had taken the first step in sword forging, which was also the most important step. There were a lot of low-grade metals in his storage ring, more than 10,000 of them. After his first success, Yi Chen wasted no time in forging the second, third, and even more low-grade swords. He wasn't in a hurry to forge mid-grade swords. No matter what, one had to have a good foundation. Without a good foundation, problems would inevitably arise in the future. This was the principle of sharpening a knife to cut firewood. Inside the huge volcano was a magma lake. Next to the lake, a blue-robed youngster was hammering a sword. Dang 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 dang. The hammer was a professional low-grade hammer. By pouring a trace of true essence into it, it would have more power and could easily change the subtle shape of the sword. There were rows of swords hanging on the walls of the volcano. They were all low-grade swords. These low-grade swords emitted different colors of light. There were red, blue, green, purple, black, yellow, and there were also clouds and mist lingering around them, or water vapor filling the air. The attributes of the swords were related to the materials used to forge them. Some metals were of the fire attribute, so the resulting swords would be of the fire attribute. Some metals were of the wind attribute, so the resulting swords would naturally be of the wind attribute. Apart from this, one could also mix some other things into the metal, such as fire cloud stone, thunder brilliance stone, and other gems that contained attribute energy. A graceful figure descended from the volcano's crater. It was Morong Qingcheng. She didn't disturb Yi Chun, but walked to the wall of the volcano where the swords were hanging. So many have been forged in the past few days. Morong Qingcheng was somewhat astonished. Yi Chun's forging speed was getting faster and faster. In the beginning, it would take him 3 days to forge the first sword. Then, the time rapidly shortened. Now he had forged dozens of swords in a few days. Of course, this was also related to Yi Chun's status as a half-step king. Ordinary martial artists would take several months, or even a year to forge swords. Taking out a fire attribute low-grade sword, Morong Qingcheng casually waved it. The quality has also improved. This sword is almost at the level of an ordinary low-grade treasure sword. This one is already at the middle grade. Ordinary, medium. Among the 100 low-grade swords, the majority were ordinary, and only 3 were medium. Try this one. At this moment, Yi Chun walked over and handed the low-grade sword to Morong Qingcheng. It's thunder attribute. Receiving the sword, Morong Qingcheng could feel the thunder power within. Not bad. Perhaps it's because my achievements in Thunder Profound and Metal Profound are quite high, so forging Thunder and Metal attribute low-grade swords is quite easy. Moreover, I have a new idea for this one. It should give you a fright. Yi Chun smiled. Is that so? Morong Qingcheng didn't dare to pour too much demonic power into the sword, fearing that it would break. Strands of demonic power poured into the sword and blossomed with black lightning. With a light wave of Morong Qingcheng, a huge rock beside the lava lake was split into 2 halves. Destruction Sword Chi. Morong Qingcheng finally understood why Yi Chun said it could give her a fright. A mere low-grade sword could actually release Destruction Sword Chi. The Destruction Sword Chi contained Destruction Sword Intent, which was more than twice as powerful as ordinary Sword Chi. What do you think? Yi Chun was very happy. He found that forging swords was very enjoyable, and he could obtain some benefits from it. Morong Qingcheng's eyes lit up as she said, this low-grade thunder attribute sword is still medium grade, but with the Destruction Sword Chi, even high-grade low-grade swords are far inferior to it. If it is given to a sect or family's disciple, their strength will increase by many folds. Yi Chun nodded. You think the same as me. The art of forging swords is very important to a sect, and the swords forged by me are even more valuable. Although the low-grade sword was useless to Yi Chun, it was very important to the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School, or the Yi family. After all, they were not powerful enough to carry a mid-grade sword, or even a high-grade sword everywhere. Not to mention whether or not they could unleash the full power of the sword, just having a treasure like this would cause them to die without a burial place. Therefore, one's strength could only be matched with their own sword. Morong Qingcheng smiled and said, my Morong family also has many disciples who use swords. When the time comes, you have to give me some. How could the low-grade sword she bought be compared to the destruction sword forged by Yi Chun? Don't worry, I have a lot of materials. Yi Chun's tone changed as he said, moreover, I plan to merge the immortal sword intent into the sword as well. You should know how powerful it is. That's right, the immortal sword intent is your fundamental sword intent. How could Morong Qingcheng not know how powerful the immortal sword intent was? The immortal sword intent left behind by the Battle King in the natural moat gorge had only dissipated after 500 years. If the immortal sword intent was merged into a low-grade sword, apart from making the sword chi more powerful, it would also make the sword harder. Although it might not surpass the destruction sword intent in terms of power, it would be more powerful when it came to forging swords. After chatting with Yi Chun for a while, Morong Qingcheng left the volcano and continued to study martial arts, while Yi Chun devoted himself to forging swords. In a flash, 1 month had passed. Within a month, Yi Chun had forged more than 700 low-grade swords. His forging skills had increased by several times. Even if he occasionally made mistakes, the low-grade swords he forged were at least mid-grade. Normally, he could forge high-grade low-grade swords. As for thunder and metal attribute low-grade swords, Yichen could already forge them into super-grade swords, which could be said to be a major breakthrough. Swoosh! Holding the newly forged sword in his hand, Yichen slashed at the magma lake in front of him. The fierce sword chi tore open a huge ravine on the surface of the magma lake, as the sword chi pervaded the air. This power is much more powerful than ordinary mid-grade swords. Yichen's face was full of smiles. He could imagine how powerful the disciples of the Yi clan, or the Sky Cloud Martial School, would be if they held the low-grade swords he forged. Flowers in a greenhouse would never know how to be tough. Just like Yichen, if he had not been through a lot of danger, he would not have been able to grow to where he was now. Therefore, having a great sword would be their fortune. My low-grade sword forging technique's foundation is already very solid, but it's still far from my goal. When the swords I forge are all super-grade low-grade swords, I'll use the low-grade sword forging technique to the point of perfection. Then, I'll start researching the mid-grade sword forging technique. Actually, Yichen could already forge mid-grade swords, but he wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to reach the peak of the low-grade sword forging technique, and then reach the same level of the mid-grade sword forging technique. Only then would he have some confidence in forging supreme-grade swords in the future. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that anyone who had learned the sword forging technique would be able to forge supreme-grade swords? It was far from that simple. Even Yichen wasn't confident that he could reach that far in the sword forging technique. In the next half a month, Yichen's progress was even faster. Not only were all the low-grade swords he forged supreme-grade swords, but he also forged more than the previous month, reaching more than 900 swords. Half of them contained the destruction sword chi, while the other half contained the immortal sword chi. In fact, if there were any sword forging masters here, they would be dumbfounded by Yichen's achievements. Forging 1,600 and 700 low-grade swords in 1.5 months. Even a half-step king couldn't be this exaggerated. For ordinary half-step kings, it would be pretty good if they could have a third of Yichen's achievements. Moreover, it was impossible to forge all of them into supreme-grade low-grade swords. This was already a legendary low-grade sword forging master. Only the heavens knew how high Yichen's talent in sword forging was. Yichen also vaguely knew that his achievements in this 1.5 months were somewhat exaggerated. After pondering for a long time, he concluded that it was related to his own experiences. Battle King, Iron Sword King, Dual Sword King, Immortal Sword Intent, Destruction Sword Intent, and Slaughter Sword Intent. With the 3 great sword intents gathered in one body, he had a unique advantage in sword forging. He could always add some of his own creativity into the process. This was the reason why he could reach this level. If it were another sword Dao genius not inferior to Yichen, they wouldn't be able to reach this step, because it was simply unimaginable. Of course, forging 1,600 and 700 swords in 1.5 months was mainly because the grade of the swords was too low. If it were a mid-grade sword, it would probably shrink by several times. Upper-grade swords would shrink by several times again. And the same was true for semi-extreme grade swords. For extreme grade swords, forging one in a few months was already pretty good, provided that they could be forged. In the first half month, he had forged 900 low-grade swords. In the second half, Yichen had forged 1,200 low-grade swords. In total, he had forged nearly 3,000 swords. I've used up all the low-grade materials. 2,888 swords, not bad. Looking at the densely packed low-grade swords on the volcano's walls, Yichen let out a breath. Learning sword forging could be said to be a money-burning profession. 10,000 sets of low-grade materials had cost him tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, which was around 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. How could ordinary low-grade sects have so many spirit stones to spend? Therefore, even if low-grade sects had forging knowledge, the low-grade blacksmiths they nurtured could only forge mid-low-grade artifacts, which was far from Yichen's level. Chapter 8:16. Finally, I can forge a mid-grade sword. Right now, Yichen could forge a supreme low-grade sword with his eyes closed. Even if he couldn't say that he had reached the pinnacle of the sword forging art, he was at least at the point of perfection, and could casually make one. After preparing the mid-grade materials, Yichen immediately began forging. A week later, the first mid-grade sword was forged. This mid-grade sword was a meter long with a dark blue hilt. The sword body flickered with a cold light, and was suffused with strands of flames. Pouring in a strand of Zhen Yuan, a foot-long flaming sword light shot out with a sizzling sound. The effect of a good foundation had arrived. This fire attribute mid-grade sword was not low-grade, but mid-grade. It should be known that the first low-grade sword that Yi Chen had forged was low-grade. The difficulty of forging a mid-grade sword was more than double or triple. It was at least 5 times more difficult. A sword forged by me in a year is enough for any 7th grade sect to not have to worry about a lack of swords. Yi Chen smiled and muttered to himself. But a 7th grade sect doesn't have a half-step king, nor does it have someone who is both a half-step king and a legendary swordsmith. Morong Qingcheng descended from the crater. That's true. Yi Chen faintly nodded. A 7th grade sect producing a half-step king was already a miracle. And this half-step king was a legendary swordsmith. This was no longer a miracle, but a legend. However, after thinking about it, he seemed to fit both criteria. Weren't Sky Cloud sect and Yi family both 7th grade powers? How is your cultivation? Yi Chen asked. Morong Qingqing said. Dark Devour reached perfection a week ago. I've been cultivating Demonic Fist this week. Not bad. Dark Devour wasn't a high-grade profound martial skill, but only a peak mid-grade profound martial skill. However, due to the Dark Profound's innate tyrannical nature, cultivating it to perfection would have a significant effect on Morong Qingqing's strength. Most importantly, with the Dark Devour as a transition, her Dark Profound would have a huge improvement. Next, she would be able to create a high-grade profound martial skill. As for the demon's demonic fist, this fist art's potential was enormous. With its initial comprehension, Morong Qingqing was able to injure the Darklight King. One could well imagine how powerful it would be once it reached greater completion. It would not be inferior to the majority of high-grade profound martial skills. Just like the previous 2 months, the two of them chatted for a while, and then went their separate ways to do their own things. At the Sea of Soul realm, one would have a lifespan of 300 years, which was equivalent to 10 lifetimes of an ordinary person. Forging mid-grade swords was much more difficult than forging low-grade swords, and the efficiency was also lower. Even after mastering it, one could only forge 5 or 6 mid-grade swords a day. Fortunately, Yi Chen had a lot of patience. Compared to sword forgers at Condensing Reality or Clasping Yuan Realm, his efficiency was astonishing. The higher one's cultivation base, the faster one could do anything. Just like sharpening the edge of a mid-grade sword, there was no need to go through so much trouble. A single stroke of a finger on the blade would make it sharper than anything else. Low-rank great swords can only contain a limited amount of sword intent, and the increase in power is limited as well. Mid-rank great swords are indeed different. I wonder if I can create a high-rank or super-rank upper-rank great sword. Will its power reach the semi-extreme rank? It should be possible. 5th step Destruction Sword Intent and 4th step Immortal Sword Intent were so powerful that they could contain a single wisp of them. If it were any other half-step king, they would not be able to accomplish such a feat. This was because their sword intent was not as high-grade as Yi Chen's, nor was it as powerful as Yi Chen's. Even if they used special methods to seal it in their swords, it would be far inferior to Yi Chen's. On the contrary, it would take a lot of time and effort. While Yi Chen was forging mid-grade swords, a person was looking for them. This person was none other than the black-robed old man who had been heavily injured by Mysterious Yin King in the Mysterious Yin Tower. The black-robed old man's arm had been chopped off by Mysterious Yin King, and his heart had also suffered a blow, losing several hundred years of cultivation base. Fortunately, the chaotic demon ocean's demonic human clan had many heavenly treasures. After spending a few months, he had completely recovered his cultivation base, returning his strength to its peak. As soon as his cultivation base recovered, the black-robed old man immediately returned to Richlight Oceanspan, searching for traces of Yi Chen and Morong Qingcheng. A few days ago, he had arrived at Gemstone Islands and heard the news of Yi Chen and Morong Qingcheng flying south. Thus, he chased after them. I didn't expect this kid to be able to kill even Darklight King. His ability is not small. However, he can forget about escaping from me no matter how powerful he is." The black-robed old man sneered. Swish. The black-robed old man broke through space and flew in the void. Every 10,000 miles, he would come out and release his boundless soul force. Everything within a 10,000-mile radius was under his control. Not even the slightest movement of a blade of grass could escape his senses. After half a day, the black-robed old man creased his brows. Could it be that they changed their direction? Or did they fly south without stopping? Every time he appeared, he would be 100,000 li away, which was hundreds of times faster than a half-step king's flying speed. Half a day was equivalent to 200 days of searching for half-step kings. If he couldn't find them, there could only be two reasons. One was that they had changed their direction, and the other was that they were still ahead. "I don't believe you can escape to anywhere." Plop. The black-robed old man once again shattered the space and disappeared. "I've finally forged a supreme mid-grade sword." Inside the volcano, Yichen was holding a golden sword and carefully examining it. This sword's hilt was purple gold, and its body was slender and golden. On both sides of the sword's ridge, exquisite patterns spread out, giving the sword a trace of nobility and sharpness. It was as if a great general had personally arrived on the battlefield, brimming with a king's aura and killing intent. Swoosh. Holding the sword, Yichen slashed at the lava lake in front of him, creating a few meters deep and 1 foot wide gully. The sword chi's remaining power did not dissipate as it unexpectedly broke through the volcano's wall and rushed out of the volcano. The sharp sword light seemed indestructible. As I expected, this sword's power is already equivalent to a mid-grade high-grade sword. The golden sword contained the immortal sword intent, which made the sword's body sturdier than any mid-grade sword, capable of clashing head-on with a high-grade sword. Meanwhile, the sword chi was indestructible and extremely hard to destroy. This was the power of the immortal sword intent. The destruction sword intent focused on destructive power, while the immortal sword intent focused on the body's tenacity. Just like Yi Chun, the destruction sword intent focused on killing while the immortal sword intent focused on suppressing the body. One inside and one outside, perfectly coordinated. Next, I'll focus on raising the quality of the mid-grade sword. I'll try to increase the success rate of forging a supreme mid-grade sword to over 30%. Currently, Yichen had 30% chance of forging a mid-grade sword, 40% chance of forging a high-grade sword, and less than 10% chance of forging a supreme grade sword. This was the only successful sword, and also the one that Yichen was most satisfied with. "I'll call you Army Destroyer." Extending his right index finger, Yichen carved 2 ancient characters on the sword. With his half-step king level cultivation and 2 great sword intents, carving words on a mid-grade sword was as easy as eating or drinking. Moreover, under his control, this kind of carving would not damage the sword's quality. An Army Destroyer was the first sword he had named after. Casually throwing Army Destroyer into his storage ring, Yichen continued forging mid-grade swords. He planned to leave Volcano Island with Morom Qingqing after learning mid-grade sword forging art to perfection. After all, he couldn't stay here forever. As for sword forging art, he could continue learning it after reaching his destination. 2 days passed in a flash. Yichen had successfully forged 2 supreme grade mid-grade swords, with a success rate of nearly 20%. Of these 2 swords, one was of the thunder attribute, containing the destruction sword intent, and the other was of the water attribute, containing the immortal sword intent. The might of the thunder attribute had already surpassed the Army Destroyer, while the water attribute was slightly inferior. Why do I have a bad premonition? Suddenly, Yichen raised his head. The sky outside the volcano was only the size of a washbasin. White clouds were slowly drifting, and a light breeze was blowing. Tens of thousands of li away, a black-robed old man appeared from the void. As usual, he released his soul power, covering the surrounding 100,000 li. However, the black-robed old man didn't have much hope. Soundlessly, his soul power swept across the volcanic island tens of thousands of miles away. Haha. Suddenly, the black-robed old man laughed heartily. 2 people lived on the island, a man and a woman. Who else could they be if not Yichen and Morom Qingqing? Let's see where you can run this time. The black-robed old man tore open the space and entered the void. Not good. It's a life and death king. Inside the volcano, Yi Chen's expression changed drastically. His soul power was at the same level as a life and death king. Sensing the black-robed old man's soul power, Yi Chen also sensed the existence of this soul power. The silver vertical eye on his forehead that had just opened closed. At this moment, there was no need to use his soul eye. The newcomer was clearly a life and death king, and 80% likely didn't come with good intentions. Rumble. A huge hole appeared on the volcano, and Yi Chen flew out. Morong, run. Yi Chen shouted at Morong Qingcheng, who was not far away. Run. Seeing Yi Chen's grave expression, Morong Qingcheng's heart skipped a beat. Something that could make Yi Chen's expression change couldn't be anything good. Demonic chi surged as a pair of huge black bat wings unfolded behind Morong Qingcheng. Her figure flickered as she tore through the sky, and Yi Chen followed behind her. You think you can run? The island's weather changed. Unknowingly, a revolving energy barrier had covered the entire island like an upside-down bowl. Pung. Morong Qingcheng's fist landed on the energy barrier, stirring up ripples, but was unable to break it open. Bewitching mirror shattering. Unsheathing the evil vanquishing sword, Yi Chen used all of his trump cards and forcefully slammed them on the energy barrier. Bewitching mirror shattering contains space profound, and had the innate property of breaking through barriers. It unexpectedly distorted the energy barrier, creating a faintly discernible gap. Just as the two were about to rush out. You actually know space profound sword moves. The black-robed old man was startled. Regardless of whether he admitted it or not, he couldn't compare to Yi Chen in terms of profound martial skills. What a pity it's futile. The black-robed old man made a grabbing motion in the void, and the distorted energy barrier mended, rapidly strengthening to a meter thick. Chapter 8:17. Yi Chen forcibly suppressed the urge to take out the Sky Scorpio sword. At this moment, the black-robed elder was already approaching. Even if he took out the sword and broke the energy cover, he wouldn't be able to escape from the black-robed elder's control. Therefore, it would be better to wait and see before making a decision. Otherwise, a single Sky Scorpio sword could bring about too many variables. Most importantly, compared to the evil shattering sword, the Sky Scorpio sword consumed several times more Zhen Yuan. One sword strike would probably drain his Zhen Yuan, which was tantamount to seeking his own death. Turning around, Yi Chen's face darkened. What business do you have with us, sir? The black-robed elder slowly walked over and said with a creepy smile. Two things, take her away and kill you. You really want a life and death struggle? Circulating the green lotus sword arts, Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan accumulated to the extreme. The destruction sword soul and immortal sword soul in his sea of soul trembled unceasingly, as if they would fly out at any moment. The black-robed elder was a demonic human king, and his battle power was inestimable. Yi Chen had to push his battle power to the limit, or even surpass it, to have a chance to contend against him. A life and death struggle? You think you're qualified? Stopping dozens of li away, the black-robed elder said disdainfully. Step back a bit. Yi Chen knew that this battle was unavoidable, and it would probably be the most dangerous one since his debut. Tilting his head, he told Morong Qingcheng to step back dozens of li to avoid being injured by the shockwaves of the battle. If there was a chance, he would escape first. Be careful. Pursing her lips, Morong Qingcheng obediently stepped back. However, it was impossible for her to escape by herself. But now was not the time to distract Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded, and his eyes moved back to the black-robed elder. Seems like you won't give up without a fight? The black-robed elder said. Yi Chen said, I, Yi Chen, have never given up without a fight. Not this time, and not in the future. If you want my life, come. While speaking, he took out 10 supreme clear pills and put them in his mouth. At this critical moment, he needed supreme clear pills to recover his Zhen Yuan. The black-robed old man was confident of his victory, so he didn't try to stop him. Are you ready? His voice became sharp. Bring it on. Aha, go to hell. From dozens of miles away, the black-robed elder threw out a palm attack towards Yi Chen. This palm attack did not use any profound sense martial arts. It was just pure Zhen Yuan palm energy. However, the The palm energy that had been thrown out by the human demon king was horrifying to the extreme. Once the palm attack was thrown out, the clouds in the sky sped up 100 times faster than before. The seawater was split into two, creating a miraculous deep ditch. As for the volcanic island, half of it was destroyed by the palm attack, while the other half was on the elder's side. The shattered pieces did not scatter in all directions. Instead, they floated in the air motionless. It turned out that the black-robed old man's palm strike had turned the area within 1,000 li into a vacuum. At the same time, the sky darkened completely. Demonic chi surged as if doomsday had arrived. However, this alone was not enough to make Yi Chen's expression change. What truly caused his expression to change was that the space in front of him had shattered into thousands of pieces like a mirror. This was a strengthened version of bewitching mirror shattering, and its might was more than doubled. Waning moon? Don't take it as a joke. Yi Chen roared, and a cyan chi flow spread out with him as the center. In the next moment, a boundless sword domain covered hundreds of li. Numerous cyan swords condensed and shot out, facing the incoming attack. It's sword domain. The black-robed old man's mind turned at lightning speed. Among life and death sword kings, there were not more than 3 who possessed sword domain. He only knew one. Sword domain's might was vast, combining defense, suppression, and offense. If a life and death sword king enveloped him with sword domain, the black-robed old man's only thought would be to escape. He would run as fast and as far as he could. If he couldn't escape, he would be tortured to death without any hope. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's sword domain was merely in embryonic form, and his cultivation base was a whole realm lower than the black-robed old man's. Not to mention embryonic form. Even if Yi Chen had grasped the true sword domain, he wouldn't be afraid. The reason he was astonished was because Yi Chen had grasped sword domain too early, surpassing common sense. Sword domain alone was not enough. Yi Chen brandished the evil vanquishing sword, and the strongest sword move, bewitching mirror shattering, accompanied by a cyan sword rain, shot out. Ding 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 ding, kacha kacha kacha, pung pung pung. Countless clashing noises were heard as a galaxy seemed to have appeared between Yi Chen and the black-robed old man. Within the galaxy, the sword light was bright and dazzling. Transparent cracks spread out in all directions, seeming like the sharpest godly blade. Wherever it passed, everything would be destroyed. In the end, all the energy shattered into energy streams, and a huge black blurry hand pierced through the colorful energy streams and slammed into Yi Chen's protective Zhen Yuan. Puff! Yi Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood. His protective Zhen Yuan, which had been reinforced by the pseudo-extreme grade bronze armor, couldn't even withstand a single blow. The hazy palm imprint landed on his chest. Immediately, a majestic power passed through the armor and into his body. At this moment, he felt as if his internal organs were about to shatter. His chest seemed to have caved in, and his back was protruding out. So powerful. Too powerful. The reason why Yi Chen didn't die was because of the bronze armor, the dragon bone layer covering his skin, and the undying body, which gave him a tenacious life force. Even so, the black-robed old man's weakened palm still nearly tore him into pieces. Yi Chen had finally experienced the might of a demonic human king. The gap between the two could no longer be calculated with logic. They were not on the same level at all. Gulp. Swallowing a supreme clear pellet, he took out a handful of Yuan Qi replenishing upper-grade pellets from his storage ring, and stuffed them all into his mouth, then swallowed them all. Impossible. He didn't die. The black-robed old man was greatly surprised. How powerful a life and death king was. As long as one knew they could shatter the void, it would be enough. Although his palm strike had been mostly neutralized by Yi Chen's sword domain and bewitching mirror shattering, the remaining power was still enough to easily kill a strongest half-step king, even if the latter was wearing a pseudo-extreme grade artifact. Not bad. I have to have a whole new level of respect for you. The black-robed old man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a trace of graveness in his eyes. Given time, when Yi Chen entered life and death realm, he would become a frightening enemy. Since he was an enemy, he would have to cut the weeds and remove the roots. Otherwise, the consequences would be unbearable. Yi Chen's body was stooped, and his aura was extremely weak. He seemed like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. However, his eyes were extremely bright as they fixedly stared at the black-robed old man. Inside his body, the yuan qi of the pellets was surging. Under the operation of the undying body, it was rapidly nourishing his body and restoring his vitality. Seeing Yi Chen's aura rising, showing signs of recovering to his peak, the black-robed old man's expression changed. What was he seeing? A mere half-step king had actually comprehended the undying body. This was an ability only life and death kings possessed, and it was one of the symbols of life and death kings. No, it still hasn't reached the level of broken limb rebirth. The black-robed old man's undying body was the first realm of broken limb rebirth. So he naturally knew the mysteries of broken limb rebirth. Although the recovery speed of Yi Chen's undying body was far inferior to broken limb rebirth, it still couldn't be underestimated. After all, such a heavy injury had been recovered by 70 to 80%. Let's see how many palms you can take. Without using any profound martial skill, the black-robed old man extended his right hand, intending to strike at Yi Chen. He believed that this palm strike could absolutely kill the latter. It should be known that the latter had been injured so heavily by him even at his peak, and had yet to recover. Demonic fist. Abruptly, the bat wings on Murong Qingqing's back blossomed with a dazzling black radiance. With a flap of the bat wings, Murong Qingqing's speed rose to an unprecedented limit. In less than 1/100th of a blink, she arrived above the black-robed old man and punched down. This punch was like a small shining black sun, indestructible and indestructible. It was unknown if the black-robed old man couldn't react in time or if he didn't care, but he actually let Murong Qingqing's punch hit him. Boom. When the fist was 3 feet away from the black-robed old man, a layer of black qi blocked Murong Qingqing's fist, and a ferocious qi burst out, soaring into the sky. Pop! The qi wall shattered, and Murong Qingqing was sent flying. The black-robed old man laughed. Worthy of the perfect demonic human bloodline, you have so many secrets. Your punch just now contained an impure king-level demonic power. Otherwise it would have been impossible to break my true yuan qi wall. Good, the more potential you have, the more secrets you have, the more benefits my demonic human clan will have. Even a punch containing demonic power essence couldn't touch him? Murong Qingqing's face revealed a trace of bitterness. The demonic power essence in her body came from the demonic beast kings in the parallel space battlefield, and its purity was equivalent to king-level demonic power. As she entered the half-step king realm, the diluted demonic power essence was also close to king-level demonic power. Combined with the demonic power fist, Murong Qingqing originally thought she could slightly threaten the black-robed old man. However, the latter's strength was completely beyond her expectations. In other words, she had never truly understood the strength of life and death kings or demonic human kings. She had merely made some guesses. 6-way sky ceiling array. Withdrawing his smile, the black-robed old man threw out 6 crystal pillars, which pierced through the void and landed around Murong Qingqing. In the next moment, a large number of crystal light screens exploded, interconnecting and forming a sealed crystal space. Murong Qingqing was trapped inside, floating in the air. You can have a good rest inside. After I kill him, I'll bring you back. The black-robed old man no longer looked at Murong Qingqing, and his gaze fell on Yi Chen. Yi Chen's injuries had already completely recovered, and his aura was like a beacon. A year ago, his undying body had already faintly touched upon the second realm, limb regrowth. His recovery speed was much faster than before. Admittedly, the black-robed old man's palm had left him on the verge of death, but as long as his body wasn't destroyed, his recovery would be quick. Of course, the initial stage of the undying body had its limits. He didn't dare to be sure how many strikes he could endure. I can't take a second strike. Yi Chen glanced at Murong Qingqing, who was trapped in the crystal space, and a resolute light flickered in his eyes. His storage ring flickered with a dim light, and a peerless sword with a boundless might appeared in Yi Chen's hand. Without unsheathing the sword, a world-slaughtering sword qi spread out, engulfing the surroundings. With the Sky Scorpio sword in hand, Yi Chen's aura rose again and again, as if there was no limit. At this moment, he seemed to be able to contend against the black-robed old man. Chapter 8:18. Huff. Huff. Being hit by the seemingly tangible sword chi, the black-robed old man's pupils suddenly shrank, turning into 2 dots. Extreme greatsword. That's right, it's an extreme greatsword. Only an extreme greatsword can have this kind of might. Moreover, it's not an ordinary extreme greatsword. Its sword chi is so powerful. The black-robed old man's heartbeat sped up. Although he didn't use swords, it didn't stop him from using them as a means of attack. Taking a step back, with this extreme greatsword, he could trade with other life and death kings for things he wanted. Kid, hand over the sword, and I'll leave your corpse intact. The black-robed old man sucked in a deep breath and said in a sinister tone, If you want it, you'll have to ask it first. Yi Chen held up the sword with both of his hands, and a beam of purple light shot out. The surrounding surreal space was illuminated by the purple light, and countless tiny purple crystal grains started to condense. Although these crystal grains were mostly purple in color, there were some differences as well. Some were purple-red, some were purple-yellow, some were purple-green, and some were purple-gold. Obviously, these were the crystallization of different elements of natural yuan qi. It's one of the top 10 miraculous metals, purple crystal iron. Seeing the mystical aspect of the Sky Scorpio sword, the black-robed old man couldn't restrain his palpitating heart. Purple crystal iron was extremely hard to find. An extreme grade sword containing purple crystal iron would increase its value by at least 30%. Let go. The black-robed old man's body was like a ghost as he rapidly approached Yi Chen. His pair of powerful hands emitting a black metallic luster attempted to snatch the Sky Scorpio sword from Yi Chen's hand. Ding. The black-robed old man's speed was too fast. Yi Chen closed his eyes and, relying on his soul power and intuition, slashed at the void, clashing with the opponent's palm. Spiritual sword. The Sky Scorpio sword had clearly struck a solid object, but at the same time, a majestic power passed through the sword and into Yi Chen's body. Swish. Holding the Sky Scorpio sword, Yi Chen shot out in the air, creating a purple-black shockwave in front of him. The black-clothed old man didn't move from his original position. He wasn't pushed back, but there was a faint bloodstain on his palm. On the surface of the bloodstain, thin purple crystals spread out, wanting to cover his palm. Within the bloodstain, crystals were also seeping in. Crack. A powerful Zhen Yuan poured into his palm, shattering the crystal and shaking it off. The black-robed old man licked his lips. What a powerful crystallization power. It can actually threaten me. If Yi Chen were not at mid-half-step king warrior level, but at the first or second level of life and death challenge, the black-robed elder might not be able to easily shake out the crystallized power. This power was too strange. It seemed like it could crystallize anything. After being pushed back dozens of li, Yi Chen's arms were aching. The human demon king was too powerful. Even through the Sky Scorpio sword, his arms were still under enormous pressure. If it were the evil vanquishing sword, his arms would have been broken by now. Unfortunately, you don't deserve such a treasured sword. The black-robed old man attacked once again. This time, his movement art had already surpassed the realm of phantoms. As for why he didn't meet force with force and kill Yi Chen directly, no one knew. Perhaps he wanted to snatch the Sky Scorpio sword before killing Yi Chen. Or perhaps he was playing a cat-and-mouse game. 1 turned into 10, 10 turned into 100, and 100 turned into 1,000. In the void, the black-robed old man's silhouette flickered incessantly. Under his influence, the sky seemed to be covered by a black curtain, and the old man's silhouette moved wantonly within this black curtain. Soul eye open. Yi Chen's soul power could no longer keep up with the black-robed old man's movements. In his perception, black-robed old men were everywhere. As the silver vertical eye opened, Yi Chen once again closed his eyes, replacing them with the silver vertical eye. What the silver vertical eye saw was a silver world. In this silver world, the black-robed old man's speed slowed down, until it finally reached the level that Yi Chen could react to. At this moment, Yi Chen felt like he was watching a movie, except that the people in the movie could come and kill him at any time. Oh, another new ability. The black-robed old man had seen too many miracles on Yi Chen. Sword domain, Sky Scorpio sword, soul eye. He really wanted to know what other trump cards Yi Chen could take out in this desperate situation. This was also the reason why he didn't directly kill Yi Chen. In his eyes, the Sky Scorpio sword was already in the bag. How could a cooked duck fly? If it could fly, then it wasn't a cooked duck. Without a sound, the black-robed old man appeared in front of Yi Chen, his claw reaching out. I've been waiting for you. Although Yi Chen's attacking speed wasn't as fast as the black-robed old man, he had the soul eye, which allowed him to see through the black-robed old man's movements one step ahead. When the opponent approached, Yi Chen was already prepared, slashing out with his sword. This sword was Waning Moon, the Waning Moon performed by the Sky Scorpio sword. The purple-black crescent-shaped sword energy was like an extremely thin crystal. As it collided with the black-robed old man's palm, a large amount of purple crystals exploded, as if a crystal firework had been set off. Amidst the fireworks, the two rapidly retreated. Huff! Heavily gasping for air, Yi Chen hurriedly swallowed 3 upper clarity pills. From the start of the battle until now, Yi Chen hadn't stopped swallowing pellets. Of the 10 upper clarity pills, only 2 were left. This was also the reason why he could use the Sky Scorpio sword twice in a row. Feeling the Zhen Yuan within his body rapidly recovering, Yi Chen's silver vertical eye unwaveringly stared at the black-robed old man, not daring to relax in the slightest. Dozens of li away, more than half of the black-robed old man's protective Zhen Yuan had been crystallized. His right hand and right arm were also covered in a layer of purple crystals. They were fragmented, but carried a frightening destructive power. Even if the opponent was a demonic human king, he would still be affected. It's indeed a powerful supreme-grade sword. The black-robed old man didn't seem to care. With a shake of his body, countless purple crystals were shattered. The crystallized power couldn't enter his body at all. This was the gap between their cultivation bases, which couldn't be made up for. Not even the supreme-grade sword could. Still not enough? Yi Chen's brows creased. This was the first time he felt such hopeless despair. Even when he was still at Clasping Yuan Realm, and encountered Taoist Jin Huang of Floating Mountain, he didn't feel such despair. This kind of despair didn't only come from his soul, but also from his battle intent. Even if there's no hope, I'll create it. The negative emotions were instantly destroyed. Yi Chen's gaze turned sharper, as if he had broken through a new boundary. With one more step, he would reach a new peak. You still haven't given up? Hehe, that's good. It won't be fun if you give up too early. As a demonic human king, the black-robed old man didn't feel happy about killing a lower realm martial artist. It was like stepping on an ant. Who would care? If the ant was special, wouldn't it be less fun to step on it? Bewitching mirror shattering. As the black-robed old man spoke, Yi Chen took the initiative to attack. With a swing of his sword, the void was dyed purple and began to distort rapidly. In the next moment, the black-robed old man seemed to be sealed in another world. If the previous bewitching mirror shattering looked like a mirror, then this time, under the Sky Scorpio sword, looked like a huge purple crystal screen. Break! Yi Chen let out a low roar as his Zhen Yuan was completely drained by the Sky Scorpio sword. With a loud bang, the purple crystal screen shattered, and the black-robed old man inside was also shattered into millions of pieces, turning into a light rain that scattered in all directions. Something's wrong. Swallowing the last 2 upper cleansing pellets, Yi Chen rapidly retreated. Rumble. The place where Yi Chen was originally at caved in, and a huge hole appeared in the space. The edge of the hole was filled with cracks like glass. Unknowingly, the black-robed old man had already escaped from the bewitching mirror shattering, and instantly approached. If you were a member of my demonic human clan, how great would it be? To be honest, the black-robed old man had never met such an outstanding genius like Yi Chen. Whether it was profound sense martial arts, sword will, innate ability, battle skills, or instant reaction, they were all out of this world. Although the 2 perfect demonic humans in their clan were also outstanding, it was only their bloodline that was outstanding. In terms of innate talent and comprehension, they were far inferior to Yi Chen. The bewitching mirror shattering actually couldn't lock onto him. In the distance, Yi Chen's complexion was extremely unsightly. Clearly, the scene just now was an illusion. The black-robed old man simply wasn't sealed in the purple crystal screen. He reckoned that he had already shattered the void a moment ago. Although the bewitching mirror shattering could also affect the depths of the void with the amplification of the Sky Scorpio sword, it was clearly much weaker, and couldn't do anything to the black-robed old man. It could be said that the gap between life and death kings and half-step kings was not only in terms of cultivation base, but also in the void shattering. Unfortunately, you're not a member of my clan. The black-robed old man's expression suddenly turned gloomy, and his killing intent surged. At this moment he had decided to kill Yi Chun, because the latter couldn't possibly have any trump cards left. Looking at the black-robed old man brimming with killing intent, Yi Chun's expression strangely relaxed. The Zhen Yuan in his body had more or less recovered after being dissolved by the 2 upper cleansing pellets. Then he unblocked the Dragon God Metal, and a large amount of Zhen Yuan flowed into his body, instantly recovering 90%. I indeed can't defeat you, but it can. The storage ring flickered with a dim light, and an ink painting appeared in Yi Chen's left hand. The painting unfolded and fluttered in the wind. This is... The black-robed old man's gaze fell on the painting in Yi Chen's hand. It was a painting of a person standing on a mountain peak, gazing into the distance. One could only see his back, majestic and elegant. Holding one end of the painting, Yi Chen operated his Zhen Yuan, and poured it into the painting. Buzz! A strange scene happened. As Yi Chen poured in his Zhen Yuan, the painting came to life. The mountain peak turned solid, and the view in the distance was deep and vast. The grass and trees were deep and serene. Meanwhile, the back of the figure on the mountain peak started to flutter in the wind. As if there was a wind blowing out of the painting, the figure turned around. His face was indistinct, but his eyes strangely shone, as if he could see through the entire world and land on the black-robed old man's body. Thump! The black-robed old man's heart skipped a beat. Not only did the opponent's gaze penetrate the painting and land on him, it even brought him a strange pressure. Chapter 8:19. Now that you've brought out this painting, you'll have to resolve the future crisis of True Water Palace ruins. Staring at the black-robed old man, the person in the painting said to Yi Chun. Yi Chun sucked in a deep breath and asked, Senior, what does the crisis of True Water Palace ruins represent? Is it the resurrection of the dead? If only it were that simple. The person in the painting sighed. Senior, who are you? Yi Chun boldly asked. Yuan Songhai. Yuan Songhai? Why does this name sound so familiar? The black-robed old man's face revealed a bitter expression. Suddenly, his expression changed as he cried out in alarm. Yuan Emperor, Yuan Songhai. You're Yuan Emperor? Yuan Emperor? Yi Chun was also startled. The last person to leave an imprint on the Emperor Scar Steel was Yuan Emperor. Yuan Emperor had an innate physique, and his Zhen Yuan could be said to be boundless. If the person in the painting was truly Yuan Emperor, it would be too outrageous. The person in the painting faintly smiled. Turns out there's still someone who remembers my name. The words of the man in the picture undoubtedly told Yi Chun and the black-robed old man that he was the last titled monarch of True Spirit Continent or True Spirit World, who could leave his imprint on Emperor Scar Steel, Yuan Emperor. Senior, rest assured. If I have the ability, Yi Chun is willing to resolve the crisis of True Water Palace ruins. If I don't, then Senior has misjudged me, Yi Chun solemnly said. Misjudged me? Hee, you're quite honest. Yuan Emperor smiled. The black-robed old man's expression changed several times. Ultimately, his expression turned sinister. Even if you're Yuan Emperor, so what? The real Yuan Emperor is already dead. You're nothing but a projection left behind by him. You think you can defeat me with your projection? Why don't you try? The Yuan Emperor stepped out of the painting and appeared in the real world. The ink marks on his body gradually faded away. At first glance, he didn't look any different from a real person. However, when he used his soul power to sense, he found that this body was a bit blurry and illusory. I'll give it a try. Watch me blow you up. Magic mark annihilation. When fighting with Yi Chun, the black-robed old man did not use any profound martial arts, but the image of the Yuan Emperor was different. Before knowing the opponent's strength, it was better to be more serious. Otherwise, if he was careless and suffered a great loss, it would not be worth it. With a palm strike, a dark crack appeared in the void. It was like a brand that was about to be branded on the body of the Yuan Emperor. It was overbearing and powerful, and there was no way to dodge it. Yi Chen squinted his eyes. If the black-robed old man had used a profound martial skill before, even with the Sky Scorpio sword, he wouldn't have been able to block it. The gap was too big. Profound is too low. The projection of Yuan Emperor shook his head, pointed a finger at the dark crack, and then casually wiped it. Puff. The dark crack vanished like smoke in thin air, as if it had never existed. Damn it. Demonic Dao River. The black-robed old man roared and pushed his Zhen Yuan to the limit. His whole body emitted a dazzling black crystal light as he stretched out both of his hands, pushing toward the projection of Yuan Emperor. It was as if he was pushing a huge millstone, wanting to grind the projection of Yuan Emperor alive. Demon's martial skill? Watching the Black River surging over and collapsing the space, the projection of Yuan Emperor's expression was indifferent as he punched out. Bang! The Black River exploded, and black splashes filled the sky. It was as if a huge fountain had erupted between the two of them. The might of the fist of Yuan Emperor's projection had already reached an extreme level, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. Impossible. How can a projection be so powerful? The black-robed old man was blasted away, gliding in the void for dozens of li before stabilizing his body. You're too weak. Low-grade martial skill, low-grade martial will. Is this the level of life and death kings? The projection of Yuan Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said indifferently, "Don't be too arrogant. Your era has long passed." The black-robed old man's long hair fluttered in the air as strange black patterns appeared on both of his hands, covering his entire palms. As the black patterns took shape, his aura abruptly soared. The frightening Zhen Yuan ripple caused the space to tremble, and cracks to appear everywhere. I've already refined the supreme-grade gloves into my body. Not bad. Raising his brows, the projection of Yuan Emperor nodded. Die. The black-robed old man didn't care who the opponent was. As long as they obstructed him, they would die. He thrust out his palm, and an even deeper black crack imprinted itself on the projection of Yuan Emperor. It was precisely demonic marked destruction. The projection of Yuan Emperor's expression didn't change. His figure flickered, and the space seemed to disappear as he retreated 10 li. The black crack didn't imprint itself on the projection of Yuan Emperor. It merely remained in the void, not dispersing for a long time. Such means such a movement. This was the first time Yi Chen saw two life and death kings exchanging blows. The methods of the black-robed old man astonished him. He could actually leave a mark in the void that didn't disperse for a long time. If this mark was imprinted on a person's body, would they be tortured to death? On the other hand, Yuan Emperor's movement was simply unfathomable. His movements seemed to have already dispelled the boundaries of the void, making it impossible for the black-robed old man to lock onto him. The black-robed old man was 100 times more astonished than Yi Chen. He was extremely clear on the might of demonic scar annihilation. This kind of move could only be resisted head-on, and couldn't be evaded. As long as the black crack locked onto one's life aura, it wouldn't stop until one died. Even if one hid in the void, it wouldn't work. Previously, when Yuan Emperor's projection destroyed the black crack with a finger, he could still accept it, because demonic scar annihilation could be destroyed. But now the projection of Yuan Emperor had actually evaded it, causing it to lose its target and imprint itself in the void. This body of mine has limited energy. I won't bother with you anymore. Sword, come. Yuan Emperor's projection, who had retreated 10 li away, waved his hand. The evil vanquishing sword on Yi Chen's waist automatically unsheathed, and landed in the hand of Yuan Emperor's projection. Yi Chen didn't even have time to react. You want the evil vanquishing sword? Yi Chen didn't understand. According to reason, the Sky Scorpio sword was more powerful than the evil vanquishing sword. With the Sky Scorpio sword in hand, Yuan Emperor's projection could easily kill the black-robed old man. Yuan Emperor's projection seemed to know Yi Chen's thoughts and said, "The evil vanquishing sword contains the power of evil vanquishing, and is targeted at demonic humans. Moreover, that supreme great sword of yours consumes too much Zhen Yuan. With my current body, I can't bear too much. Moreover, the evil vanquishing sword is enough for me. So that's how it is." Yichen nodded. This was Yuan Emperor's projection, not Yuan Emperor himself. He didn't have nearly inexhaustible Zhen Yuan. His energy was limited, and it would naturally be best if he could consume as little as possible. Void Yuan Chop. Holding the evil vanquishing sword, Yuan Emperor's projection's gaze turned sharp. With a wave of his hand, the evil vanquishing sword shot out an invisible sword chi, chopping towards the black-robed old man's body. Ah! The black-robed old man roared. He couldn't even sense the trajectory of this sword, but his intuition told him that if he was hit by this sword head-on, he would definitely die. Devil Flash. His body flickered. The black-robed old man's body flickered like a flickering star. Puchi. The invisible sword chi chopped on the black-robed old man's illusory body, but it seemed to have missed. However, Yichen didn't think so, because blood splashed and a faint groan could be heard. Just as he expected, the illusory body shattered, and a real arm fell off. It was crushed into a bloody mist by the sword chi, then disappeared into nothingness. In the distance, the black-robed old man's body appeared. His face was pale, and his right arm had already disappeared, looking extremely uncoordinated. Why did I get hit? The black-robed old man was shocked. The Devil Flash was also a martial art of the demons. Although the demon's martial art didn't require one to cultivate profound, in fact, the Devil Flash still contained the power of space. It was just that the form was different from the space profound, but the essence was no different. He thought that by using the Devil Flash, he would be able to escape, but his right arm was still chopped off. Yuan Emperor curled his lips. You're lucky. My current strength is far from the real me, and the Void Yuan Chop is my weakest move. Other martial arts consume too much energy. Yichen was dumbfounded. The strength of the Yuan Emperor's projection was definitely far from the Yuan Emperor's. The gap was huge, and the Void Yuan Chop was his weakest move. Even so, the black-robed old man, who was a demonic human king, couldn't withstand a single blow from him. From this, it could be inferred how powerful the real Yuan Emperor was. However, I've already seen through your movement trajectory. This time, I'll destroy you. The Yuan Emperor's projection raised the evil vanquishing sword for the second time, and lightly chopped. No, the black-robed old man fled in terror, falling into the void. But under the pursuit of the Void Yuan Chop, the space boundary became transparent. Yichen could even see the black-robed old man fleeing in the void. His expression was one of terror, wishing that his parents had given him an extra pair of legs. Such power, worthy of being the Yuan Emperor who shook the world in the past. At this time, countless black petals fell from the void. These petals were only the size of copper coins, and they had clear lines and a soft texture. They were no different from real petals. These black petals were endless, falling from the sky like a rain of petals. And this rain of petals ignored the existence of the boundaries of space, falling into the outside world, and then continuing to fall. The moment they touched the ground, they turned from solid to illusory, vanishing. Puff! Behind the black-robed old man, flower petals gushed out, and a beautiful woman wearing a gorgeous black robe suddenly appeared. This woman was extremely tall, and her eyes were a faint red. Her towering breasts were just right. She rubbed her right hand, and an invisible force surged out. Then she waved it to the side. Chi! The invisible sword chi turned around and disappeared into the depths of the void. Great Patriarch! Hearing this voice, the black-robed old man's tense nerves relaxed, and a joyful expression flashed across his face. Then he turned around and respectfully saluted the black-robed woman. The chaotic demon sees Great Patriarch. Isn't he the demonic human emperor? Yichen secretly cursed. The demonic human tribe was divided into clans. Generally, the patriarch of a clan was the patriarch. Only the patriarch of the entire clan was called the Great Patriarch. Oh, a strong one came. Kid, you've offended a lot of people. The Yuan Emperor's projection frowned, looking helplessly at Yichen. Yichen smiled wryly. What will come? I can't avoid it. Obviously, the other side came for Morong Qingcheng. A mere demonic human emperor wasn't worthy of coming personally. Chapter 820. Is that the perfect demonic human bloodline you spoke of? The black-robed woman looked at Morong Qingqing in the crystal space. Indeed, and she cultivates pure demonic power. The black-robed old man operated his undying body as he spoke, recovering his severed right arm. As his flesh wriggled, his right arm instantly grew back. As it appeared, his entire aura dropped. Clearly, the sword strike from Yuan Emperor's projection had destroyed a lot of his cultivation base. Sizing up the bat wings on Morong Qingqing's back, the black-robed woman nodded. She actually awakened the speed talent. Not bad, not bad. Great clan leader, should we kill them? The black-robed old man looked at Yuan Emperor's projection, and Yi Chun with overflowing killing intent. Just now he had almost lost his life. You don't need to care about this matter. Moreover, you're too careless. The black-robed woman waved her hand, and a white thread was pulled out of the black-robed old man's body. This thread contained an extremely tyrannical purifying power. Its aura wasn't obvious, so it was hidden in the black-robed old man's body without being discovered. Evil vanquishing power. The black-robed old man was startled. Although this thing wouldn't kill him, it would reduce his cultivation base to a fundamental level, making it impossible for him to recover. Even more frightening was that if this evil vanquishing power suddenly erupted in his weakened state, even if he didn't die, he would suffer a cultivation deviation. Crack! The black-robed woman rubbed her fingers, and the silk-like evil vanquishing power was obliterated into nothingness. Her gaze fell on Yuan Emperor's projection and said, "A projection can't have such a powerful battle strength. If my guess is correct, you must have sealed a portion of your Zhenyuan in that spirit accumulation scroll. Only then would you have the strength to surpass ordinary life and death kings." Good insight. Yuan Emperor's projection faintly smiled. I wouldn't dare. At my level, I'm bound to have some insight. Walking out of the void, the black-robed woman stopped a dozen li away, and the black-robed old man followed behind her. You're here for this kid's girlfriend. Yuan Emperor could tell from the image that Morong Qingqing in the crystal space was also a demonic human, and she was a perfect demonic human with a noble bloodline. He thought that Morong Qingqing was kidnapped by Yi Chun, and then his people chased after her. Not bad. The black-robed woman nodded. Yuan Emperor's projection smiled and said, I would rather tear down 10 temples than destroy a marriage. This child is so outstanding. He is more than qualified to be your demonic human race's son-in-law. There is no need to kill him and do such a shady thing. The black-robed woman said, That's where you're wrong. Before this, I didn't know them. I just didn't want a perfect demonic human bloodline to wander outside and waste a heavenly treasure. So it turns out that he saw a good seedling and wanted to get his hands on him. Yuan Emperor's projection suddenly understood. Exactly. Since that's the case, there's no enmity between you and this child. Not only do you want to steal his girlfriend, you even want to kill him. That's too unreasonable. Yuan Emperor's projection's eyes flickered with a cold light. The black-robed old man interrupted. Killing him is because he killed many of my demonic human clansmen. If we let him go, wouldn't our clansmen have died in vain? Your demonic human clan's dead clansmen were probably not geniuses, but this boy is a peerless genius. Killing him is a waste of God's gift. Moreover, I still need him to do something, so I can't allow you to kill him. The black-robed woman sneered. Do you think you can stop me? Most likely not. Yuan Emperor's projection carefully sized up the black-robed woman, then shook his head. If I want to kill him, it's still up to me. Perhaps I might not be able to stop you, but you should know that a true monarch would have some means to steal the fortune of the world. Unfortunately, even after so many years, I still have some memories of it. I believe I can use you to test its might. You're threatening me. The black-robed woman narrowed her eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. It's not a threat, just a warning. The black-robed woman remained silent, but her aura became more and more dangerous, as if she would attack at any moment to kill Yuan Emperor's projection and Yi Chun. Who? Letting out a breath, the dangerous aura around the black-robed woman dissipated. She said with a faint smile. Interesting, looks like you've got me for sure. Hee, maybe I'm lying to you. You can give it a try. The black-robed old man was badly beaten by Yuan Emperor's projection, almost dying. He said to the black-robed woman, Grand Patriarch, he must be strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. With your strength, there's no need to be afraid of him. Even if he's still alive, he might not be able to do anything to you. Shut up. The black-robed woman glared at the black-robed old man. Yes. The black-robed old man was extremely obedient in front of the black-robed woman. You win. The black-robed woman gave up on the idea of probing. As for the black-robed old man's words, she did not even consider it. If Yuan Emperor's main body hadn't died, even 3 of her wouldn't have been his match. How could an ordinary titled monarch be able to leave a mark on the Emperor Scar Steel? And the current Yuan Emperor's projection looked extremely weak. She had 99% confidence that she could kill him. Unfortunately, just as the Yuan Emperor's projection had said, a true titled monarch would always have some heavenly treasures. These methods were profound and unfathomable, not reflected in combat power. Once hit, even if one's strength was doubled, they might still die. There was no need for her to gamble. Her gaze fell on Yi Chun. The black-robed woman said, "Don't worry, I never planned to kill you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here personally. I don't have the ability to predict the future." She had been in seclusion all this time, and was completely unaware of Murong Qingqing's matter. Only when she came out of seclusion did she learn of the news. She knew that if she wanted Murong Qingqing to willingly join the chaotic demon sea's human demon race, she couldn't kill Yi Chun. Otherwise, unless she erased his memories, he would definitely be filled with resentment. Fortunately, the human demon kings of the human demon race all carried sensory pearls. Relying on the senses of the sensory pearls, she quickly chased after Yi Chun. What happened next was what had just happened. Yi Chun's thoughts turned at lightning speed. He felt that the black-robed woman shouldn't be lying, and there was no need for her to lie. If not for the unexpected incident of the standing high sight painting, a human demon king could have easily taken away Murong Qingqing. There was no need for her to come here personally and waste her time. Perhaps. Yi Chun declined to comment. "I will take her away no matter what." The black-robed woman's tone changed, and she said resolutely. A helpless expression flickered on Yuan Emperor's face. "Seems like there's no way to resolve this peacefully." As he spoke, 3 illusory flowers appeared above his head. 1 red, 1 yellow, and 1 blue. The 3 flowers intertwined and blossomed with a mysterious radiance. "You really didn't lie to me." The black-robed woman saw the reaction of Yuan Emperor's image and continued. "This matter can be resolved peacefully. I have the confidence to convince him." "Oh. I'll wait and see then." The 3 flowers above Yuan Emperor's image remained motionless. Glancing at the flowers above Yuan Emperor's head with apprehension, the black-robed woman let out a breath and said to Yi Chun, "You've cultivated to this level, which proves that you have a great determination to climb to the peak. In the future, you might even become a sword king, or even a sword emperor." "Thanks for the compliment." Yi Chun's expression remained unchanged as he listened to the next words. "But have you ever thought that if she follows you, will she really step into life and death realm? She's a perfect demonic human, and this is an unchangeable fact. In this world, demonic chi is extremely scarce, and it's simply not suitable for cultivating demonic power. I don't know how she cultivated to half-step king realm, but I'm sure that without any earth-shattering transformation, she'll never become a king. Has a perfect demonic human never appeared in Elysium?" Yi Chun asked. "There have been, but not one in the last 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, they also needed an enormous opportunity to succeed. Moreover, each of them spent a long time, and their appearances were no longer there." Yuan Emperor's image smiled bitterly. "She's right. Elysium is not suitable for cultivating demonic power. Demonic power is the energy that demons cultivate, and they don't belong to this world. You can also gamble, but I'm afraid you'll regret it. Under life and death realm, one only has a lifespan of 300 years. By the time she becomes a life and death king in 100 years, or even 200 years, she'll already be an old woman. Will you still like her then? Will it be suitable for you to be together?" The black-robed woman closely stared at Yi Chun. Yi Chun's expression continuously changed. In fact, he was almost convinced. Her words were exactly what he was worried about. The demonic power crystals in Morong Qingqing's body could at most allow her to reach the first layer of life and death chamber. As for demonic power essence, it was almost negligible. Moreover, breaking through to life and death realm was simply too difficult. Even human peerless geniuses didn't have much confidence in doing so, not to mention a demonic power cultivator like Morong Qingqing. Taking a step back, even if Morong Qingqing obtained a lot of demonic power crystals, it would only increase her chances by a little bit. However, her chances would still be lower than human geniuses. After all, breaking through to life and death realm required not only energy, but also environment. The black-robed woman could see that Yi Chen was struggling, so she continued. She has perfect demonic human bloodline. In chaotic demonic ocean, her position is transcendent. I will wholeheartedly nurture her, and make her my last disciple. Moreover, you also know that the environment of chaotic demonic ocean is extremely suitable for demonic power cultivation. In that place, her chances of entering life and death realm will not be lower than yours. Once she becomes a demonic human king, she can go anywhere under the heavens. If you're not afraid of me harming you, you can come and see her whenever you want. Dispersing his hesitation, Yi Chen solemnly nodded. All right, I agree to let her go with you. However, if you don't treat her well or harms her, as long as I don't die, I will eradicate the entire chaotic demonic ocean sooner or later, leaving not a single blade of grass behind. Good kid. The black-robed woman was both startled and furious. No one had ever dared to threaten her in front of her. Fortunately, the other party had agreed. That will never happen. You can rest assured. I'll forgive your disrespect this time, but next time, you'll have to be careful. Hee hee, you've got guts. Yuan Emperor was quite appreciative of Yi Chen's character. However, you'll have to convince her. The black-robed woman waved her hand, and the crystal space sealing Morong Qingqing disappeared. Give me some time. Yi Chen's figure flickered and shot toward Morong Qingqing. An hour later, Morong Qingqing agreed. Their separation at this time was for the sake of a long reunion in the future. She was not a person who only cared about love. Moreover, if her cultivation base was low, she would only be a burden by Yi Chen's side. This was the last thing she wanted. Chapter 821. Let's go. The black-robed woman waved at Morong Qingqing with a kind attitude. Yi Chen. Morong Qingqing took a few steps forward and turned back to look at Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled and said, Go. With your talent, you can become a demonic human king in 3 to 5 years in the chaotic demonic sea. At that time, you and I can travel the universe and explore the world together. Yes. Morong Qingqing nodded and walked to the black-robed woman's side with determination. The black-robed woman showed a gratified expression. The demonic human tribe looked powerful, but they were too few in number. Compared to the entire human tribe, they were insignificant. Every bit of power meant a bit more hope of survival. She was confident that she could train Morong Qingqing to be the pillar of the demonic human tribe. Let's go. The black-robed woman waved her hand, and the black rain of flowers fell from the sky and suddenly gathered together, wrapping her and Morong Qingqing in it. Then they turned into a black light spot and disappeared. Humph! The black-robed old man glanced at Yi Chen coldly, and then disappeared. Fortunately, it was settled peacefully. Otherwise, we would have been in danger. The Yuan Emperor's image said with a bitter smile. Letting out a deep breath, as if trying to drive away the bitterness of Morong Qingqing's departure, Yi Chen turned around and said respectfully to the Yuan Emperor's image, Thank you for your help, Senior. Yi Chen will never forget it. Although he didn't think that the demonic human emperor came here just to kill him, and maybe it was just as she said, to stop the black-robed old man. But no matter what, the Yuan Emperor's image did help him. The Yuan Emperor's image said, Let's not be so cliché. I am just a tool now. I will help whoever gets it, as long as he is not bad. Senior, what exactly is the danger of the True Water Palace? Can you elaborate? Yi Chen asked curiously. In ancient times, the demons and humans fought for the control of the True Water Palace. The demons lost. As far as I know, the demons are not people of this world. They come from the outer realms. Apart from the demons, there are other races that have invaded Elysium. However, because they are few in number and move stealthily, no one knows about them. The true water palace was destroyed by the experts of another race, and they carried out a secret plan, turning it into an ominous land. I went to explore but didn't find anything. Later on, I and the other kings sealed the entire palace and sunk it into the ocean, hoping that the later generations can find something and solve this crisis. The Yuan Emperor's image said. The demons are not people of this world? Yi Chen was quite astonished. This was the first time he had heard of such a secret. Moreover, the true water palace was also related to a race from the outer realms. It seemed like Elysium was not as safe as he had imagined. The races from the outer realms were eyeing this place covetously. Rest assured, Senior. As long as Yi Chen has the ability, I will certainly solve this crisis. Yi Chen said resolutely. The Yuan Emperor's image smiled. No rush. That seal can still persist for a long time. Perhaps you won't be needed, unless there is an external force to break the seal. Then I still have a long time. Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. What he lacked was time. The Yuan Emperor's gaze fell on Yi Chen and sized him up. The Yuan Emperor's image said, I can sense that you are one of the main characters of this era. Your luck is abundant. As long as you don't die prematurely, you will become a world-shaking character sooner or later. How nostalgic. If we were born in the same era, we might even be rivals. There were only a few people that could attract the attention of the Yuan Emperor. It should be known that in his era, the Yuan Emperor could be said to have shaken the whole universe and was unrivaled. Even modern people held the Yuan Emperor in high esteem, believing that Yuan Emperor was an absolute expert among the titled monarchs of the past and present. Senior must be joking. Before reaching the level of the Yuan Emperor, Yi Chen felt that it was better to be humble. This was not the time to use his heroic spirit. The Yuan Emperor's image said, Enter life and death realm as soon as possible. At that time, you will discover that the world is so vast and mysterious that you can spend your entire life exploring it without the slightest bit of boredom. I will. Yi Chen's gaze turned sharp. Alright, if there's nothing life-threatening in the future, don't use this painting. I don't have much energy left. Once my will enters the real world, it will gradually dissipate. As he spoke, the Yuan Emperor's image took a step forward and entered the painting, once again condensing into a water demon's silhouette, motionless. Many thanks. Inwardly saying this, Yi Chen rolled up the painting and stored it in his storage ring. In the void, looking at the gloomy Morong Qingqing, the black-robed woman said with a gentle voice, Don't think too much. You and him will meet sooner or later. Morong Qingqing didn't speak and only faintly nodded. The black-robed woman continued, As a demonic human, you have the responsibility to protect the entire demonic human race. You should know that although our race seems calm and peaceful, it's actually filled with hidden dangers. The slightest carelessness could lead to the destruction of our entire race. Whether it's for him, for yourself, or for your family, you have to become powerful. Otherwise, you'll hate yourself for being so weak in the future. Morong Qingqing could hear the exhaustion in the black-robed woman's voice, so she asked, Senior, although our race is not favored by the human race, it's not to this extent, right? You haven't reached my level, so of course you don't know about the crisis of our race. Let me ask you one day, between demons and humans, which side would you choose? Morong Qingqing was startled. Weren't the demons annihilated? How could the demons be annihilated? They are not a race from Elysium. They come from the outer realm, a powerful race from another world. When they come to Elysium again, it will be the second great war between demonic humans. Our race will be stuck in the middle, as if we're treading on thin ice. Countless years have passed and no demons have made a move. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Life and Death Realm warriors only had a lifespan of 1,000 years. For a great war to happen in 1,000 years, Morong Qingqing felt that the chances were extremely small, almost impossible. Better to prevent than to nip it in the bud. Moreover, I'm not saying it without any basis. In short, you have to become powerful as soon as possible. Powerful enough to become a peak character in this world. Only then will you have the right to speak and fight for the right to live for our race. Senior, which side will you choose? Morong Qingqing suddenly asked. Me. The lady in black forced a smile. It's not about which side I choose, but whether they trust us or not. If they choose the demons, we are just lower-class people. If we choose the human race, they will definitely be on guard against us. If someone with bad intentions appears and provokes us, our race will be in danger. I will choose the human race, Morom Chingching said with determination. She was born and raised in Elysium. Half of her blood was human. Therefore, it was reasonable for her to choose the human race. It is meaningless to choose now. The lady in black did not speak anymore. She sighed in her mind, hoping that this day would not happen. At least, it would not happen in her lifetime. Without Morom Chingching to accompany him, Yichen did not ride on the flying puppet anymore. He only relied on the Zhenyuan inside his body and flew towards the south. After half a month, Yichen stopped and looked down at the ocean. He mumbled to himself, the cold iron city should be right under here. The space between Qin Wentian's eyebrows split open, and the silver vertical eye looked down. In the silver world, the seawater had become transparent. Below the seabed, a majestic and vast city sat there. The city was covered by a round barrier, and there were people coming and going from time to time. It was incomparably prosperous. Closing his vertical eye, Yichen took a deep breath. His body flashed as he jumped into the ocean, swimming towards the cold iron city. The cold iron city was a very ancient city in Elysium. It was said that the whole city wall was made of 1,000-year cold iron. Although the 1,000-year cold iron was not a precious metal, it was still not something that could be easily found. Building the city wall would require an uncountable amount of 1,000-year cold iron. There were two reasons for entering the cold iron city. First, it was to broaden his horizons. Second, it was because Yichen knew that the cold iron city was rich in materials, and the trade volume was huge. Maybe he could find some extreme rank materials there, which could be used to forge extreme rank greatswords in the future. After all, he was not far from the life and death realm. It would not be a bad thing to accumulate some materials. There were 8 city gates in the cold iron city. The other places were not allowed to enter, and could not be entered. Outside the north gate, Yichen landed. Without much inspection, Yichen was allowed to enter the cold iron city. In other cities, the most prosperous place would be the restaurants. But in the cold iron city, the most popular place was the trade of materials. Walking on the street, there were stalls selling materials everywhere. Some of the things on these stalls were things that Yichen had never seen before. As a newcomer, Yichen was not familiar with the cold iron city. So he walked around and bought some materials for forging swords. Mid-rank, top rank, everything was not missed. The higher the level of sword forging, the slower the progress would be. If one wanted to reach the realm of perfection, he would have to forge more swords and accumulate more experience. In the evening, Yichen arrived at a restaurant. Have you heard? Recently, a merchant group was annihilated by 3 of the 50 bandits of the Blood Sea. All of their belongings were plundered. The men were killed and the women were taken away. This is not news anymore. A few days ago, it was spread all over the city. It caused the merchant groups in the cold iron city to not dare to casually leave the city. They are currently recruiting and buying horses. Only when they have enough people will they dare to leave the city. These 50 bandits of the Blood Sea are really terrifying. The 50 bandits have always been the most mysterious force in the Blood Sea. Any one of them is an overlord of a region. It's not just about us. As long as we don't pass through the Blood Sea, it will be fine. When Yichen sat down, he heard many people discussing about the 50 bandits of the Blood Sea. Yichen did not care much about it. He ordered some dishes and wine and enjoyed it alone. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Yichen left the restaurant. When he walked out of the door, a lady in blue walked past him. The two of them seemed to have sensed each other's aura, and were slightly startled. This cold iron city is indeed an important city in the southern deep sea. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. On the street, Yichen thought to himself. Chapter 822. The lady in blue was also very curious about Yichen. His cultivation was only at mid-rank half-step king warrior realm, but somehow, he had given her a lot of pressure. If it were normal half-step king warriors, they would not be able to feel this kind of pressure at all. But her instinct was extremely sharp, and she was very sensitive to some hidden things. The life and death secret realm that happens once every 10 years will start in half a year. All of the hidden young warriors will show up. I cannot be careless. A thought flashed through her mind as she turned around to check on Yi Chun. But unfortunately, Yi Chun had already disappeared from the street. The Cold Iron City was a big trading city for materials. Since there were a lot of materials, there were naturally some rare alchemists and weapon forgers. Alchemists would need a cauldron, and weapon forgers would need a stove. Besides that, they would also need a suitable environment for making pellets and weapons. Renting a yard that was suitable for weapon forgers, Yi Chun started to forge mid-rank great swords, continuing to train his skills. Dang, 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 dang. Inside the forging room, Yi Chun's upper body was bare as he held a hammer in his hand, hitting the sword. It was a mid-rank hammer, and each time he hit the sword, it would have the same amount of power. There was also a special power that washed over the sword, clearing out the meridians of the sword. After 4 to 5 days, Yi Chun was finally able to forge top-rank mid-rank great swords with 100% success rate. The success rate of super-rank mid-rank great swords was also more than 30%, close to 40%. This meant that his mid-rank sword forging technique was getting better and better, and he was not too far away from the perfect level. On this day, Yi Chun came to a big street. On this street, there were many trade caravans with different flags, fluttering in the wind. The Green Sun trade team is hiring warriors to go to the Blood Sky land. Late Sea of Souls realm warriors are needed for 100 people, 150,000 top-rank soul stones per person. 10 half-step king warriors, 1 million top-rank soul stones per person. 1/10 will be paid first, and the rest will be paid when we arrive at the destination. The Sickle trade team is hiring warriors to go to the Blood Sky land. There were dozens of different-sized trade teams on the street. The smaller ones only needed dozens of people, and no more than 30 at most. The bigger ones needed hundreds of people, and the price was also very high. It was not hard to imagine how high the total value of their goods would be. These people are either demi-beasts, demon arts, or even demonic beasts. Indeed, the Blood Sky land is full of demons, and there are not many righteous people here. The Blood Sky land was a land that the Battle King had been to before. It was much smaller than the True Spirit land, but it was filled with beasts and demons. It was a paradise for beasts, demonic martial artists, and demi-beasts. Compared to the Blood Sky land, the True Spirit land was 100 times more peaceful. The Full Moon trade team is hiring warriors of Late Sea of Souls realm warriors. There is no limit, 200,000 top-rank soul stones per person, 30 half-step king warriors, 1 million top-rank soul stones per person, 3 million top-rank warriors. The top warrior half-step king warriors, 300,000 top-rank soul. The other big trade teams had already paid a high price, but the Full Moon trade team's price was 20% higher than theirs. Plus, they were interested in hiring the top half-step king warriors, so the price was 3 million top-rank soul stones. If they wanted to hire all of them, they would have to pay almost 100 million top-rank soul stones. Damn. The Full Moon trade team is indeed rich. They can always beat us. What can we do? They are from the Full Moon trade team, which is one of the top 2 trade teams in the Blood Sky land. They have power all over the whole land and the ocean around. Their wealth is immeasurable. 100 million top-rank soul stones is just a small amount for them. The other trade team leaders looked at the Full Moon trade team with envy. Count me in. Me too. Haha, this is the right time. I am going back to the Blood Sky land anyway. Everyone who came to this street were all powerful warriors. The weakest among them was at Mid-Sea of Souls realm, and the highest was obviously half-step king warrior. Before, everyone was still waiting for a good price, but once the Full Moon trade team announced their price, 1/3 of the people rushed over. Soon, the Full Moon trade team had hired 200 to 300 Late Seas of Souls realm warriors, and more than 10 half-step king warriors as well. However, the leader of the trade team was still not satisfied. The Cold Iron City and the Blood Sky land were separated by the Blood Ocean. The 50 robbers were extremely aggressive, and the Full Moon trade team was the target of the 50 robbers. Without enough power, it would be easy for them to be slaughtered. Leader, although there are a lot of powerful warriors in the Cold Iron City, as well as a lot of the southern deep ocean and Blood Sky land, not everyone would be willing to take this kind of dangerous job. I am afraid we will have to stay for a few more days and hire enough powerful warriors before we leave. There were 4 half-step king warriors in the full moon trade team, and the one talking was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He was full of demon chi, obviously walking on the demon path. The leader of the trade team was only at late Sea of Souls realm. He shook his head. No, the 50 pirates must have spies in the city. The longer we wait, the more prepared they will be. We have to leave today. We cannot give them any time to prepare. The middle-aged man thought that it was reasonable, so he thought to himself, the 50 pirates are too arrogant. I wonder why no one has gone to kill them. It is not that simple. The 50 pirates have thousands of years of history. Every time one of them dies, there will be a new one to replace it. There should be a huge organization behind them, and they will never stop killing them. Plus, there are also life and death realm warriors among them. It will be very troublesome. The 50 pirates were only people on the surface. As the leader of a trade team, he knew more than the others. Do you still need people here? Right then, Yi-Chen walked over and asked. Half-step king warrior. Yes. The leader of the trade team was a chubby elder. Seeing that there was another half-step king warrior who accepted the job, a smile appeared on his face. This is your 120,000 top-rank soul stones. The remaining 90% will be given to you when we get to the Blood Sky land. This is the rule. The chubby elder gave the deposit to Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen did not really care about the hiring fee. He was going to the Blood Sky land anyway, so it would be convenient for him. Standing on the side with his eyes closed, Yi-Chen waited quietly for the departure. Count me in. All of a sudden, Yi-Chen heard a crisp female voice. He opened his eyes and was a bit surprised. It was the lady in blue who had walked past him in front of the restaurant a couple of days ago. She was very pretty, and there was a long and thin blade on her waist. She looked very handsome, like a heroine. As Yi-Chen looked at her, the lady in blue looked over as well. Hello, I am Lan Sanmei. The lady in blue introduced herself. Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen's senses were very sharp. He could tell that although Lan Sanmei looked very peaceful, there was a hint of evil chi in his eyes. He was obviously a powerful warrior who trained demon arts. Although his cultivation was a bit weaker than the Darklight King, he was still at the first level of life and death challenge. The chubby elder was very happy. He did not have much hope before, but he did not expect that there would be a top half-step king warrior joining them. With a top half-step king warrior, the trade team would be much safer. All right, let's go. Waving his hand, the chubby elder said confidently. Wait, do you still need people? A familiar voice fell into Yi-Chen's ears. He turned around and said with surprise, Thunder Spirit King. It was indeed the Thunder Spirit King, one of the top half-step king warriors of the true spirit continent. Haha, great! Another top half-step king warrior. And this person's cultivation is so powerful. He must be at least at the peak of the second level of life and death challenge. The chubby elder and the 4 top half-step king warriors of the trade team were very excited. 2 top half-step king warriors had appeared in a row. Today was indeed a lucky day for the trade team. As for the Thunder Spirit King's request, the chubby elder would naturally not reject it. He gave him 300,000 top-rank soul stones without hesitation, and invited him to join the trade team. You are Yi-Chen, right? The Thunder Spirit King would not ignore Yi-Chen, so he said with a smile. Yi-Chen said with a bit of emotion. I did not expect to see you here. What a coincidence. Yeah. The Thunder Spirit King was also very emotional. The Cold Iron City was hundreds of millions of miles away from the true spirit continent, and to be able to run into an acquaintance was almost impossible. What surprised him was that Yi-Chen had already reached the mid-rank half-step king warrior level. With his talent, he might be able to compete with the top half-step king warriors. Leaving the city, the group of dozens of people flew toward the south. Along the way, Yi-Chen and the Thunder Spirit King chatted for a while. There are so many powerful warriors out there, unlike the true spirit continent. They are all either in closed-up training or like me, running out into the open ocean. There are not many of them left on the true spirit continent. The Thunder Spirit King said. Yi Chen said, there are a lot of half-step king warriors on the True Spirit continent as well. On his way here, he had run into a lot of half-step king warriors, which made him wonder if the half-step king warriors on the True Spirit continent were not as powerful as the Deep South Ocean. Although he had not actually made it into the circle of half-step king warriors on the True Spirit continent, he had only run into a bunch of them in the 4 Extreme Emperor's tomb. The Thunder Spirit King said, of course not. That time in the tomb, only a small part of them had gone. There were still some left in the martial schools. Besides, most of them are not on the True Spirit continent. They are exploring everywhere, looking for their own opportunities to train themselves. Is that so? Yi Chen nodded. After reaching the half-step king warrior level, it was time to prepare for the life and death realm. Obviously, everyone would not just sit around and do nothing. They all had their own things to do. The Thunder Spirit King said again. You are already at the half-step king warrior level. You cannot miss the life and death secret realm. By then, you will run into a lot of martial geniuses just like you. I know. There is an entrance in the Blood Sky Land anyway. I will just go in there. There was no way that Yi Chen did not know about the life and death secret realm, since it was in the Battle King's memory. It is good that you know. Oh right. I have also entered the life and death secret realm before. Inside, we of the True Spirit continent have to stick together. Otherwise, we will be easily bullied by the martial geniuses from other places. So, after you go in, you have to get in touch with the warriors on the life and death realm waiting list. They are Luo Tiandu. There are martial geniuses on the life and death realm waiting list in our True Spirit continent. Yi Chen had never heard of them before. In terms of martial geniuses, of course, they are not as powerful as your generation. But they are all in their 40s, and their cultivation is very high. If it were not for the fact that I am over the age limit, I could introduce you to them. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.